It is freezing up there. But they worked with the Dutch and Norwegian forces and with our partners, the Marine Corps, to test maritime, air, and land operations under those extremely cold weather conditions. The Marines of the 24th MEU finished up a deployment this winter on board USS Iwo Jima, where they participated in exercises designed not only to preserve and protect our freedoms, but to build the capacity of our allies and partners to protect theirs, to build those capabilities up in the Middle East. And these are just a few examples of what the ships and their crews have done, the ships who are visiting here in New York. Your Navy is deployed all around the world, working with our sister services and our country's allies and partners to protect America from attack and to preserve our strategic influence, to preserve our access to markets, to help our prosperity in key regions of the world. The Navy underlies our nation's prosperity by enabling free trade and movement across the oceans. And your sailors, that is a tough group, and they stand ready to decisively defeat any enemy who wants to take us on. Now, as President Kennedy said, a nation can be measured by those it honors. And this idea goes back to the very foundations of society. The great leader Pericles once said of the war dead in Athens, Greece, not only are they commemorated by columns and inscriptions, but there dwells also an unwritten memorial to them, graven not on stone, but in the hearts of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no bigger hearts, no stronger hearts than the ones beating in your military service members. They stand ready to give everything for you. Today is a day for remembering the sacrifices of our past. We must never forget. But today is also a day for preparing for the future, so that there is no safer place than here in America, here in New York City, here on America's team of allies and partners, and so that there is no more dangerous place than to be our enemy and be in our crosshairs. And we honor our fallen most when we remain strong enough that nobody ever again will want to take on the United States of America. In closing, I just want to ask one favor of everybody here. For all of those service members who paid the ultimate sacrifice in our past so that we could be free today. For all of those service members who are deployed around the world on the front lines in harm's way, I'd ask that before you put your head down tonight, just take a moment, pause, and remember them in your thoughts and prayers. Send out a prayer to them to remember their sacrifice and to keep our current service members safe. Thank you all very much. God bless New York City, God bless the United States Navy, and God bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more privilege today, and that's to introduce my good friend. I know that many of you have noticed that the Royal Canadian Navy is also participating in this year's Fleet Week, and I am very pleased that my good friend, Vice Admiral Mark Norman, the commander of the Royal Canadian Navy, has joined us here today. You know, the Royal Canadian Navy is one of the U.S. Navy's closest partners. And over many decades, we have fought side by side with our Canadian counterparts, from World Wars I and II to Korea, in Kosovo, Somalia, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Our Navy has never fought alone, and we will not fight alone in the future. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce my colleague, my comrade, and my friend, my partner in any future fight, the Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
John, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an enormous honor and a pleasure for me to be here to take part in this important celebration. Next to this historic and venerable ship, Intrepid, I'm humbled to be here with you today. Mayor de Blasio, Susan, members of the Intrepid organization, members of the armed services, veterans, families, honored guests, good morning. It is a testament to the strong bond between the United States and Canada that we've come here together to honor your fallen servicemen and women on this Memorial Day next to one of the most iconic symbols of American naval power. In Canada, each year, we follow the tradition of the British Commonwealth by honoring all those who have served and sacrificed on November 11th in recognition of the end of the First War. Your tradition, however, predates ours as it goes back to your Civil War. The relationship between our two nations has been built over more than 2 centuries, even predating the actual establishment of Canada as a country. Together, we have fought wars and stood shoulder to shoulder against adversity. When the tragic and terrible events of 9/11 occurred, wounding this beautiful city and others, Canada quickly answered the call, sending ships to the Arabian Sea as a very visible signal of support to our closest neighbor and ally. And we have been there almost routinely ever since. And we continue to work together, thanks to a trust that's been built over generations of mutual understanding and cooperation. More recently, the Royal Canadian Navy is now in our 10th year of near continuous deployments into the Caribbean to work with U.S. and other partners on highly successful operations to flow the stem of illicit narcotics onto our streets in North America. In fact, all 3 of the Canadian ships participating in this year's Fleet Week have recently taken part in this mission. Today, on behalf of the Royal Canadian Navy and Canada, I'm honored to remember the men and women of the United States Armed Services who have given the ultimate sacrifice for the protection not only of your nation, but for freedom worldwide. To paraphrase the same president that my good friend John quoted, our geography made us neighbors. Our shared values and mutual respect have made us friends. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you both very, very much for your very special words during this very special day. It is my pleasure to introduce our co-chairman, who has been truly an integral part of our success. His dedication to improving the lives of our military, our veterans, and their families is unparalleled. He serves as the chairman of Fisher House Foundation, which has built over 70 comfort homes for families of hospitalized military personnel and veterans located at military bases and VA medical centers across the country and in Germany and England. Ladies and gentlemen, senior partner of Fisher Brothers and the co-chairman of the Intrepid Museum, Mr. Ken Fisher.
Thank you, Susan. Mr. Mayor, Admiral Richardson, Admiral Norman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us at Intrepid today. And a special welcome to our friends from Canada and Australia for sharing with us this very sacred American Day. And today is indeed sacred. We set Memorial Day aside to honor those who have made the supreme sacrifice in the name of freedom. The meaning of this day has for too long been lost. People think Memorial Day and they think of three-day weekends and barbecues. But I hope ceremonies such as ours here today and others throughout this nation will remind all Americans to once again embrace this day's true meaning and to actually take a moment and to consider what has been given to them by those who laid down their lives in our defense. So how do we honor those who gave all? We can start by honoring those who wear our nation's uniform today, carrying on the legacy of those who came before. We can honor their families who also gave all. We give them a gold star, but we must also give them our thanks and support each day through our actions and not just our words. We can savor and celebrate freedom paid for by the blood of prior generations. And we can teach our children about what they have done to ensure that the mission of honoring them is fulfilled by future generations. These families, and those we can now only remember, deserve more than this nation can ever repay. Earlier this month, I saw the true meaning of sacrifice when I served as the chairman of the Invictus Games, a gathering of wounded heroes from 13 nations, including America, who competed in athletic competitions as grueling as anything you've seen in the Olympics. I saw how grateful these special men and women were because we chose to honor them using the power of sport. And we were able to use these games as a means to expose the unseen wounds of war, traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress, injuries that afflict so many of our service members, their veterans, and their families. For 5 days, the spotlight was not only on our wounded veterans, but on their families. Also, the critical issues plaguing veterans who serve or have served. A lot of very positive groundwork was laid during those 5 days in Orlando, but it is now up to us to make sure that these issues remain in the forefront. The challenges facing our veterans seem to vanish as news of their plight moves off the front pages of our newspapers and off the nightly news. If we forget, it will be a bigger tragedy than even the loss of those who have fallen. How can we best honor the memory of those who gave their lives for this nation? By honoring in a proper and respectful way those who came after them and those who serve today. By honoring their families and by making the solemn vow that this nation will never, ever forget. Thank you all. Thank you to our honored guests, and may God bless this, the greatest nation on earth. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor de Blasio.
Thank you so much, Susan, and I want to thank everybody who's a part of the Intrepid, who makes this museum such a special place in this city, a place of remembrance, a place of inspiration. I'd just like to take another moment and I want to hear a rousing applause for all the men who have served on the Intrepid who are here with us today. Let's thank them again. Thank you to Ken Fisher and Bruce Mosler for their extraordinary devotion to this museum, to our veterans for the exceptional efforts they both have made to help veterans and their families. It's been incredible and consistent devotion, and it means a lot to all of us. I want to thank Mel Immergut for his leadership. I want to thank Captain Raymond Hauk for his wonderful words when he gave the blessing at the beginning. I want to thank the leaders of the two respective navies represented here today. First to Admiral John Richardson. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has a very big job. Imagine making sure our naval forces all over this world are in peak shape, protecting us, serving with such distinction. I have to tell you that is an awesome responsibility. And Admiral, I want you to know, for the people of New York City, it has been a joy to have the members of our armed services present. And I will tell you about New Yorkers. Now, we apparently are thought, people think we have a rough exterior. But behind our rough exteriors beats hearts of gold. And the people in New York City have joyfully embraced all of the members of our armed services who have been here this week. It has meant so much to all of us. Let's thank Admiral Richardson and all the men and women who are here serving with us. And to Vice Admiral Norman, you know, in American parlance, we have adopted a phrase that our meteorologists first coined, our cool Canadian friends. But I want you to know it now means we think you're cool. And so we appreciate the alliance, we appreciate the friendship, and you are very welcome in New York City. Thank you to the Canadians who are here with us. And a special thank you to two New Yorkers who put their heart and soul into Fleet Week and making it great for everyone. Our Commissioner for the New York City Department of Veterans Services, former Brigadier General Lori Sutton. We thank you, General. And the Executive Director for Citywide Event Coordination and Management makes all these great big events in New York City happen. Michael Paul Carey, thank you for your leadership. The Intrepid means a lot to New Yorkers, but the Intrepid's meant a lot to generations of Americans. I like to tell the story of my father, who, after Pearl Harbor, did what so many brave Americans did and went and volunteered to serve. My dad very much wanted to serve in the Navy, and I had the honor of being on the USS Bataan the other day, and I told people there this is exactly what my dad wanted to experience. The problem was he was my height. And at that point, the Navy wisely believed that someone who's 6'5" or 6'6" wouldn't do so well on a ship like the Intrepid. And he ended up proudly serving in the Army. There we go. But I will tell you, he would say to me, when I'd ask him to talk about his wartime service, he'd talk about the Intrepid and the carriers and the sense that the men of the Army had of the support they received from the Navy, and how they could often look out from where they were fighting and see those Navy ships and know that they were not alone and know that they were protected. So the Intrepid has been a source of inspiration for people fighting at the front line and for all of us here at home. And thank God it was preserved, and we today continue to be inspired by it. Think about what our armed forces have done over the years. Think of what they've achieved. They fought for our independence. They kept this union together. They saved the world from fascism, and today fight so effectively against terrorists. And I remind people that in New York City we have a special understanding of the meaning of terror because we've experienced it firsthand. But it's not just the pain that we've overcome that we remember. It's the fact that here in New York City we're honored to stand as a beacon to the globe of a society where everyone comes together, every faith, every nationality in harmony. Not perfect harmony, but everyday harmony where people work it out and respect each other. It's no secret we came under attack because we represent the exact opposite of everything that the extremists and terrorists are fighting for. They want exclusion and separation. They can't stand the notion of tolerance and understanding and a respect for all faiths. So here in New York City, we're proud to represent the best of American values. We understand we're a target, but we're proud of the fact that our values and our strength are part of what makes us a target. And one thing I can tell you for sure about New Yorkers, we will not be intimidated by terrorists. That I can guarantee you. So we honor today all those we've lost, and we honor what they achieved, and we remember them. We remember them because to this very day they're having such a good impact on our lives, because everything that we enjoy, the freedom we enjoy here and around the world, they in so many ways made possible. Again, for me, it's very personal. In my family and in my wife's family, we had a particular experience because all four of our parents, between my wife and I, all four were involved in the war effort in World War II. It's important to remember that so many women served the war effort too, and my mother did and my wife's mother did. And in our family, that service was treated very reverently. It was considered what we were here to do. And we understood from firsthand experience, from the stories they told, that people were lost. Some were blessed to come back, but so many were lost. Now, we have to take that understanding today and put it into action, because we honor those we lost even in wars long ago. We honor them by respecting and serving those who are serving our nation today. And we honor them by taking care of our veterans. There's an unbroken link going all the way back to the Continental Army. And if we value that history, we can show it by taking care of our veterans today. We're proud in this city that we recognized something that literally did not conform with our American values and aspirations, that there were veterans who were chronically homeless, consistently homeless. Now, President Obama called this whole nation to the mission of ending chronic homelessness among our veterans. And last year in New York City, I'm honored to say we ended the scourge of chronic homelessness for our veterans. And let me say further, if there is any veteran, if there's anyone who served our nation who does not have a home in this city, we guarantee you we will find them one, because they deserve that. We have worked with companies all over the city and the public sector to do something very fundamental: give a veteran a job. You will never find a better employee than a veteran of our armed services. We're recognizing something that no one should flinch at, no one should hesitate to talk about. General Sutton's done such great work in this area, and my wife, our First Lady, Chirlane McCray, is leading the charge. We want to serve the mental health needs of our veterans. We honor their service. Let's honor them by speaking out loud about everything they need and supporting them with their mental health challenges as well. And finally, we're very proud of the fact that this city represents a place that believes in compassion and reaching everyone in need. And to better serve our veterans, we created for the first time in the history of New York City a Department of Veteran Services, so we could lift up all our veterans. So I'll conclude by saying, yes, it is Memorial Day. Yes, it is a day to remember those lost and hold them close in our hearts and be inspired by them and reminded by them of what service means. And now let's every day take that spirit and support all those who serve us so bravely and all those who have. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with a solemn tradition of this museum.
Alright guys, looks like we have no longer been getting this feed, so what I'm going to do is play something else for you. This is from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. This is an event from earlier today, the Laying of the Wreath. Again, Laying of the Wreath, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you right now. Stand by while I get this set up for you. Alright, Memorial Day celebrations continue. This is video from just about an hour ago in DC.
Post the colors. Oh! Up wheel! Hood! Over! Hood!
Ladies and gentlemen, President Obama has arrived and is being greeted by the hosts for today's observance. The Honorable Ashton Carter, Secretary of Defense. General Joseph F. Dunford, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Mr. Patrick K. Hallinan, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Programs. Major General Bradley A. Becker, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington.
Hard! Halt! Present! Present! Oath! Order! Right shoulder. Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, the wreath ceremony is complete. The Memorial Day service will begin shortly. Please move to your seats.
We're going to break.
Advance the colors. Halt! Forward! Forward! Hard time. Left wheel. Forward! Hard! Halt! Present! Oath! Order! Oath! Sounds good. Halt! Left wheel. Forward! 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 Come on. Forward! Forward! March on. Commanders, take charge of your units. Closing zone. Mark. Time. Mark. Forward. Mark. Forward. Mark. Hard. Up. Come out. Peace. Decrease the breath. Mark. Forward. Forward. Peace. Hard. Hard. Pop out. Hey. Hard. Oh. Hard. 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 Forward. Punch. Forward. Forward. Order!
All right, guys, that wraps up that feed. I want to go ahead and take you guys to a tape playback of Obama at the Arlington National Cemetery. This is just a few clips from there.
To the Gold Star families who are here, it's an honor to be with you today on this hallowed ground. As we pause this morning and remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom and security of our great nation, thousands of men and women continue to serve on active duty around the world, many in harm's way. This morning, while we remember and honor the fallen, I'd ask you to keep those still. Almost 40,000 in Korea, over 58,000 in Vietnam, and over 5,000 have been killed in action since 9/11. These statistics are
patriots remembered today across the country provided that security. And so today do the millions of service members, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, active duty, Guard, Reserve, provide that security. They're part of a long heritage which our strength will counter and defeat. Of that we can be certain. But it's also a world of bright opportunities that we'll grab hold of for them and their children. We can be certain of our strength, of our success. We must meet to keep our nation safe and make a better world. Above all, I witness the unending concern he has for our men and women in uniform and their families, their safety, their dignity, their welfare, and the boundless care with which he makes decisions that put them in harm's way. For this, as his Secretary of Defense, please welcome the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Secretary Carter, General Dunford, Mr. Hellman, and General Becker, members of our armed forces, veterans, and most of all our Gold Star families. I'm honored to be with you once again. About that and giving way to silence and sacred words. The chaos and confusion of battle has yielded perfect, precise roads of peace. The Americans who rest here and their families, the best of us, those buried beside privates they led. Americans known as Dad or Mom. Some only known to God. Mr. Hellman, Marine, who then watched over these grounds, has said, everyone here is someone's hero. Called up by a draft board, they embody the best of America. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no greater responsibility than leading our men and women in uniform. I have no more solemn obligation than sending them into harm's way. I think about this every time I do an operation in threat, or the sound of a loved one's letter or email arrival. More than 1 million times in our history, it didn't come. And instead, a car pulled up to the house, and there was a knock on the front door. And the sound of taps floated through a cemetery's trees. For us, the living, those of us who still have it, moms and dads would be so proud of you, and we are too. Truly remembering means that after our produces, but by those it remembers. Not everyone will serve. Not everyone will visit this national sanctuary, but we remember our best in every corner of our country from which they came. We remember them by teaching our children in His name. We revealed ourselves in our words and deeds, but also by the simple act of words. My fellow Americans, today and every day, listen to the stories these Gold Star families and veterans have to tell. Ask about who he or she was, why they volunteered. Of our people in Afghanistan, we pray for them all and for their families. In Iraq, in our fight against ISIL, 3 Americans have given their lives in combat on our behalf. Today I ask you to remember their stories as well. Chuck Cecil was born into a family of veterans, all American athletes and Olympians, he's a gold medalist. Naturalist Charlie and loved Special Warfare Officer Charles Keating IV. Louis Carton was the 6th of 7 children, a Californian with an infectious wit who always had a joke at the ready to help someone get through a tough time. When his siblings ran around the house as kids, his mom Pat would yell after them, "Watch that baby's safety mark." Putting others before himself was what Louis did best. He chose to live in the barracks with his buddies even when he could have taken a house off base. He volunteered to babysit for friends who needed date night. Earned 11 Bronze Stars, 4 for valor. Last October, as ISIL terrorists prepared to execute 70 hostages, Josh and his fellow special ops went in and rescued them. Every single one walked free. We were already dead, one of the hostages said, when God sent us a force from the sky. actually says Josh's memory makes her think about how can she be a better citizen. She hopes it's what other people think about too.
Us to remain to a renewed commitment to our nation and to our patriotic duty. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in place until the President has departed and the colors are retired.
So, folks, did anyone leave a bag? There was a bag that was left on the second row. Okay.
Alright guys, looks like this feed has wraps. We're going to take you to Chappaqua, New York, where the Clintons participated in a Memorial Day parade this morning. Chappaqua, New York.
All you press, over to the side, either side. Spread it out, not just you. All right, that's good. You 2 or 3 abreast, no more.
Now let's get them in the middle.
Yeah. Move it over, guys, move it over.
All right, guys, we're taking you to the Vietnam War Memorial Day service right now. Vietnam Memorial Day service. This is live.
Good morning, or afternoon almost. I'm Karen Cucurella, Deputy Superintendent at the National Mall and Memorial Parks, veterans, family, honored guests. On behalf of the National Park Service, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which was conceived and built on behalf of a grateful nation to honor and to recognize more than 3 million American men and women who served in that conflict. I'd like to offer a special welcome to the veterans and the families who are here with us today. Welcome to your Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I am humbled to spend Memorial Day with you. This memorial is more than 400 sites, actually 411 sites, that the National Park Service oversees, including 85 national battlefields, military parks, and monuments to those who have defended our country. But it is this one that's unique. It's unique among them because it is a living, interactive memorial, as many visitors for many years have honored their friends, their relatives, and even those they've never met by leaving flowers, ribbons, mementos, personal handwritten notes, and other remembrances at the base of this wall, as you can see today. The price of freedom. The price of freedom is displayed not only in the names etched in the black stone of this memorial, but also in the mementos left and in the responses of the visitors, which show how a grateful nation grieves and how it's etched in the heart of the American people. It is also a place of healing where visitors find peace and comfort. Today on Memorial Day, we pause to remember those who, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, gave the last full measure of devotion to their country. 58,315 names have been etched on this wall of the men and women who paid the ultimate price so that we will know peace and freedom. Each and every one of them is a hero. We in the National Park Service, the park rangers, our maintenance crew, the United States Park Police, and our wonderful volunteers in those yellow hats. They are committed to making sure that those that visit this memorial remember them. And it's not just Memorial Day or anniversaries or selected dates. It's throughout the year, like this today. We are here every day of every year, watching over the memorial, passing along the stories of heroism and honoring the sacrifices of those who came before us to the current generation. And the National Park Service, well, we're in the forever business, ensuring this place will be protected and remembered in perpetuity, so that when your grandchildren's grandchildren visit, and their grandchildren after them, well, we're going to still be here, sharing the stories of heroism, explaining how America we know today and the blessings we enjoy as a free people are shaped by the Americans whose names are on this wall. Because of their courage, their willingness to fight and even die, America endures. And we are honored to be entrusted with the care of this memorial to their sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The care and preservation of the memorial site is part of VVMS core mission. Each year, the Department of Defense directs the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund to add names and make status changes to the wall. This year, 8 names were added. That brings the total number of names on the wall to 58,315. And to explain more the change of status, if they were carried as missing in action and they have been confirmed, there have been confirmed deaths, they're now listed as killed in action. Today, we also commemorate 9 status changes in the last year. 9 service members were accounted for and welcomed home with their statuses have been changed on the wall to reflect that. At this time, we'll read the new names, for the first time here at the memorial, by those family members the names of those who have been added to the wall. At this time, I would like the family members who are on the dais to step forward and read the name of their loved one.
Son and brother, my uncle, Lee Andrew Ron, U.S. Marine Corps.
Grandfather, Leonard E. Outlaw, Sr., ENC, U.S. Coast Guard.
Brother, Jeffrey R. Barber, Lance Corporal, U.S. Marine Corps.
Our brother, Michael G. Fry, U.S. Army.
My dad, Jimmy L. Smith, United States Army.
There are three names that were added, and they do not have family members here. I will read those names. Chester A. Letterhouse, Jr., United States Marine Corps. James F. S. McGaw, United States Army. And John D. Stenhouse, United States Marine Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize all of the friends and family of service members who were recently added to the wall. Some are on the dais behind me, and other family members and friends in the audience. If they would please stand at this time, so all of us here may thank you for your loved one's service and sacrifice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I speak for many veterans in saying that we would not be alive today if it were not for the heroic work of men and women of the military medical community of all of our services. Our next speaker is cut from that cloth. Colonel Charlotte Journey, United States Army retired, who will speak on behalf of the Vietnam Women's Memorial, served 28 years in uniform. Included in the many assignments that she had throughout the world was an assignment to the 95th Evacuation Hospital in Da Nang. So she was witness to some of the most difficult sacrifices of our colleagues. Following her career in the military, she achieved success in the private sector, where she has been, she currently serves as a clinical and administrative leadership consultant. Please join me in welcoming Colonel Charlotte Journey.
The iconic sight and sound of the Huey helicopter over Vietnam has different meanings and connotations for those who served. For me, as an Army nurse, and my fellow medical warriors at the 95th Evac Hospital in Da Nang, the Huey with the Red Cross was a signal that there would be sick and wounded coming through our doors. How many casualties? How badly wounded? How many lives would be lost or profoundly changed? Having the mission to conserve the fighting strength, we moved to action as a medical team to repair and mend as best we could. And in the process of becoming desensitized to our situation, fought to maintain our humanity and sense of dignity. We were there to heal others and indoctrinated to suppress feelings that would interfere with being effective at our jobs. At the end of the 12 hours or so of our duty day, in our off time with each other, it did not occur to us to spend it on topics that involved our emotions about our work. It was not in our DNA. However, in retrospect, that did not lighten the gravity of the experience and the lingering memories. It was Christmas Eve, and a young soldier in our intensive care unit who suffered from life-threatening injuries. Despite surgery and constant care, we were unable to keep him alive. It was humbling to be with him and take care of him during his final hours. He shared with me that just prior to his last battle, he had received the news about his firstborn child, a son. His name is on this wall, and he did not die alone. The young pilot who was evacuated to us with a depressed skull fracture after his helicopter crashed. He was placed in critical care on our neurosurgery ward and is remembered in part because I was able to follow up with him at Walter Reed. Upon admission, he was comatose and exhibiting other signs of brain injury. During the time he was waking up, he thought he was in a POW camp because all he could see were our Vietnamese patients, ARVN soldiers, and civilians caught in raids. During his wake-up period, he remembered that I was the first person to approach him, relief when he saw an American and a woman at that. I introduced myself as Captain Journey, told him where he was, what had happened to him, and that we would take good care of him. The story continued at Walter Reed, where I was able to track his rehabilitation and discharge from the hospital. There are 8 military women on the roll call of those who died in Vietnam. 7 are Army Nurse Corps officers. Lieutenant Colonel Annie Graham, Chief Nurse, 91st Evac, Tui Hua, and First Lieutenant Pamela Donovan, Alston, Massachusetts, 85th Evac, Quin Yon, died of natural causes. First Lieutenant Sharon Lane, Canton, Ohio, died from shrapnel wounds during a rocket attack while at her post at the 312th Evac, Chulai. Second Lieutenant Carol Ann Drosba, Dunmore, Pennsylvania, Second Lieutenant Elizabeth Jones, Allendale, South Carolina, were assigned to the 3rd Field Hospital, Saigon, and died in a helicopter crash near Saigon. Captain Eleanor Alexander, Westwood, New Jersey, 85th Evac. First Lieutenant Hedwig Orlowski, Detroit, Michigan, 67th Evac, Quin Yon. Both of these Army nurses had been sent to a hospital in Pleiku to help during a push. Their plane crashed upon their return trip to Quin Yon. Air Force Captain Mary Klinker of Lafayette, Indiana, was assigned to Clark Air Base in the Philippines and the flight nurse on the C-5A Galaxy that crashed outside of Saigon during Operation Baby Lift on April 4th, 1975. The mission of this flight was to transport hundreds of Vietnamese American orphans out of country to homes in the United States. Young women outside of the uniformed services also felt the call to go to Vietnam to engage in humanitarian or public service endeavors and are wounded or killed as a result of crossfire or accidents while performing their duties with the Red Cross, U.S. government agencies in various support roles, missionaries, and 2 journalists. 4 women were taken as POWs. 3 died during capture, and 1 is still listed as a POW. More than 50 women civilians also died in Vietnam. Their names are not on this wall, but we remember them today as well. The sacrifices of these women are commemorated at the Vietnam Women's Memorial. It is the first monument on the National Mall that honors American women for their patriotic service, achievement, courage, and sacrifice. It serves as a symbolic placeholder for women and is in the company of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, FDR, King Jr., and the many other heroes and patriots in our history. Thank you for the honor and privilege to be part of this Memorial Day service.
Thank you very much, Colonel Journey. I now have the pleasure of introducing today's keynote speaker. If the gentleman to my right, seated at my right, looks familiar to many of you, he should. He's been in over 40 motion pictures. If the realism that he has brought to his roles and the realism that he's brought to the combat films that he has assisted in production with, it's because he learned from firsthand experience. Captain Dale Dye graduated as a cadet officer from Missouri Military Academy and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in January 1964. He served in Vietnam in 1965 and 1967 through 70. He is a veteran of 31 major combat operations. He emerged from the war highly decorated and seriously wounded. He was awarded 3 Purple Hearts, Bronze Star Medal for Valor, and at least 3 other valorous awards. He spent 13 years as an enlisted Marine, and by the talent he demonstrated, he was offered the opportunity to attend Officer Candidate School, and he did so, and went on to serve in a variety of roles as an officer in the Marine Corps before he retired. When he retired, he became a successful businessman. He is the founder of Warriors, Inc., the leading military consultancy firm to motion pictures and television. His firm has worked in more than 50 movies and TV shows, some of which I'm sure you're familiar with, Platoon, Saving Private Ryan, and the series Band of Brothers. He and his firm have worked closely with directors and actors on almost every major combat film to come out of Hollywood in the last 22 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce a very successful businessman, and more importantly than that, a courageous Marine.
Leave it to a general officer to overstate the case, but thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, my brothers and sisters who share with me the distinction of being among America's ever-dwindling number of Vietnam veterans, thank you for having me here today. I guess getting me sometimes is like herding cats. But they managed to herd this cat into a corner, and here I am today. It is a great honor, and I'm humbled to stand with you today before this great memorial that we have all simply come to know as the Wall. For some of you, I imagine it's your first visit. If that's the case, I don't imagine it'll be your last. For others, it's a familiar sojourn, another opportunity to come and visit with familiar names that are engraved on that black marble. I've been here many times, sometimes with fellow survivors from my units in Vietnam, and other times by myself, where I can spend some more personal time with the memories of men who I knew and loved, and whose only legacy is a single line among more than 58,000 lines on that wall. You see, for those of us who understand the importance of this great memorial to our nation and to a generation of veterans who had to fight 2 wars, one in the jungles and the mountains, the rice paddies of Vietnam, and another war here at home for recognition and for respect among a population divided by political controversy. So for those of us who experienced that, this is hallowed ground. And like all special places, all holy places to us, we approach it with great respect. And I think we approach it with a certain trepidation, a certain sense that even those of us who served and survived are somehow just not worthy to stand in the shadows of those who paid the ultimate price when they were called to serve their nation. I recall distinctly how nervous, frightened I was to come here myself. In fact, I never got here until a full decade after this memorial was dedicated. My first visit happened on a day in 1994. I was serving as the military advisor to the cast and crew of a movie called Forrest Gump. Some of you may have seen it. We were shooting scenes of anti-war protesters right over here by the reflecting pool. And as I told the cast and crew about how turbulent those times were from my own experience, because of all things, after 3 tours in Vietnam, they sent me right here to Washington. Perfect. So as I was telling them about this, one of the crew dogs, who was himself a Vietnam veteran, came to me and he said, "Hey," pointed in the distance, he said, "Have you been over to the wall?" And I said, "No, I think that's too painful. There's a lot of names on that wall of dead men that are still alive in my memories." Well, nothing much more was said until the next day at lunchtime, when I was surrounded by a contingent of cast and crew, including the star of our show, Forrest Gump himself, Tom Hanks. And they got me by the elbows and they marched me over here to this wall. And then they stood by silently and respectfully while I made that pilgrimage. I can't describe for you, I just don't have the words to tell you the emotions that raged through me on that day. Those of you who've had your own first visit experience don't need me to tell you about that anyway. I thought a lot about that visit and all the other visits that followed subsequently every time business brought me here to Washington. And here's what I've learned. For those of us who served in Vietnam and survived, visiting this memorial carries a tremendous emotional impact. And that impact goes well beyond just remembering, reliving part of our past, reliving a bit of our misspent youth, whispering a prayer for someone we knew, or whispering a prayer for all the ones we didn't know, but who shared in common with us service in a long, bloody, and brutal war. I think I know why this memorial has such a tremendous impact on us. And frankly, it lies right in that polished marble surface that our Park Service keeps so nice. You see, as we stand there reading the names of our honored dead, for those of us who served and survived, there is a whisper in the air. And that whisper says, it could have been me. And if we're grieving for someone that we knew personally, that we knew and loved when he was killed, sometimes that whisper is, it should have been me. You see, the answer lies in that polished black surface that is so striking and so unique among all of America's war memorials. Because as we stand in front of this memorial, we see our reflection. And it's as though we're there again. It's as though we're standing once again in ranks with our honored dead. It's as though we're humping the boonies and the badlands, just as we did in Vietnam, with them again. As though we're once again with our brothers and sisters, marching as a tight, tough outfit toward that inevitable muster at the last fire base. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund is trying to expand on that experience. For those of us who survived, for the families of those who were killed, for our families, and for the millions of people who visit this memorial from around the world, because they're trying to honor Vietnam veterans who were so often dishonored when they returned home. We must support that effort, just as we must dedicate ourselves to ensuring that no other generation of American veterans returning from difficult and controversial wars in the Middle East and elsewhere around the globe ever experience the ignoble return home that we did. At times like this, I like to think about the Lincoln Memorial. I like to reflect on President Abraham Lincoln. I like to think about the words that he said at Gettysburg in 1863, because they're as appropriate here today as they were when he spoke them at Gettysburg. They're appropriate because the people who sacrificed and gave it all in Vietnam, they did that to preserve liberty and freedom for the people of South Vietnam. So they're as appropriate now as they were during the dark days of our own Civil War. Lincoln alluded to the unfinished business that Civil War veterans had begun in service to their nation. He said that those honored dead gave the last full measure of devotion. And so did every one of the veterans on that wall. We must never forget that. And we must never forget what else Lincoln said in closing the Gettysburg Address. And he said, "We must highly resolve that these honored dead shall not have died in vain, and that there will be in this nation, under God, a new birth of freedom. There will be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people." Those are high ideals. For such ideals and for such concepts, that's why we served. That's why our men and women serve today. That's why it is sometimes necessary for us to die. We need to remember that. And we need to remember every day that we draw breath in this greatest nation on earth, that it's because of the service and sacrifice of our veterans, the people who are listed on this wall. Folks, you've been terrific for giving me your time and attention here in all this heat. I feel like I'm in a Baptist church service with all the fans going on here. I know it's hot, but what I respect is the heat that's in your belly and in your heart, because you're here, because you understand. I thank you for that. And I wish you, I'll be right with you. Without taking any longer than I should, I wish you a very, very happy and thoughtful Memorial Day. Thanks for having me with you.
Thank you very much, Dale, for those very inspiring words. At this point, would the representatives of the organizations laying wreaths today please come forward while our wreath bearers get into position? I'd like to take a moment to tell you about VVMS. While they're doing that, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about VVMF's Wall of Faces. In 2009, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund began an effort to put a face to every name on the wall. Today, we have collected more than 46,000 photos. 11 states are complete. We have some incredible volunteers around the country, some of which are here today, some of whom are here today, who have helped with this effort, and I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the VVMF and the families of the names on the wall for everything that they have done. I ask you this one favor on behalf of the VVMF. If you are aware that a photo is missing, that we need a photo of someone that you knew and served in Vietnam, please contact us and let us know and help us to acquire a photo. Once again, the goal is to get a photo for every face listed, every name listed on the wall. I'd also like to invite all of you to our memory ceremony on June 18th this year. We'll have one of our largest ceremonies ever, inducting 312 Vietnam veterans into the Memory Honor Roll. It is our way to honor Vietnam veterans whose lives were cut short due to their service in Vietnam, but are not eligible according to the Department of Defense criteria to be on the wall. I hope you can join us on June 18th to honor this year's inductees. Now allow me to direct your attention to the representatives of several of our nation's leading veteran service organizations, and for many years they've joined us our tradition of laying wreaths at the Vietnam Memorial in honor of the fallen, those who gave the last full measure of devotion to our nation and the cause of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome bagpiper Chris Jackson, who will be playing Amazing Grace as the wreaths are laid. And once all the wreaths are laid, please continue standing for the playing of taps by Staff Sergeant Adrian Doctor, United States Army. We'll begin with the National Park Service, Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, Vietnam Women's Memorial, and the Gold Star Wives of America. American Gold Star Mothers, Military Order of the Purple Heart, Paralyzed Veterans of America, 5th Battalion, 7th Cavalry Association, Vietnam Veterans of America, Sons and Daughters in Touch, America's Gold Star Children, Associates of Vietnam Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, the American Legion, Scottish American Military Society, Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, Veterans of Vietnam Motorcycle Club of Maryland, Vietnam Veterans Wall Trip Committee, Amerasians Without Borders, Verizon Corporation Veterans Advisory Board, Veterans for Peace, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock PTSD class, Washington, D.C., VA Medical Center, Swords to Plowshares Memorial Bell Tower, 25th Infantry Division Association, American Veterans, the Intruder Association, the 28th Infantry Regiment, like to ask you to please remain in place until the honor guard has departed. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, let me encourage each of you to reach out and thank and honor veterans and their families, not just on Memorial Day, but every day of the year. Thank you all for coming. This concludes our ceremony for today.
All right, guys, we have some breaking news. The White House is on lockdown. They're giving us no additional information other than the fact that the White House is on lockdown. Here's a lot live images coming in from Washington, D.C. Suspicious package is what I'm seeing be reported on some outlets. Again, White House is on lockdown.
I mean, he's here. He's already. I assume he's in the White House. Yeah. So what do you guys over here? What are you guys watching over there? Someone threw something over the fence, so they're trying to figure out what it is. Oh, I see. Yeah. They can get help. They can get like hope. Well, you can walk right up to that fence. See the black fence that's there? Right there, yeah. You can walk right up to that. Someone threw something over. Yeah. So what is this already open? Oh yeah, this is normally open. They put this up because of that. Oh yeah. Really? Yes. Yes. Sir, today's people also is open. Oh really? I suppose you want to go up and see the White House, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, give it an hour or so, and it'll be open. Okay. They'll take care of it. You're welcome.
Again, guys, you're looking at live images of the White House. The White House is on lockdown. We don't have a lot of information right now, very limited information right now. I'm going to go ahead and do a Twitter search for you, see if I can get any additional information. White House on security lockdown. Many tweets on the internet saying it's because of a suspicious package. Again, a suspicious package outside the White House has resulted in the lockdown of the White House.
That's the thing to watch for. That's right. Yes. Okay? Yeah, I can do it, but obviously you're not going to have a shot of what's happening.
Again, guys, you are looking at live images coming in from the White House in Washington, D.C. The White House is on lockdown. Reports of a suspicious package. We have very limited information right now. We are bringing you these live images coming in courtesy of Fox in D.C.
I just want to make sure because I can't keep, I can't keep rolling. I've already been here almost 2 hours. I'm running out of cards. I think I got some more batteries coming, but okay. Well, I won't take it down. All right, thank you.
Again, guys, the White House is on lockdown. We have limited information. We are seeing activity, though, coming in live from Washington, D.C. We're going to continue to bring you guys this feed for as long as they send us this feed right here on News Now.
I didn't want water. I'm gonna go back and get you one. No, not right now. I see, yeah. My memory is not great. Sorry. Justified. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. Better well use it. Well. I never remember Dan Tuffin having a debt of $2 from anybody. Oh, good. Yeah, I know. I'm on the hill giving Hey, they're walking. This guy's walking down there now. Yeah, it's behind the trees. They're still going down further. behind that tree. Can you see him, Brian? Michel? Michel? Oh, that tree is just blocking. I can't do it. Can you see him, Gary? Yeah. Better off setting up. If you can go that, they're right down there, and there's trees blocking right here of the shot of them
I'm
doing.
just gonna move around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just letting you know.
Thank you.
Walk down back toward the office. I'll see if I can get a clear shot. And then just pick up a little bit on the way back. All right. Yep. Bye.
Two different things going on here.
Got it.
Yeah, those guys are standing out by that cruiser because you can barely see it. You can barely see it. From 9 to, yeah. Can you put a sign up? Brian probably remembers this back in the very time. We made a sign down 4579. Right, what's the number? None of your business. Oh, you're good. So what was it? Somebody chucked something over the fence? Can you see those folks over there?
Over there? I'm trying to. I cannot get a shot of them.
Yeah, you're probably right where the leaves are. You're right probably in front of the leaves. Because I'm on the tail end. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now I see. Oh, I see if I get really low.
It might be wide open on the other side of Billy.
If I get really, really low. I see them.
Oh, really? Billy's not bad. No, I gotta get it. Just block it. There's too much. Yeah, come back over here. He's got like at least 2 Yeah, you can see him pretty. They're testing something or shaking something up. Well, nowadays they're not pushing. Yeah, right.
Alright guys, I'm going to cut out of this because there is a police pursuit in Los Angeles happening right now. Let's go ahead and take the feed from our sister station. Again, a vehicle pursuit in Southern California. Southgate specifically.
Many years ago, but obviously we can't hear the sirens here unless somebody on the ground can communicate that to us.
I would imagine that they are, just in general, to warn and, you know, just for the safety of others that might be on the roadway to perhaps alert them that this pursuit is going on.
You know, here's the thing about a pursuit, as you know, Vinny, and you know, Bobby, as well. Everyone is different. They all kind of look the same, but then they're all different, and you never can think you know what the driver's going to do.
Right. And I don't think half the time the driver knows what they're going to do.
These people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some pedestrians there on the sidewalk.
Watch! Look out! Oh, spike strip. He drove around
there.
it.
Wow.
He drove around it. Yeah.
Wow. That's quite dangerous, Vinny. You see how they try to deploy that spike strip. The guy's in the middle of the intersection.
Okay, look out.
All right, look out here now.
And going through now another major intersection here. But wow. To just go get right in front of the vehicle to try and throw the spike strip right in front of him. Yeah, quite dangerous for that individual that tries to do that.
I thought it was a pedestrian crossing the street.
Yeah.
And but it wasn't.
Okay, so one attempt here to deploy some spike strips, which was not successful. This pursuit of a stolen vehicle, which began in Southgate around 45 minutes ago, still continuing on, going on area freeways, and now through in a residential and then in industrial area, at least 5 police cruisers in pursuit. We also know that there is an airship up above, but this car now picking up some speed. Very dangerous maneuvers by this driver. Has been blowing through many intersections and going on the wrong side of the road, as you're seeing right here. Just seemingly going in an aimless direction.
Aimless, but within a certain circumscribed area, Bobby. He hasn't gone very far afield from that. Basically doing a circular thing in the same areas, the same freeways, some of the same residential streets. Although I don't know if he's been on this one before.
Right. One of the benefits to this happening for the police at this time, just during a holidays, that the streets are relatively clear, and so a little bit of a safer situation, although we've seen many dangerous situations.
You can only imagine how it would have been with lots of traffic.
Lots of traffic.
Yeah.
Well, also, it's enabled this guy to go pretty much unchecked for a very long period of time.
Vinny, he's traveling at a relatively slow route.
Slower speed, yes.
Yeah.
I've noticed that. Oh, here we are, an on-ramp.
Approaching Imperial, now back onto an on-ramp, and looks like he is
Okay,
going
this
to
is
get
the
back on the
710 freeway, southbound side, 710.
So this is what, his third time on the 710? His fourth time?
Oh, at least, yes.
So as long as this also continues, you know, we're looking at...
All concentrated in the same area.
All concentrated in the same area. As long as it continues here, we're looking at just past 11:30 now. Memorial Day holiday. Lots of folks will now start to get on the roadway, and I imagine that the freeways and streets will get a lot more congested as people go to their Memorial Day destinations. It will definitely get busier. But right now, all of those police cars in pursuit of this vehicle, and it looks like a pretty open freeway on the 710.
This poses a pretty good situation for the CHP. Of course, now he's exiting here at the 105, I believe, freeway. because there are so many police vehicles down there, they could do a kind of a rolling roadblock and then attempt a pit maneuver if all the traffic was cleared out. But again, at high speeds, a pit maneuver is a very, very dangerous maneuver for both the occupant of the stolen car and for the CHP or the police officer trying to do the pit maneuver. You're talking 60, 70 miles an hour. It'll toss a vehicle for quite a ways.
So obviously, so right now the police cars in pursuit, they have been authorized for a pit maneuver, but that hasn't...
What did he just hit something? What's going on here?
Yeah, what is that?
What was that?
Something flew out the, either hit something on the road or flew out the window. Oh, he's throwing stuff out the window.
Oh. So now the driver is throwing stuff out the window. Looked like quite a bit of stuff that he was throwing out the window at the police cruisers behind them.
Paper or something.
Paper, napkins or something?
Okay. Yeah, it's either that or checks or some sort of small pieces of paper. Okay, here comes some more. Let's see if I can get in closer. Whoops.
Yeah, there goes more.
So yeah, there he goes again. Just throwing, almost just looks like paper or...
You can only imagine, speculate why he's doing it. And this is a stolen vehicle. That's the report as a stolen vehicle.
That's where I keep my napkins, down that little pocket over there. So
in a stolen vehicle.
Well, not in a stolen vehicle, but... so he's reaching down, just throwing things into the wind at the officers that are in pursuit, whatever he can find inside the stolen vehicle, inside the various pockets of this car.
We have people thinking maybe he's reading it and then throwing it. Now take a look.
It looks like he's reaching and then throwing. So he's been circling this very same area for quite some time, and now really bizarre behavior here as the driver just continues on and now is just throwing things out the window at the cars, at the police cars behind him. The pursuit underway now for probably about 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, about 50 minutes or so since we got the report of a stolen vehicle. And it's been going on ever since then. You also started bringing up questions. In the stolen vehicle, the driver doesn't know how much fuel he's got.
True.
Until he starts. So that always could possibly be an issue as this thing goes longer and longer.
And there have been many pursuits that have ended that way, in which the driver just didn't stop, and then they just simply ran out of gas.
Pretty much how the Indy 500 ended yesterday.
Pretty much still an open road here for this driver.
And there's a good reason. There's a good reason for that, Bobby. As you see, the CHP has now kind of occupied all the lanes. I would say stay tuned for some sort of action coming up here. We're on the 105 and we're in Downey right now, heading toward the end of the 105 where it ends at the 605 freeway.
Vinny, let me cut in for a moment here. We have word that they're going to set up a spike strip on the 605. He's heading toward the 605 right now, so we will see.
Heading toward the 605, so no telling which direction he's going to go. I would imagine they might set up one up on either side of the 605.
We saw an attempt earlier when an officer ran out on the street, threw it out, and pulled it back, and he drove around it.
That in a residential / industrial area, and now here on the freeway, they will attempt to do this. This driver has been behaving in a very bizarre way, throwing paper outside the window, and prior to that, we saw him as he tried to squeeze in between two vehicles, slam into a car, and cars have just been trying to get out of the way on this Memorial Day holiday. And now looks like he's transitioning onto another freeway here. We'll see if they are able to deploy the spike strips here.
This is the transition to the northbound 605 here.
And as we said, Vinny, an open road here, so it looks like obviously any of the vehicles that are behind them, they've got that covered. They can keep those cars back, but out in front it looks like an open road here.
Right, that's exactly what they're doing. They're blocking all lanes so that he has no option and that nobody else can run over the spike strips. So let's see what happens here. Okay, he's making his way back into the main lanes of the northbound 605 here.
All right, transitioning now to the northbound 605, again with other vehicles in the lanes there. And lots of cars still in pursuit.
I didn't see any of the officers or anybody out there with the spike strips, so I'm not sure that they actually deployed them there.
You know, if we were doing the traffic report, Vinny, you would say it is wide open.
It's a holiday light. And of course, we get speeds, very high speeds, and when we do have an accident, it can be pretty bad. Okay, let's see. CHPs looks like they're trying to occupy all the lanes again.
All right, you have to wonder all the cars, all the drivers in front,
Oh,
seeing
God.
this cavalry of police cruisers
And having no idea what this is.
pulling up on right up behind you.
Wonder
right?
what the what the event is. Or is there a ramp coming up here? Is there an exit ramp? Or is he just
We're coming up to the 5 freeway here in just a few minutes, or a few seconds, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so the northbound
As a matter of
605
fact,
freeway coming up on the 5.
Here's the 5 freeway underneath here.
And you see the cars there on the roadway. They're doing the right thing. They kind of just go to the right side. Slow. They should slow to a stop, but probably unaware of what's going on right now. Several police cruisers there you see in pursuit of this stolen vehicle.
Well, we have seven of them out there, and it looks like they've occupied every lane.
All right, guys, we're going to take you to a cleaner feed of this police pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. And I just looked out the window here, and I think there's 8 police cruisers. And you can see they're doing a traffic break back here, the very last cruiser. Safely, exactly. You know, a lot of times people will say, well, why don't they just shoot his tires out? Well, that doesn't work, folks. That's only a Hollywood stunt. The real fact of the matter is that they don't want anybody to get hurt, and I've seen people definitely get hurt in these over the 25 years I've been doing this. It's a stupid maneuver, folks. Don't try this at home. Yes, it is. We're coming back up into the Pico Rivera area, which is where we originally, the pursuit started in Southgate and then went its way up here into the Pico Rivera area, and now it's coming back up the 605 into that same area again. It looks like he's doing freeway speeds, because if you look at some of the traffic that is on the freeway, they're driving, normal, and of course you've got a whole raft of CHP officers back there, so you're not going to be breaking the speed limit. But look at the traffic he's going by. He's not whizzing by them at any excessive speed. But he is going faster than the surrounding traffic, if you notice there. In Southgate. We understood it started in Southgate, and originally the Southgate Police Department were the ones that were in pursuit of this individual. And now it's because I think the fact that it's gone so long and it's on and off the freeways constantly, CHP has taken over. There was one CHP helicopter and one sheriff's helicopter, but I haven't seen either one of those lately. I don't know if they're even still here on it. As you can see, the numbers of the vehicles from the CHP police vehicles are increasing. Almost at every corner we pick up another cruiser. Right, we're just opposite Rose Hill Cemetery here. I'll zoom out. It's over here on the right side of the screen is Rose Hill Cemetery, and it's heading up north here past Pico Rivera, past Whittier Boulevard. Now we're coming up. The next freeway will be the 60 freeway.
Alright guys, Samia here. I see some of you guys are tweeting me. I appreciate the tweets coming in. Again, you're looking at a live car chase from Southern California. This specifically is in Whittier as of right now. It started in Southgate. We've been watching as this vehicle drives on the 605 northbound. We know he's approaching the 60 freeway shortly, approaching the Hacienda Heights, El Monte area, currently going through Whittier.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen numerous pursuits go on like this, and then suddenly he starts slowing down and rolls to a stop, and then it becomes a standoff situation. But right now, we don't know how much fuel he's got, and he probably doesn't care either, other than the fact that he's rolling along. We just crossed the 60 freeway here now, coming up through Avocado Heights, and heading, the next freeway will be the 10 freeway. Not since we've joined the pursuit. We heard, oh, he's getting off the freeway here. It's taken a transition to, that's a surface street down here. And this would be in the, trying to see where we are, Baldwin Park. Valley, we're getting off at Valley Boulevard here. And, okay, now we've got a lot of traffic in front. Just a little while ago, we did see him push his way through a bunch of cars that were stopped for a light. And we'll see what he's going to try to do. Okay. Left shoulder here. This, oh, look out, there's a kid on a bike. Guy in a This is where it gets very dangerous. The freeway is one sort of danger, but here on city streets, where, you know, like we just saw, people on bicycles, pedestrians, multitude of cars turning left and right. This is a whole different level of danger here to the public. Yeah, this is, again, like I said, it's going to get interesting when he runs into a lot of traffic, because we know that he will push his way through whatever gets in his way. Well, that's true. However, it's just going to take one little slip, and somebody could get hurt. We're now coming into...
Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed of a stolen Kia Sorento. Again, this pursuit started over an hour ago. 10:38 a.m. Now it's 11:51 a.m.
The street is relatively free of traffic, at least on this side, the side that he's on. So this lends itself an opportunity for the CHP to pull a pit maneuver here when they get a stretch of open road where there aren't any other vehicles around. But it looks as though every time CHP gets close, he speeds away. So I don't know if you'll see a pit maneuver or not, but somehow or other this has got to come to a conclusion soon. Okay, now here's an example. Totally blocked intersection, cross traffic, wrong side of the road, cross traffic, and okay, everybody's paying attention. Good. Yeah, very logical and probably an absolute fact. We're now on 7th Street south from Valley Boulevard there. This is... Okay, and no, I was just going to say another intersection, and he didn't have the light, so it ran through another red light. Is exactly what you were saying, Steve. Somebody's back there counting infractions. Yeah, we did. We saw him hit another car. Yes, it's two. Well, we're coming up, this is going to be interesting, we're coming up on an on-ramp to the westbound 60. We'll see if he jumps on it here. It's right there, upper left part of your screen. And it appears he's not going to. He's continuing southbound on 7th. Okay. It's on the 60 now, eastbound. It's a transition road here on the 60 eastbound in the City of Industry. Well, let's see. We dealt with the 105, the 605, the 710, now the 60. That's 4 of them. Yeah, he didn't get on the 5. No, we crossed over that on the northbound 605 there in Santa Fe Springs. I'm going to zoom out here a little bit wider or let them pass out of the. You can see the traffic knows what's going on here. They're holding back, so there's a complete free, clear freeway here. We wouldn't be surprised if they attempt to do a spike strip here coming up at one of the underpasses or overpasses here on the 60. I heard that they were going to attempt to do one of them at Imperial Highway at the overpass there, and I did not see that. Of course, if it's an underpass, you wouldn't be able to see if they threw the spike strip or not. But I don't believe they did. I think there was too much traffic to effectively throw it and then pull it back fast enough to get it out of the way, so the CHP vehicles wouldn't run over it also. Is it me, or does he look like he's slowing down? Yeah, he's slower than it was, and I got the impression that it looked like he was slowing down there for a little bit, but evidently that's a false impression here on my part. Now I also noticed now there's a lot of CHP vehicles showing up on the on and off ramps along the freeway here to block access to any other passenger cars or vehicles getting on the freeway. So I wouldn't be surprised that something happens here very shortly. As I look out the window and look ahead, there's almost, the freeway's almost totally empty in front of him. I don't know if I can pan up that way a little bit here. As you can see, the eastbound side, there's very, very few vehicles on the eastbound side.
Samia here, just chiming in. Obviously, the freeways are unlike typical days in Southern California because it is Memorial Day, so there's obviously less traffic than you typically find on a LA freeway on a Monday.
'60 freeway, yes, he just passed under Nogales here.
Again, guys, this police pursuit has gone on for almost an hour and a half now. It started just after 10:30, I believe, in the Southgate area. Now we've been watching, we've been tuning in here on News Now for about a half an hour. We watched as this Kia Sorento, stolen Kia Sorento, was on the freeway, got off the freeway, now back on the freeway. I know I got a tweet from one of our viewers, 420 Patriot, saying, why would he steal a Kia of all things? Really makes you think. I jokingly replied, it's probably because LeBron James drives a Kia. I don't know if you guys saw any of those LeBron James Kia commercials while watching the NBA playoffs over the weekend or over the course of the last week, but just my thought. Again, if you guys have anything that you want to say regarding this police pursuit, I know a lot of people commenting on the fact that the driver was throwing things out of the window earlier. I was getting tweets regarding that as well. You guys can go ahead and tweet me. My Twitter handle is at the bottom of your screen. It's in the lower third. Tweet comments at SamiaFox10. The vehicle is now in Hacienda Heights. I am not sure which freeway it is currently traveling on. My guess is that it's traveling on the 60 freeway in Southern California because that freeway is adjacent to Hacienda Heights. Perhaps when we hear from the helicopter reporter out in LA, we will get confirmation of that. My guess is it is the 60 freeway traveling eastbound.
It looks as though he's going to stay on the 60 freeway here, where it makes the transition for that short period of time here in Diamond Bar, where it becomes the 57 freeway, 57/60 freeway. So we can add another freeway to our list. It appears now that he's going to stay with the northbound, the northbound 60, which transitions to an eastbound direction right here at the 57 split. Let me zoom out a little bit here and I'll show you that. The transition there is the 57 is going off to the left, and the 60 eastbound is going up to the top of the screen here, and he's elected to stay on the 60 eastbound.
Want to go ahead and read some of the tweets coming in. Art asking if I can comment on how exceptional the handling skills are of this Kia since he has dodged 3 traps at high speeds. I will say, though, every time we do cover a high-speed chase, you really do get to see how well these vehicles maneuver. So that is an interesting observation, Art. Would I personally drive a Kia? Well, that's a discussion for a different day and time. I personally am a Volkswagen loyalist. I see MJW saying, I'm laying in bed watching from England, love it, never see anything like this here. MJW, it's not so much of a car culture out in the UK, at least not compared to what it's like in Los Angeles. So that would be my analysis of that. Stephen Bullock tweeting me saying the suspect is on the phone with CHP. And Browns to the Bone saying, great coverage, love the LeBron James reference, used to live in LA, now in Ohio. Well, Browns to the Bone, I figure I had to make the LeBron James Kia reference because I had tweeted on my personal account over the weekend, come on guys, does LeBron actually drive a Kia? After I saw him in a Kia commercial while watching Game 6 on Saturday night. So, you know, 2 Kia encounters in just a couple days, I had to make the connection. Jimmy Johnson saying that driver has made a really big decision in doing this. His mom's going to freak out when she finds out. Jason Nugent saying what started it. We know that it is a stolen vehicle, Jason. Steve saying it's going past Chino Hills now. I'm going to go ahead and update the lower third because he is traveling on the 60, meaning he has now left Diamond Bar. Thank you for that reference, Steve. And Volkswagen Loyals, why do you hate the environment? Vess, I've been driving the Volkswagen for 9 years, and I don't have the one that destroys the environment. I don't have the one that broke any of the emission standards, so I'm good.
The lanes behind him. The traffic is quite thin behind him here. I'll zoom out again. You see, they've managed to slow it way down so that there's nothing behind him. So. It's a waiting game as far as the CHP and the authorities are concerned. They've got all day, all night, however long it takes. And as the other option action is that the individual in the car is going to eventually run out of fuel. However, we can always send in 3 or 4 more CHP vehicles, which will be topped off and won't run out of fuel. So it's a no-win situation for that individual. Still eastbound on the 60 through Pomona, right? Now this becomes interesting because it's a very, very straight, let me zoom out here, very straight and clear freeway up ahead here. That's the 60 freeway off toward the 15. So, see if I can find it again. There it is. Exactly, and with 7 or 8 CHP officers down here on the freeway blocking traffic, they're supposed to be doing something else other than running down the freeway, blocking danger from the public. It's a lot of resources, like you said, Steve, tied up for just this one individual. Okay, transition. Yeah, she seems to do that when he gets off the freeways. Okay, luckily this intersection is open. Okay, turning northbound. I'm not exactly sure what street that is. It's on, I understand it's Central Avenue. Now I'm going to guess he's going to jump right back on the freeway and go westbound now.
Right, I want to go ahead and read a few more of your tweets that are coming in. Getting lots of tweets, lots of notifications. Those of you who enjoyed my LeBron James reference, I just retweeted the tweet that I posted on my personal account, making reference to the fact that the suspect probably took the Kia because he was inspired by those LeBron James commercials. If you like it, feel free to retweet that or give it a like. In the meantime, I do want to read some of the tweets coming in. Mason saying watching police chases is like watching an oversized cat and mouse game, only it's not a game. Jason wants to know, why are the cops so far behind? Lady Schubert asking, why would anyone do all of this just for a Kia? Nathan saying, watching from England, this was something like out of Grand Theft Auto. Rob asking, in your professional car chase opinion, does this guy have a shot at making it to Mexico? Well, Rob, he could make it to Mexico. The problem is he's not on a freeway. He's not traveling in the direction of Mexico. If he was traveling on the 5 southbound or the 405 southbound, then he could indeed eventually get to Mexico, but it seems like he is now on the 60 westbound, heading back towards downtown Los Angeles. Broadway saying, yes, LeBron drives a Kia, although you could have said Blake Griffin since he's an LA Clipper. Logical reference, Broadway. Shin saying, all jokes aside, this looks like Kobe's retirement lap. Come on, Tommy and Fox 10, you have to mention my tweet on the air, Pelican Armory. Pelican Armory? Oh, because Pelican had previously tweeted that he was, or she was only watching because Samia Fox 10 sounds really sexy. Okay, well, thank you for the flattery, Pelican. I'm getting through my morning with some coffee. Lady Schubert wondering if and when any of the cars will run out of fuel or the helicopters. You know, lady, sometimes helicopters do run out of fuel. I've covered police chases that have gone on for so long that the vehicle had left the entire LA, Southern California market, and it was getting towards Vegas, and we couldn't have the chopper go that far, so it had to stop. So there have been moments like that where the chopper does indeed have to stop coverage, whether it's because of dizziness or whether it's because it has to refuel. Now, that is an SUV. I don't know if the pursuit started when the Kia was at a full tank or if it was a half tank. I'm not really sure. Forgive us for some of these technical difficulties. This is the feed coming in from Los Angeles. Again, now this vehicle in the Chino area, from what I understand. I'm going to go ahead and read a couple more tweets coming in from you guys. Spartacus saying this is absolute madmen. Giovanni saying, why don't we make electric police cars? Will saying, I think the police might be watching for the van to run out of gas. It's an SUV, not a van, but it does look like a van from here. Lady Schubert, I want to know what grade of school this person dropped out during. Ray asking, why don't they shoot at him? Because if he's not armed or visibly armed, they can't, I guess, Ray. Don't follow me asking, have you ever seen the bad guy get away ever? I personally haven't seen the bad guy get away, but I'm sure a bad guy has gotten away in history at some point during a police pursuit. There's got to be one time at least where he has gotten away. Again, Giovanni reiterating, why don't we make electric police cars for these types of chases? Matthew Else watching in the UK. Pelican Armory, you're welcome for the tweet reference. Lady Schubert, doesn't Fox have more than one helicopter? I don't have the answer to that, lady. I do not work for Fox in Los Angeles. I work for Fox in Phoenix. Lady also saying, why do these chases always remind me of OJ? Well, because he led police on the most high-profile chase of all time. So that's probably why, Lady Schubert, which it also took place in Southern California, so there's that. The Bark saying they need to do a pit maneuver. All right, guys, we're going to listen in on what the helicopter reporter is saying now. I'm going to take a break from reading your tweets, but I will go back and read some of them a little bit later on.
Exactly, because you don't know whether the individual is armed. You can't see inside the car. The officers are at a real, disadvantage because they can't see if the individual does have a weapon inside the car, especially if he doesn't open the windows or turn around and talk to them. It becomes a different kind of an emergency situation than when he's rolling down the road. Exactly. You just don't know. These officers are very highly trained observers. I mean, but with today's technology and the tinting that they put on some of these vehicles, you can't see in the car, so you have no idea who else might be in there, what he's doing, if he's got a gun or a knife, whatever. It's just absolutely a guessing game. But the officers, have been highly trained to be very observant, and they'll pick up on subtle nuances of, the guy's character, how he's reacting, what he's doing. So it is a different kind of an emergency situation once the pursuit stops if he does not get out of the vehicle.
I'm getting a lot of tweets coming in from viewers. I can't read all of them on air, but I do want to read a couple of them. Dana Kinney asking, what if this was your car? And you were just like, oh, haha. It would be interesting if you were watching your own car that was stolen, be pursued then by police live on air. Roger asking, did OJ drive a Kia? No. I believe it was a Bronco, right? Hey, Mike, OJ drove a Bronco? Yeah, it was the Bronco, guys. Anna's saying, I'm kind of rooting for the Kia at this point after all the mean jokes. Anita Mann asking, how long has he been at it? Well, this chase started around 10:37 a.m., so an hour and 45 minutes at least. Come 12:37, if it's still going, it'll be a 2-hour chase. You guys are sending some pretty funny tweets, like, my mom has that same car. Do you think it's her? Cult Classics, I don't think it's your mom. Prince Gillespie responding to someone's tweet. Someone previously had asked, why don't they shoot him? Prince saying, why would they shoot a man before letting his gas run out? That is very logical. B Cigar Sales saying, I think I'm sold on this Kia. Great gas mileage and looks great in that color. Discow Weasel asking me if Trump will make car chases great again. You guys are pretty hilarious. Many people saying that they should try the pit maneuver on the next exit. Who knows what the plan is for the cops at this point? We don't know what their plan is. We are just watching and tuning in to see what happens next. Lady Schubert, for the people saying that police should have electric cars, encourage law enforcement to contact Elon Musk. Brian Rinaldi saying, it seems as if he's willing to crash this truck with no survivors. Prayers to the big guy for a safe conclusion. Jean Richard saying, you'd think the helicopter could shoot a net or something and capture the Kia. Hashtag watching from Nashville. Hi, Trade Scalper, what's up to you? Gobbler saying, why didn't the zoo just shoot the gorilla in the leg? Also, is the police pursuit related to that incident? Ryan Tornkist asking, why have they not tried to hit the car in an open space? Ike asking, or saying rather, watching from the Netherlands, thank you for your funny comments. I'm trying to read as much as possible. Let's go back now to the helicopter reporter, hear what he has to say regarding this situation out in Southern California.
Yeah, we were launched from Van Nuys to come investigate this pursuit at about, I guess it was around 10 o'clock this morning, 10:15. So it's been going on for at least, about 2 hours perhaps, a little over 2 hours.
All right, guys, going to read a few more of your tweets. I know a lot of you guys very involved, very engaged in this police chase. Dan Patrick, with my wife's son, and he's watching his first ever police chase. This driver is an absolute madman. It looks like a lot of people are using the term madman. I feel like this is a group of people on the internet that are just desperate to hear me use the phrase madman. I see what you guys are doing. I know what you guys are out to do. Leinert Hart saying, Zank saying, will Trump make him pay for the road? I love this tweet from Lagaz saying, me and my dog watching from the UK with a photo. Ugh, that deserves a retweet, Lagaz. I'm giving you that retweet. Even dogs are fans of police chases. Matt saying, bring out the spike strip. Ben Rook saying, is he going to Mexico because Trump or Hillary is going to be president? Yvonne asking, I wonder what the thief is thinking about. I know, I wonder what the thief is thinking about. I wonder if the suspect has gotten hungry at this point. I mean, you're leading police on a pursuit for a couple of hours. Clearly, he has not considered maybe he has considered going through a drive-thru, although that would probably be detrimental to his plan of escape. Lady Schubert, where was the car stolen from? Definitely great PR for the car. We know it was stolen from the Los Angeles area. Now the vehicle is in the Hacienda Heights area. Let's listen to what the chopper reporter is saying now.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. He seems to drive quite recklessly when he's on city streets. And here on the freeway, while he stays in the lanes, that does a normal speed and drives like any other driver.
Time to read a few more of your tweets. Matthew L. saying that Kia is fast. How can cops even compete? Don Trumpion asking, when are you guys renaming Fox 10 to Car Chase 10? Well, Don Trumpion, when we're not covering chases, we're usually covering Donald Trump, so it could be Trump news now, too. You decide. Wow, so many tweets coming in right now. Benson saying fantastic advertisement for Kia's gas mileage. Donna saying watching live as well in the UK. Whiskey Bar watching from the UK, thanks for the stream. Anna Bar saying we are watching from the Netherlands. Al Cavallero saying Donald Trump makes Kias great again. Lady Schubert saying I guess he's canceling his Memorial Day barbecue. Maybe he's just really late to his Memorial Day barbecue, Lady Schubert. Maybe he's just super late and that's why he's speeding. Who knows? Kidding, obviously. Fire Philly saying watching from Canada, waiting for the crash. Cassie White can't get arrested before the Warriors game. Nico watching from Germany. Jacques Fournier saying, this must be a blatant advertisement for that Kia's miles per gallon capabilities. Olympian, why don't they end it now? What if something more serious comes up while resources are being wasted on this for another 2 hours? Will saying this is another reason why fans hate LeBron. Thank you, LeBron. That's in reference to my tweet where I was like, do you think this suspect was inspired by LeBron James Kia ads that are out there airing during NBA playoffs? Well, I'm just acknowledging your tweet. Bobby Hill saying it seems like that vehicle runs on clean burning propane. Jimmy Johnson, this poor guy, I bet nobody cared who he was until he stole the car. Lady Schubert, do we know anything about the driver's sex, race, age? I don't have that information right now, Lady Schubert. That information I don't have. Broadway saying Kia getting free publicity from this chase from Samia Fox 10. Just take the footage from this and there's your new commercial. Hashtag hours, hashtag chase, hashtag gas mileage. That's right, this chase has gone on for about 2 hours now. My is humorous, tweeting, why haven't they shot the tires yet? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe they're worried that they'll hit another car on the road. I mean, there's obviously other vehicles on the road right now. It looks like the suspect is traveling westbound on the 60 freeway. I know it's labeled as Hacienda Heights. I did just see the sign where it said 60 towards Los Angeles, meaning he would be traveling westbound on the 60 towards downtown LA. I'm getting so many tweets in right now, guys. It feels like there are like 100 tweets coming in per minute. So I'm sorry if I don't read your tweets, but I am getting them in. I'll try to read them a little bit later on, but first let's go back to the helicopter reporter.
Exactly. It looks as though it's just, as I said before, it's a waiting game. The police can wait all day. I just saw the SUVs here swap positions. Evidently one of the CHP vehicles either was running low on fuel itself or whatever, but another one came in and took over the pursuit. So it's a waiting game.
All right, guys, we know that the SUV is now in the South El Monte area. Again, this vehicle now traveling on the 60 westbound. Not too long ago, this vehicle was traveling on the 60 eastbound, then got off the freeway, has gotten back onto the 60 but traveling westbound. The vehicle went through Hacienda Heights. It's now going through South El Monte. It will then approach Montebello and East LA before approaching downtown Los Angeles, if the vehicle gets that far. Now, we know this chase has gone on for about 2 hours now. A lot of you guys commenting on the gas mileage of this Kia Sorento, joking that this is a great commercial as far as Kia's gas mileage is concerned. I am reading all your tweets. I will read some more of them momentarily. But let's hear now from the chopper reporter.
And he's heading back in that vague general direction by going westbound. So we'll see if he stays on the freeway for much longer, because we're now coming up on Downey. And if he gets off the freeway, then I'm going to kind of tend to assume that this is his home turf. I certainly don't have any information on that, but yeah, that's a good point, Steve. It would seem that law enforcement would be able to tell where home is just based on the source of the phone call.
All right, guys, I see your tweets coming in. I'm going to go ahead and read some more of them. Can't read all of them. Stephen Bullock saying that he's listening in to CHP via Broadcastify, the website. Matt joking he's racing to Hillary Clinton's to delete more emails. This is actually an electric car prototype for Kia called the KEC, which stands for the Kia Electric Car, according to Jimmy Russell. Donna saying, I hope no one gets hurt. The UK never live streams anything. Nico saying, I don't get why so many people ask to shoot the car. It's only endangering others. Plenty of other ways to stop it. Exton saying, that looks like a pretty big car. Could be dangerous if it ends in a crash. Bobby Hill saying that awesome moment when Samia Fox 10 reads your tweet on air. There you go. SD Transarchus saying, is he near an In-N-Out? I left LA a long time ago and some In-N-Out or Tommy Burger would hit the spot right now. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if you've been on this chase now for a couple of hours, you're probably getting hungry. It is close to lunchtime. But obviously his desire to escape takes priority over the desire to get a burger. Diego saying, how is the Kia outrunning the police cars? Lady Schubert saying such blatant disregard for all the citizens he's endangering. Giovanni saying, I'll be back. I'm just going to get some popcorn and a drink. Now the vehicle is in Montebello. Looks like the chopper reporter is speaking again. Let's listen in on what he has to say.
You have cruise control, so it's highly possible you can take some tension off just by punching in the cruise control and just steering. And I now notice, okay, we're coming up to the 5 freeway now, and I also notice there seems to be a greater number of motor officers, Bob, the CHP officers on motorcycles here than we had before. And I'm trying to see where he's going. Southbound, he's staying on the 710. He's going over the Commerce train yards here. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can get an idea where he actually is.
Again, the vehicle traveling on the 60 freeway. It has now passed Montebello, entering East LA, still traveling westbound on the 60 freeway towards downtown Los Angeles. The 60 freeway does end there. It then forces you to choose between Interstate 5 or the 101 or the 60, unless, of course, the vehicle decides it wants to hop on the 710. I'm not sure if it's already past the 710 junction yet, but we do know that it is traveling westbound in the East LA area on the 60. All right, gonna check in with you guys, see what you're tweeting me. Lady Schubert saying, just for clarification, my name is Elizabeth and this car chase is great entertainment for the day. Michael Rossi saying, at least it's not a Tesla. A name that I can't even read saying, this is so much better than doing my taxes, greeting from Greece. Nathan saying, how long till he gets to the streets and the chase gets interesting. Stephen Bullock saying CHP is just going to follow the suspect, not going to engage. Trusty saying such blatant disregard for its 100,000-mile warranty. Tim saying he just wants to drive to McDonald's. Take care of him. He will be very hungry. You guys are so hilarious. 420 Patriot saying he's probably packed his own lunch. That's why he's lasted so long in this chase. Howard K saying this guy's probably poor. The cop should let him keep the car. The owner of the SUV probably has another car anyways. Howard K thinks the owner of this Kia SUV has other cars. Howard, unless the owner is LeBron James, who we know apparently drives a Kia, I'm not sure necessarily if the owner of the Kia has another spare car lying around. Just my take. Now to the chopper pilot. Let's see what he has to say.
Pursuits have gone up, X percent. I don't know that that's, anybody keeps any kind of records on that. But because of television, because of social media, because of cell phones that take, video and pictures, it sure seems like there's a lot more of them. Exactly. I happen to belong to a group, and I won't go into whole long details here, but one of the individuals in the news group that I belong to was a director stations here in town, and there was a pursuit on TV, and it was a rather mundane, boring pursuit, and the news director popped in and says, no, we're not going to cover it, stay with our regular programming. Well, it turns out that their competitor, Channel 11, got rave reviews and very high ratings, and from the next day on, any pursuit would be on the air at our competitor's station.
I'm going to go ahead and read some more tweets. So many tweets coming in. Jimmy Russell saying, watching a car chase makes me realize I wish I had a car. Hashtag feel the burn. Chuck Spears saying that the chopper camera is all over the place, doesn't think it flies too well.
Right, exactly. Now I have a feeling we're going to see. Oh, yeah, we're doing a preview. That's all
SD Transarc is saying maybe he stopped at Tommy's Burgers before the chase started, so he's ready for a long drive. Nathan saying police should get Steph Curry with his range to shoot him down. Jonathan Dokler saying, where's the LA traffic when you need it? Jonathan, it's because it's Memorial Day. There is no traffic. Oh my gosh, there's no traffic in any major city today because of Memorial Day. It was so easy to get to work, I must say. Stefan saying, how long before this guy needs a bathroom break? Justin, how fast is the driver going? It's hard to tell right now. It looks like the driver is not going super fast. It looks like he's going at the same rate that other vehicles on the road are going. They're now saying that the vehicle is in Southgate. I'm wondering, did the driver switch freeways then? Let's go ahead and listen into the chopper reporter, because that'll give us a better idea as to where this vehicle is now driving. It looks like he's exiting. No, he's getting on the is that the 105 freeway? I think he just got onto the 105.
It's we're transitioned to the westbound 105, I believe, freeway. Yes, it is. It's the 105, and he's on the westbound transition here.
I called it. Just saying, guys. I said it before, the chopper pilot. 105 freeway. I believe westbound would mean that he's now then traveling towards LAX airport. Huh. Because the 105 westbound does take you to LAX.
He's encountering some traffic, but unless he speeds up here, I'm going to say it looked like he was just rolling along, slowing down, because he's not going as fast as the surrounding traffic here at the moment.
So those of you who've been following along want a rough idea of what happened. So the vehicle, the Kia, was traveling on the 60 freeway westbound, and before it could hit downtown LA, it transitioned to the 710 southbound. That was a freeway that this vehicle was on earlier. When we first started following along this chase, we had seen him on the 710 northbound going through Southgate. Then he went on to the 710 southbound coming from the 60 westbound. So 60 westbound down to 710 southbound, then transitioning to the 105 westbound. Now, when you travel along the 105 westbound, you are headed towards LAX airport. You are headed towards the ocean. It's possible that this driver hops on the 110 freeway or the 405 beforehand, but who knows? We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't, you can't jump inside his head and find out what he's thinking. But CHP's maintaining its distance. Actually, they're a little bit further back than before. We just crossed over Long Beach Boulevard here on the westbound 105. He seems to be driving with traffic. He's not racing. He's not, we've seen these pursuits go as high as 100 miles an hour on freeways, and then, they end one way or another, either in an accident or whatever. But he seems to be just chugging along here at the normal standard freeway speed, maybe 70, 75 miles an hour. And if you notice the other vehicles on the freeway, they're not going that much slower. So it's very consistent. It's very consistent with his speeds on the freeway. Again, looking at the relative to the other traffic on the freeway, he could be slowing. It could be slowing. It does, because he was passing everybody here. Just let me zoom out a little bit. He was passing everybody just a moment ago, and then we saw that car get on the freeway and go past him. But these things, they don't, it's not like you're running out of air in a tire. It slowly goes flat. You either have gas or you don't. And so it's going to either totally quit on him, and then he's just going to coast, or what. But right now he seems to be still under control, still with engine power, so he continues on.
Liam Quigley asking an interesting question. If he drives into LAX airspace, will they make the chopper stay away? That's a good question. We do know, as far as the last update that we got, that this vehicle is traveling on the 105 westbound. For those of you familiar with Southern California, as you travel along the 105 westbound, you are heading towards LAX, the airport.
This individual now is coming up on the 110 freeway. We'll see if he makes any kind of transition here. One other thing to mention is not only is that vehicle running out of fuel, but we are getting quite low on fuel in the helicopter. So at some point here soon, we might have to break this off from my standpoint and pop into an airport for some fuel. But alrighty, we'll do that. Okay, he's making a transition. No, he's not making a transition. He's staying with the westbound 105.
All right, guys, well, you've just heard from the helicopter reporter out there in LA. It looks like our chopper in Los Angeles is running out of gas. This is of great concern because if this chase continues and the chopper loses gas, we're going to be in quite a predicament. So we do know that the vehicle, the Kia Sorento, the one on the run, has now passed the 110 freeway. It's on the 105. It is approaching the Hawthorne area. Currently, it's in Willowbrook, approaching West Athens, the interchange of the 105-110 area, not too far from Compton, actually, just minutes away from Compton and Gardena. As long as the vehicle continues to travel westbound on the 105 freeway, it will be approaching the 405 freeway. That's the next possible freeway that the suspect could then hop on. It's that or heading towards LAX. Eventually, the 105 freeway ends. Whether the suspect will then go on surface streets near LAX, the Marina del Rey, El Segundo area, that has yet to be determined. We are bringing you live, continuous coverage. We do know that... Let's see. Nope, now he's in the carpool lane. I guess when you're already breaking the law, stealing the car, you don't really care whether you have more than one person in the vehicle. Right, guys? It's like, I already stole the car, might as well use the carpool lane. I think he's just doing that just out of spite, because there's not even traffic. You don't even need to illegally go in the carpool lane right now. I get it, if there's traffic and you're on the run and you're an individual that has one person in the car, maybe you sneak into the carpool lane. But no, this guy just does not care. He's going to use the carpool lane even when there isn't traffic. He's that confident in himself. And unlike Phoenix, where the carpool lane is only active during certain hours on certain days, in Los Angeles, carpool lane is 24/7. Unless, of course, the suspect has someone else in the car and he actually is following the carpool lane requirements. Now that I don't know. This is just my speculation. Just Memorial Day speculation, guys. Let's see what the chopper has to say now.
Yeah, traffic's not holding him back here. So he's either gonna just burn up every drop of fuel here. We're pretty certain he's not just gonna pull over at any given moment unless he absolutely is forced to.
All right, guys, I'm seeing your tweets coming in. John Trumpion, best commentary. We need Kinsey Fox 10 giggles to go along. John Trumpion, I'm actually texting with Kinsey right now, asking her where she is, because she and I do enjoy giving you guys play-by-play coverage of police chases. I know she is tuning in, so she's watching with you guys in spirit. Chris saying, I guess the highway fuel economy for Kias are outstanding, Samia Fox 10. Chris, it's true. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Tion the Lion saying, wait, are there other people in the car? Did he bring friends? That's the question. The question is, does he have other people in the car and he's using the carpool lane legally? Or is he just a criminal who's stolen a car and figures, well, I've broken one law, might as well break the rest. I'm just going to use carpool lane and I don't even care if there's traffic on the freeway or not. Looks like it's getting off the freeway. Is that an exit for another freeway? Or is he getting onto the 405 southbound? What's going on, guys? Let's listen into the chopper.
Boy, I don't know. It looks just like it's another... oh, okay. I've lost him underneath the freeway here. That's what I was thinking. He's going south 405, but I can't...
Once again, I called it, guys. 405 southbound. Now traveling 405 southbound, meaning he is in the LAX area. Now he's going to be traveling south towards El Segundo and eventually Long Beach if he stays on the 405.
There it is. There he is. I got him up here at the top. All right, no, I was just going to say he is on that transition of the westbound 105 to the southbound 405, and it joins up down here just below the airport. So now he's fully on the 405, heading southbound here. And you're absolutely right. Time really passes quickly when you're involved in something like this.
All right, guys, those of you who have been tuning in with us for the last at least hour we've been covering this police chase. This chase has gone on for 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours now. The stolen vehicle is now in the Hawthorne area, traveling on the 405 southbound. Now, when we first tuned into this police chase, we watched as the SUV traveled northbound on the 710. From the 710, it then exited onto surface streets in the when we first started watching this pursuit, we were actually watching as the vehicle was traveling northbound on the 605 freeway, in the Whittier area. Eventually, it exited off the 605, was in the City of Industry, Hacienda Heights area, before hopping onto the 60 eastbound. Now, the vehicle then traveled on the 60 eastbound for quite a while, getting into the Pomona and Chino area before exiting once again, hopping back on the 60 freeway, but instead turning around, traveling westbound on the 60 freeway towards downtown LA, eventually not making it all the way to downtown LA, instead exiting on the 710 freeway right in the East LA area, traveling on the 710 southbound. From the 710 southbound, it then hopped onto the 105 westbound towards LAX. Didn't make it all the way to LAX though. Instead opted to travel on the 405 southbound, and that is where we are now. So that's just a recap of what we have seen here on News Now over the course of the last hour. We do know that this chase started around 10:35 in the Southgate area. Again, the vehicle now traveling on the 405 southbound. Typically, the 405 is a very busy freeway. Again, it is Memorial Day. Most of the city is off work. Yes, people in Los Angeles, some people still have traditional work schedules. It's not a land of all creatives or a whole bunch of people without a job. There are a lot of people, obviously, with jobs in Los Angeles that cause traffic on any given day. However, today seems like the ideal day to lead police on a pursuit. Obviously, you have no issues in terms of sitting in traffic. Again, 405 southbound in the Hawthorne area. Eventually, the suspect will approach Torrance. Who knows if the suspect will switch freeways. Again, the suspect will eventually approach the 110 interchange, eventually then the 710 interchange. Again, the suspect in the Kia Sorento traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Let's see what the chopper has to say now.
Exactly. All right, let's take it into Long Beach and get fuel. We're done. Take it into Long Beach and get fuel.
Uh-oh, guys, that is bad news for us. It looks like the chopper is going to Long Beach to get fuel. We're going to actually lose the feed. I'm sorry. We are losing the feed soon, guys.
Oh, we can hang in for about 20 minutes, he says.
Oh.
We're going to go right past, if he stays on the 405, we're going to go right past the Long Beach airport. So.
Hopefully this individual will surrender in the next 15 minutes so we don't lose a minute of this high-speed chase here on News Now. I see many of you guys tweeting me. I will read tweets in just a minute, so stay right here. More News Now ahead. Again, police pursuit, Southern California, 405 southbound, approaching Long Beach in the Hawthorne area as of right now. Hawthorne, Torrance area. Kyle saying Google says the Sorento has a 70-liter fuel tank and can do 33 miles per gallon, nearly a 500-mile range on a full tank, probably still has plenty of gas, Kyle commenting. Bro Buzz saying that's a lot of mileage for a stolen car. Ghost Politics saying watching live from downtown Austin, drinking some Johnny Walker. Ryan Self saying, personally, I think the helicopter pilot is doing a heck of a job. Trusty saying, you know the LA highways well. Did you used to live here? Yep, I lived there for 10 years at least. I don't know. Went to college there. LA is home in my heart. Trusty. Again, guys, you're looking at live coverage of this police pursuit in Los Angeles. We're looking at that gray Kia Sorento. Now, this pursuit has gone on for 2.5 hours. This is pretty crazy. We know that the vehicle is described as stolen. No information right now on the suspect. The suspect is, however, traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Lady Schubert saying they could have thrown strips a long time ago or shut out the tires. Do something, CHP. Avi Benyov. So what usually happens in the end? This is my first chase, Londoner. Avi, typically the suspect will eventually just pull over and surrender with their hands up, run out of gas, something like that. Or in other situations, they will throw spike strips that will result in the vehicle stopping itself. Tires blow out. Again, vehicle traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Tim Reardon, Kia's new slogan, which car brand gets better gas mileage than a chopper? Only one Kia. You guys. I wish the chopper would zoom in a little more so I could see the freeway signs, so I could get a better idea of where exactly on the 405 the suspect is. Again, 405 southbound. It looks like he's slowing down quite a bit though, guys. Looks like the suspect is slowing down. Is the Kia running out of gas? Much slower than it has been going previously. Looks like it's stopping. Is it stopping? We may be witnessing a possible surrender, guys. A surrender in the middle of the 405 southbound freeway. Looks like all traffic behind the chase.
Keep the mic open on the link. It's just, yeah, it's like 1 minute from Long Beach Airport.
All right, guys, we're just a minute from the Long Beach airport. According to the chopper pilot, looks like police are getting out. Viewer discretion is advised. We don't know if the suspect is armed, guys. Anything can happen. Looks like officers are exiting the vehicle. Many officers on hand as part of this pursuit. We can't see the suspect, but the suspect has at least stopped the vehicle.
Where is everybody? 7, Who's flying 7?
Now the question is, did the suspect run out of gas or did he just choose to surrender in the middle of the freeway? Again, 405 southbound, very close to the Long Beach airport area. I see Steven tweeting me, who's been listening in on the CHP scanner. Steven saying that the vehicle has run out of gas, run out of fuel. Don Trumpion saying, how convenient is that? Runs out of gas right before the helicopter does. Perfect timing. Mason saying, bet it's awkward for the runners to have to explain to other inmates that he was the mouse in a cat and mouse game and he lost. Saber saying, shooting the tires out only works in the movies. Love not hate always. Are we sure LeBron is not driving that Kia? I'm pretty sure LeBron is not on the run. I'm very interested in seeing the suspect surrender. Brian Spain saying, I was getting ready to greet him in San Diego. It's true. What Brian said is correct. If the vehicle kept traveling on 405 southbound, it would have eventually turned into the 5 and the vehicle would have eventually made its way to San Diego and, hey, possibly Mexico. DJ Track saying, giving up right on time, chopper about to lose gas. Ryan Self, Kia has to be out of gas, must have not had a full tank.
Yep.
Michelle asking, is he looking for insurance and registration before he gets out of the vehicle? Interesting question.
Pictures.
HickyBot saying he should have stolen a hybrid vehicle.
Ooh, he just threw something out.
Avi Ben saying, thanks for answering. This is so insane for me. I'm watching
that
with
could
my
have been,
whole
yeah,
family.
I couldn't tell what it was. Not that he's going to go anywhere. Smoke.
Brian Spain, evidence for another miles per gallon scandal. The driver works for Kia's competitors. I love your guys' conspiracies. Nathan, has he only just realized he's been being chased by 300 cops and is confused as to why he's been pulled over? Who knows? But right now we can't see the suspect, and he has not exited the vehicle. Jason C. says, I hope he has Wi-Fi in there. Well, if he has a smartphone, maybe he is tuning into our News Now coverage. Just a thought. Lady Schubert saying maybe he needs to call his lawyer first before exiting. Roger Elliott saying, looks like he's being a gentleman. Good thing, too. Couldn't take the suspense anymore. Berto saying, looks like there might be a pet inside the car. I didn't see that, but anything's possible, I suppose. I'm getting a tweet from one of the viewers saying, is he calling AAA for more fuel? Wouldn't that be funny if the suspect decided to call roadside assistance right now for a tow or for more fuel? Unbeknownst to the tow truck driver, he just pulls up, offers the suspect a lift or some more gas, and then the suspect keeps going. That would be funny. I don't know if the suspect's ever thought about that. Howard K. thinks that he's playing Angry Birds right now. He is in the driver of this vehicle. Do we know the race of the suspect? I don't know any details about the suspect right now, the Sylvanator. Berto saying, did he just light a blunt? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, you see many CHP officers on hand to apprehend the suspect. Suspect still hasn't left the vehicle. You can see there's at least 5 CHP SUVs that I can see in the shot, plus motorcycle officers as well. Looks like traffic has stopped in both directions on the 405. You saw the helicopter just pan over. So we know that the vehicle was traveling southbound on the 405. All the traffic behind has stopped. And now it seems that they have stopped the traffic traveling northbound on the 405 as well. Obviously, they want to be safe, take all precautions. We don't know if the suspect is armed at this point. It's a very heightened scene right now in Southern California. This is somewhat near the Long Beach area of Southern California. Looks like cops will be approaching the suspect momentarily. Who knows? Anything's possible. All right, guys, now that you guys don't need my Southern California expertise anymore, I am going to be switching things over to Mike Page. He'll wrap up this police chase coverage with you. Again, stolen Kia on the 405 southbound freeway, stopping traffic in both directions. Mike Page joining you momentarily. I'm going to go get some lunch, something that this suspect wasn't able to do. Now, according to Stephen, I just want to read this tweet carefully because Stephen was listening to CHP via Broadcastify. Suspect said he was not armed but wouldn't give up without a fight. Interesting. Alejo saying, Ale, the driver must be a worker for Kia. Honestly, who steals the Kia vehicle? Rather be in a foot pursuit than be inside a Kia. You guys. Jorsey saying the suspect looks white and he's a smoker. He's vaping. The gray lady is chiming in. Another viewer saying he might be loading a gun or he just wants everyone to know he vapes. Again, suspect hasn't officially surrendered, staying inside the car. The vehicle has run out of gas. Switching with Mike Page now. He will be joining you guys momentarily. Stand by.
Yeah. We're streaming it. We're on the internet. They just want us to hang until we absolutely have to break it off for fuel. And that's totally your call. I don't know whose wash we're getting, but it's... We must be downwind from 7 or something here. They're blowing us all over the place. Yeah, it's starting to warm up in there. Damn it! He's getting out and this thing's all over the place. It's okay. Ah, Jesus, the vibration's kicking the camera. It's connections or slip rings.
All right, guys, we know the suspect has officially surrendered. Mike, we are looking at this live.
Yep.
Suspect is out of the vehicle. His hands are up. A lot of you guys asking what race he is. I know I'm getting a lot of tweets regarding that. Any guesses, Mike? We're going to be politically correct here and not make any guesses right now. Again, the suspect walking backwards, hands are in the air, proving he is unarmed. The chase finally coming to an end in the middle of the 405 freeway, 405 southbound in Southern California. Getting a tweet from Kinsey asking, do you think getting caught was part of his plan? That's a tweet from our very own Kinsey Schofield, who is off today for Memorial Day. Now CHP officers armed approaching the vehicle. They must check the vehicle, see if anyone else is inside. Again, viewer discretion is advised. Mike, this is a crazy police chase.
This is nuts. This is nuts.
Wow. Again, many CHP officers on hand, searching the vehicle. Again, this vehicle was stolen. The suspect led police on a pursuit for almost 3 hours. Really, the only reason the pursuit ended is because the vehicle ran out of gas.
Very good. All right, code 4. I'm going to give you a shot of the backup and then we're going to go.
Uh-oh, it looks like the chopper is leaving the scene. We know that the chopper had limited fuel and was planning to leave in just a couple minutes. It looks like they're panning to the 405 freeway to show the viewers just how backed up traffic is in Southern California on the 405. If you are taking the 405 southbound, maybe you're returning to San Diego after your Memorial Day holiday. I will warn you that you can't really get very far on the 405 southbound freeway right now. Once you pass LAX, before you approach the Long Beach area.
Greg, we're going in for fuel here.
Freeway also backed up for people traveling on the 405 northbound. They're blocking traffic in both directions.
Right, we will refuel and then
hoping to keep everyone out there safe. You just heard from the chopper. Chopper is looking to refuel, so they will be losing this feed momentarily.
I'm glad he told me that my mic was open. I forgot about it. All right, we're out of here.
Again, guys, we appreciate you tuning in for our live coverage. Looks like we've already lost the chopper camera. We are working to get you guys another feed. Stay right here. Mike Page will be joining you in just about 20 or 30 seconds. And again, guys, I'm going on my 1 hour lunch break. Mike will be here with you guys, and then I'll be back with you to wrap up my day later on.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Obama has arrived and is being greeted by the hosts for today's observance. The Honorable Ashton Carter, Secretary of Defense, General Joseph F. Dunford, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mr. Patrick K. Hallinan, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Programs, Major General Bradley A. Becker, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and waiting as the President moves to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of the national anthem, the wreath laying, taps, and while the President observes a moment of silence. Ladies and gentlemen, the wreath is now being placed by President Obama. President Obama has paused for a moment of silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the wreath ceremony is complete. The Memorial Day service will begin shortly. Please move to your seats.
Hackathon. Yeah. It's almost unbelievable that this is our last foster care month during the Obama administration, so we are going to make today count. Today's event is also made possible because of the hard work of a number of people, and I want to take a moment to recognize this group of people who care deeply about our nation's foster care system and want to improve the lives of those who are a part of it. So before anything today, I want to give a big thanks to Commissioner Rafael Lopez over there in the corner. He and his team over at HHS, which includes Jenny Wood and Kurt Heisler, thank you so much for all that you've done. This would not be possible. None of you guys would be here. We wouldn't be here without you, so big thank you. Thank you to the inspirational Sixto Cancel and his whole team at Think of Us. I want to give a shout out to our hackathon masterminds and leaders, Eric Miley from the Annie Casey Foundation. Where are we at? There you are. And also Pooja Balachandar, Wendy Harmon, and Emily Iannacone, there we go, from the Presidential Innovation Fellows. Superheroes do exist, and they're called PIFs, so let's give them a round of applause. And I also want to thank Winnie Wexler from the Pritzker Foster Care Initiative and Angela Vigil from Baker & McKenzie for all of your hard work that you've done to make today a success. So a big round of applause for this team. So today's event feels like it's been a long time coming. I remember over a year ago sitting down with Rafael and Sixto and talking about the needs in child welfare and how they aren't being connected with technology. And there was such an opportunity gap there. And we started talking about what can we do to try and bridge that gap. And since that day, we've been working on that exact question. We've been trying to do more with the technology that we have and create new systems that weren't in place before. So thank you everyone for being here today. It really warms my heart that this has come to fruition, that you're all here. It's really unbelievable to look out at this room and see this wonderful community. So now it's my honor to introduce my boss, Roy L. Austin Jr., who serves as the Deputy Assistant to the President for Urban Affairs, Justice, and Opportunity. Roy is fighting to make our nation a more fair and just place filled with more opportunities. So let's give it up for Roy.
Good morning. That's weak. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is an awesome day, and I am so glad that you are here at the White House for this. And let me be very clear. For the last 3 years, the person fighting most for foster care and foster youth in the White House is Molly Dillon, the person who started off. So a big hand for Molly Dillon. Now, you're all here during a very special month. As you know, this is National Foster Care Month, and it's a time when we reflect and think about the young people who spend time in care and the selfless men and women who embrace the children in our foster care system. It is also a time when we recommit to helping more children find safety and permanency. Since his first day in office, President Obama has been fighting so that no matter where a child is from, what that child looks like, who that child loves, and what their circumstances are, that every child can reach their highest potential. This month, we celebrate the current and former foster youth who are absolutely crushing it, okay? Who are succeeding and who are leading. But we also know that for other young people who experience foster care, they often face a tough road. Young people who age out of foster care without a permanent home are often at higher risk of entering the criminal justice system, and they face greater challenges to completing their education, obtaining high-quality health care, and securing gainful employment and a safe place to live. Former foster youth have very significant rates of post-traumatic stress. Now, we also know about the dangers of congregate care, and that kids are better off when raised by loving families and not institutions. That's why the President's budget included a proposal to limit the use of group homes and push for more family-based care. At the heart of America's success are families who've stepped up and sometimes stepped in to provide love and support to vulnerable children and youth. And part of that push for family-based care is kinship care. We know that 1 in 11 of all children and 1 in 5 African American children will live within a kinship family sometime during their childhood. Kinship care, when safe and available, provides the best opportunity to retain family connections and the child's cultural heritage and community ties. We need to fight so that all, and I mean all loving families, kinship or otherwise, that want to open their homes to foster youth, includes adults with disabilities and LGBT individuals. And we need to make sure that the child welfare system is operating in the 21st century. Technology has brought so much good to our lives, but often we have found that the child welfare system has not synced with the advances in technology. We use our phones and tablets to call a cab, to order a pizza, to send photos to friends, and even to check and track, well, for some of you, your exercise habits, and some of you, your sleep habits. There's no reason why we can't use existing technology to build new apps and programs to better serve youth in care and the adults in their lives, and even prevent young people from entering care in the first place. This is why I am excited to announce brand new steps from the administration that were released today. Now, for the first time in 23 years, the Department of Health and Human Services issued new regulations that guide the use of technology in child welfare. So the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information Systems final rule promotes innovation and allows states and county child welfare agencies to use technology more effectively to quickly identify youth and family needs and link them to services. Additionally, the regulations promote the exchange of information between child welfare agencies, healthcare facilities, education systems, and courts to better serve young people in and aging out of care. Now, HHS has also teamed up with the General Services Administration, GSA, to provide $1 million worth of consulting to states as they procure agile child welfare data systems. In addition, the Department of Education today released a toolkit for young people aging out of the foster care system, providing much needed resources to help foster youth access and navigate social, emotional, educational skills and resource barriers as they transition into adulthood. And the Department of Labor has launched Get My Future, a mobile-friendly web app for youth to plan careers, explore education and training options, and search and apply for jobs. It also provides special resources to help young people meet challenges such as involvement in the foster care and juvenile justice systems, homelessness, addiction, or a lack of financial, family, or community resources. Now, we also have some exciting announcements from our friends in the private and nonprofit sectors. So let me have the folks who worked on laptops please stand. Okay, no, on this, so on a special project here. So the Walter S. Johnson Foundation, stay standing. The Walter S. Johnson Foundation and Foster Care Counts and a public-private coalition led by the state of California have committed $250,000 to launch an effort to ensure that all transition-age foster youth in California are provided with free laptops. Now, this coalition aims to distribute 10,000 laptops to foster youth aged 16 to 21 at an estimated cost of over $5 million over the next 3 years. Thank you so much. Pritzker. Could those involved in the Pritzker project please stand? All right. Now, the Pritzker Foster Care Initiative has pledged $1 million for our Foster Care Technology Innovation Fund to boost nonprofit entrepreneurial efforts targeted to supporting transition-age youth 18 to 24 years of age who are in the foster care system. Grants will be made to nonprofit organizations developing innovative online solutions and mobile apps that meet the unique needs of youth in foster care. The fund will encourage public-private partners to boost tech investments in child welfare. Thank you very much. And Salesforce, please stand. Who is here? Excellent. So, Salesforce is going to create a prototype within the next 90 days to model a modern-day case management system scalable by interested foster care service providers. Salesforce will make the prototype and code that runs on Salesforce available to interested stakeholders. Thank you very much. So, as of this moment, we have 239 days to get something done in this administration, which is not a lot of time. But over the last 7 years, we have accomplished a lot. And this is why I'm thrilled that all of you are here today. It's not just a moment, this is a movement. You are here today to help us carry this work forward, because with your help, we can revolutionize foster care systems, create better futures for all children, and make this country a better and stronger nation. And with that, I want to introduce my very, very good friend, Commissioner Lopez. Let me just, sorry. I'll let you clap for him soon. No, Commissioner Lopez, I got a chance to know him when he was working here in the White House before he abandoned us and went over to HHS. This guy is a fighter in every way, shape, and form. There is nothing that if he puts his heart to it is not going to get done. And this is what he did here at the White House, and he moved so many initiatives here, and his passion is child welfare. And so with that, let me pass it on to Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Roy. Good morning, everyone. So welcome to everybody who is here in the White House and to all of our friends and family watching us live across the world. We are so thrilled to have you here this morning. And I'm curious, by a show of hands, how many of you are here at the White House for the first time ever? Raise your hands. So there are actually a lot, exactly, yes, clap for that, yes. A lot of people are here for the first time. And I want to take a moment to sort of ground us, not just in walking us through the agenda for today and tomorrow, but sort of the importance of what it means to raise your hand and say, I'm at the White House for the first time. So you're in a building, the Eisenhower Executive Office building, that was once the home of the Department of War, of the Department of Navy, and Department of State, right? And so in these halls has walked, presidents and prime ministers. Negotiated agreements have happened between Martin Luther King Jr. and President Johnson in the rooms around us. There are fossils on the floor as you walk around this building. When you exit and you go to and you see the West Wing and you see the Vice President's office and Vice President's office and the Chief of Staff face this building, and you know that just steps from that is the President's Oval Office. It squarely grounds us in the moment in time we have in this history, and you are part of that history. Every one of your names is part of the presidential record, because everyone who walks through these gates is part of history. And you are gathered here today because you're trying to flip the script on what's happening in foster care in America. And we are so grateful that you're joining us here today. We want to take a moment to ground us, not just in understanding why you're here and the agenda, but dive a little bit deeper before we get into the panel discussions about squarely grounding us in the data and what the data tells us about what is and what is not working in child welfare in America today. So first of all, May is not only National Foster Care Month, it is also Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month. And one could ask ourselves, well, what do those two have to do with each other, right? But actually it has a lot to do with each other, and those who work in this field know this quite well, which is that these months are often designed to lift up and increase awareness of important national issues like foster care and teen pregnancy prevention. We often wear ribbons. Many of us are wearing ribbons today, right? But oftentimes the month ends, the ribbons come off, and you go to the next thing, right? Next ribbon, next issue. And one has to ask ourselves, what do we do in building a movement that lasts beyond wearing the ribbon for that month? And how do we engage across multiple sectors the kind of talent and creativity that we need to sort of really rethink and reimagine foster care in America? For example, we know that youth in foster care are 2 times more likely to become pregnant by age 19 than other youth. That is a fact. We know that their prospects, whether you are a young parent, as a teen, or a young person in foster care, their prospects for graduating from high school greatly diminish when they enter the foster care system. The chances of getting into and through college are diminished, with roughly 2 to 4% of all former foster youth attaining a bachelor's degree, 2 to 4% in America. We know that these kinds of data points aren't simply obscure numbers on an Excel spreadsheet or in our systems. They are the stories of American young people. They are the stories of people in this room today that have survived and have thrived in spite of the child welfare system. They are people who have aged out of that system. They are joined today in this room by judges, social workers, teachers, nonprofit professionals, coders, engineers, lawyers, all trying to rethink how to flip the script on this data. We know that a California study of youth who were homeless in San Francisco found that 25% of the street youth had become homeless on their most recent separation from foster care, a group home, or juvenile detention. And our own Family Youth and Services Bureau recently released a first-of-its-kind study on our street outreach program for young people who are living on the streets. And what did we learn? We learned a couple of things which won't be a surprise to a lot of the young people who have been in the system, which is that more than half of homeless youth become homeless for the first time because they're asked to leave home by a parent or caregiver. And more than half say they have tried to stay at a shelter, but it was full. And those findings resulted from a study released April 12th by the Department of Health and Human Services Administration on Children, Youth, and Families. And in that, we learned even more information, again, which may not be a surprise to many of you in this field, which is that the average youth spent nearly 2 years living on the street. How is that acceptable for our young people in this country? That more than 60% were raped, beaten up, robbed, or otherwise assaulted. That nearly 30% of participants identified as gay, lesbian, or bisexual, and nearly 7% identified as transgender. And about half of the youth had been in foster care. They had been in foster care. So by no fault of their own did our young people end up there and then homeless on the street with no place to go. How is that an acceptable understanding of the data that we see over and over and over by these studies? And as the president has said when he launched My Brother's Keeper several years ago, he said, how is it that we've become numb to these statistics? How is it that this has become part of the American narrative? And he says, no, we do not have to accept that. We can change the script. Yes, we can do things differently in this country. And in 2010, states began to opt into providing foster care until the age of 21 with federal reimbursement. Roy lifted up the fact that the president has repeatedly submitted in the budget proposal a way to deeply invest in prevention, to make sure that young people never have to ultimately end up in foster care if we actually provided them and their families and their neighborhoods and their communities with the right kind of preventative support when they need it, when they need that help. Not when actually the crisis happens, which is the way in which our current child welfare system functions. The president's budget has called for expanding this to 23, to making sure more young people have a transition to adulthood in a way that honors them, because what young person at 18 or 21 completely had it figured out? I didn't. I can't imagine many of you did. And for those of you who have children like myself, is that good enough for you to have it all figured out by 18 or 21? I think the answer is no. It just doesn't make sense. We also know that it doesn't have to be this way anymore. And today is part of changing that narrative. Why you are gathered here from all over the country, from our friends in Utah, who I see in the corner over there, to our friends in Connecticut or New York, to our friends in California or the state of Illinois and everywhere else in between, to all the different people from different sectors, to our social workers who accompanied many of folks from our team on a ride-along in DC recently. These are all change makers. You are all change makers trying to change this narrative. And we want to think about it in the context of what might happen if. What might happen if today your contribution to the conversation today and over the course of the next 24 hours to the hackathon will dramatically change everything we do in child welfare? What if that's possible? Some of you are already shrugging. But what if that was actually possible? What if we actually believed that what we have now has never worked? And it's worth actually trying something dramatically different because we spend billions of dollars a year on a system that we know does not yield better results for the young people and the families who are touched by the system. That said, we know that we want to change the rules of engagement at every level. And as Roy announced, one of the things we're doing is around the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. And we want to take a moment to ground your thinking and your thoughts about this. For those of you who want to nerd out a bit, it's called CCWIS by its acronym. For those who are in the field, it's also been called SACWIS, or the State Automated Child Welfare Information System. For those of you who know nothing about these acronyms, let me break it down to you in a very different way, which is that it is the one way the federal government is able to understand at the child level what is happening to kids who enter our system and how that information is tracked. When were they removed from family? Were they placed in a foster home? Were they actually ever adopted? What happened when they languished in care many years? How do you coordinate their care from a medical home to the courts to the educational system? All these pieces working together are part of the new CCWIS system, and ultimately it's about changing the way we work with all of you in the country. We want to make sure that we are being much more responsive to the needs of states and counties and tribes. We want to make sure that we understand and are supporting agile procurement and agile development and rapid prototyping in the child welfare space in a way that it's never been done before, and that the federal government will help partner with you and help cover those costs. Because it's been 23 years, nearly a quarter century, since we released any kind of serious guidance on this issue. That's not to assign blame at anybody. It's actually about years of struggle to get that through. And today we stand on the shoulders of many, many both career staff and political appointees over many administrations who've tried to change the script on that. We stand on all of your shoulders. And so in our phones that we carry, we have thousands of apps that help us track, and that Rafael's putting pepperoni on his pizza, right? But why is it that we can track that, or a package at your doorstep within 24 hours on Amazon Prime, or order jewelry, or figure out how to customize your car online, but we can't tell you for a fact right now exactly where every child in America who's in the child welfare system is? We can't do that right now. That is the truth. And the fact is that that is unacceptable, because you all now know this information. You know the data. You know the fact that we can do things differently. What about bringing the tinkers and the makers and the entrepreneurs and the hackers and the engineers to this space? We do know that we want to create amazing apps that help us play games and help us engage and understand the weather. That is fantastic. But what about that talent in this space over and over and over, so that a young person who is on the street can use their phone, which, by the way, they often have, and this is the way in which they engage, to find a bed to sleep in that night, to find a mentor, to find a home, to find someone who's actually going to say, I love you because you are extraordinary and you are powerful and you're beautiful just the way you are. And changing that narrative is just as important. So we want to make sure that we help better coordinate services, eliminate redundancies in the existing systems, improve data quality, and ultimately help us achieve better results for the children, youth, and families we serve. We know that CCWIS, as imperfect as it even may be today as this is announced, that it will promote data sharing across agencies in a way that we've never even been able to do. Will it happen tomorrow? It will not. It will take time to change those systems across the country. We know that it will require quality data. Why is it that we have to assume that data has to be so poor? Because most of our social workers spend most of their time filling out forms and paperwork. We're joined today by two social workers from DC, Tabitha and Tamara, who actually, when we talk with them on a ride-along, they not only confirm, but we notice across the country, they'd rather spend their time doing prevention and helping those families get and connect to the services they need, improve the data quality, instead of writing down everything by hand. What if their reports were transcribed from their voices into Word and automatically loaded up into systems? Think about the shift that would have. The technology exists in other sectors. It does not right now in child welfare, and we know we can do better. Yes, we can do better. We also know that CCWIS will reduce the mandatory functional requirements and ultimately allow agencies to build systems tailored to their needs on the ground. And what that really means at the end of the day is making sure that we are responsive to what's happening across the country in a way that makes sense for your community. We can't do a one-size-fits-all for everybody. We know that. And we know that technology and innovation are tools. They can help us transform the space in a way that we never imagined. A few months ago, the president said at South by Southwest that he has been trying to bring a different kind of level of innovation to the federal government and making sure that people across our country aren't so frustrated by engaging with the government, right? And doing things like changing FAFSA, the financial aid forms, so that young people can more rapidly access and fill out their forms. Dramatically reducing the red tape there. Is it perfect yet? Not so much, but dramatically improved. Huge increase in the amount of young people who are using FAFSA. Second, he talked about making sure that applying for Social Security online was possible. One of the most basic functions, Social Security online, reducing the red tape to become a citizen in this country and doing that online, so that people who are trying to go to college or better their lives or become a citizen of this great country are able to do those things much more rapidly in the 21st century, and why that matters so much. The second thing the president talked about was embracing new technologies that allow us to do things in a very different way and to tackle big, big problems in this country in completely new ways. And ultimately, it's part of his legacy, because he is the first president that has had command of and use of multiple tools in a way that no president has ever had. From Snapchat to Tumblr to Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, it's the first time as a country we've seen this rallied and harnessed from the federal government and the White House in a brand new way. Why shouldn't child welfare be the same thing? What might happen if we harnessed all of those new technologies and all of that in a very different way? What if? What might happen? What might be your contribution today? And as the president said recently at a Howard University commencement, he encouraged the graduates to think a lot about what happens when you struggle and things are hard. And for every single one of you here, whether you are a coder, an engineer, or a social worker, you know that you encounter challenges every single day. And you've got to work through solutions no matter the cost, because you are so dedicated to that work. And the president said to the graduates, and I want to lift up exactly what he said, and when your journey seems too hard, and when you run into a chorus of cynics who tell you that you're being foolish to keep believing, or that you can't do something, or that you should just give up, or you should just settle, you might say to yourself a little phrase that I've found handy the last 8 years: yes, we can. And the same thing applies to you and the next 24 hours. Whatever your sector, whatever your field, whatever your point of view, whether you even know what hackathon means, dive in. Say, yes, we can. Yes, I can understand this. When the chorus of cynics tells you over the course of the next 24 hours, or in you, you feel that grumbling that it's not possible to change things, that we can't reimagine child welfare in America, or that we can't flip the script and build a different way of doing things, you're going to say, yes, we can. When at 2 o'clock in the morning, the teams that are hacking, that you'll hear from in a few minutes, when they're sort of really tired and not sure how to get through this, they're going to say, yes, we can. And at the end of the day, you will leave this White House today and tomorrow as ambassadors of the movement that Roy is talking about, that is embodied in the extraordinary energy and creativity of people like Sixto Council, and the way in which this will be carried on beyond this administration, because it's not about just President Obama's administration, it's about each of you, and the children, youth, and families you represent, and the ways in which you're connected to these stories. So bottom line, you are here to help fuel that movement. And now I'm going to walk you through the course of the agenda before we turn to our next panel. We are going to next move towards talking about developing digital solutions for foster youth, families, and service providers by a series of folks that I'll introduce momentarily, and really sort of lift up where they've encountered those challenges and how they've worked through them to try to innovate in a very difficult space. We will then move on to legal challenges and talking about how to rethink how the law is used to support and break down barriers in servicing young people across this country. We'll then lift up what's happening around the hackathons and dive into that. And I want to lift up, for those that are not going to be with us in person through the whole time, we'll then move to the Ronald Reagan Center. We'll actually have a series of multiple tracks, one just for those interested in the law, lawyers and advocates and policymakers thinking about how do we use the law differently. We're going to dive far deeper into the nuts and bolts of CCWIS and the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System for those of you from state systems and others to understand better how this will work. We'll also have teams that are literally hacking. And if you've never actually done this before or are curious, just go. Ask questions, engage, because the product is about iteration and going back over and over and rethinking these ideas and ideating and failing and succeeding together. So that's the course of the next afternoon. We'll come back to the White House tomorrow, where we will actually then hear back what happened over the course of the evening and what innovation has happened and what they've created in 24 hours. Will it be perfect or solved? It will not be, but it's meant to model the fact that in every single thing we've lifted up, change is possible, that it's actually possible to rethink how we run these systems. And then we'll actually conclude tomorrow afternoon. So with that framing of the day, we are grateful to all of you that are here. We are grateful for all that you do now on behalf of the nation's children, youth, and families, and we are grateful for what you will continue to do moving forward.
And good morning. Welcome to the White House. Thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for your words and your leadership. We've got a couple of members of Congress here, Frederica Wilson and Chris Collins, we want to acknowledge. And I also want to recognize Director Comey, members of the Fraternal Order of Police, and all the outstanding law enforcement officials who are here from around the country. I'm proud to stand with you as we celebrate Police Week. And most of all, I'm proud to be with the heroes on the front row and with the families who have supported them, and the family of one who made the ultimate sacrifice. Now, it's been said that perfect valor is doing without witnesses what you would do if the whole world were watching. The public safety officers we recognize today with the Medal of Valor found courage not in search of recognition, they did it instinctively. This is a war that none of them sought, and if they could go back in time, I suspect they'd prefer none of this had happened. As one of today's honorees said about his actions, I could have very well gone my whole career and not dealt with this situation and been very happy with that. If they had their way, none of them would have to be here, and so we're grateful that they are, and our entire nation expresses its profound gratitude. More important, we're so grateful that they were there, some on duty, others off duty, all rising above and beyond the call of duty, all saving the lives of people they didn't know. That distinction, that these 13 officers of valor saved the lives of strangers, is the first of several qualities that they share. But their bravery, if it had not been for their bravery, we likely would have lost a lot of people. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, friends, and loved ones. Thankfully, they are still with their families today because these officers were where they needed to be most at a critical time. At a gas station during a routine patrol, in the middle of a busy hospital, in a grocery store, on the campus of a community college, near an elementary school where a sheriff's deputy's own children were students and his wife taught. In all of these places, in each of these moments, these officers were true to their oaths. To a person, each of these honorees acted without regard for their own safety. They stood up to dangerous individuals brandishing assault rifles, handguns, and knives. One officer sustained multiple stab wounds while fighting off an assailant. Another endured first-degree burns to his arms and face while pulling an unconscious driver from a burning car on a freeway. Each of them will tell you, very humbly, the same thing. They were just doing their jobs. They were doing what they had to do, what they were trained to do, like on any other day. The officer who suffered those terrible burns, he left urgent care and went straight to work. He had to finish his shift. And that sense of duty and purpose is what these Americans embody. And the truth is, it's because of your courage, sometimes seen but sometimes unseen, that the rest of us can go about living our lives like it's any other day. Going to work, going to school, spending time with our families, getting home safely. We so appreciate our public safety officers around the country, from our rookie cadets to our role model of an attorney general. Not everyone will wear the medal that we give today, but every day so many of our public safety officers wear a badge of honor. The men and women who run toward danger remind us, with your courage and humility, what the highest form of citizenship looks like. When you see students and commuters and shoppers at risk, you don't see these civilians as strangers, you see them as part of your own family, your own community. The scripture teaches us you love your neighbor as yourself. And you put others' safety before your own. In your proud example of public service, you remind us that loving our country means loving one another. Today, we also want to acknowledge the profound sacrifices made by your families, and I had the chance to meet some of them, and they were all clearly so proud of you, but we're very proud of them. We know that you wait up late, and you're worried, and you're counting down the minutes until your loved one walks through the door safe after a long shift. We know it never gets easier. We thank you for that. And of course, we honor those who didn't come home, including one hero we honor posthumously today, Sergeant Robert Wilson III. He gave his life when two men opened fire in a video game store where Sergeant Wilson was buying a son a birthday present. To his family, who's here, his grandmother Constance, his brother and sister, please know how deeply sorry we are for your loss, how grateful we are for Sergeant Wilson's service. We also honor the more than 35 who've given their lives in the line of duty so far this year. One of them, an officer in Virginia named Ashley Marie Gwendon, was taken from us on her very first shift. I've seen this sacrifice when I've joined some of you at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, not far from here. We read the names carved on these walls, and we grieve with the families who carry the fallen in their hearts forever. We've been moved deeply by their anguish, but also by their pride in the lives their loved ones lived. And in those moments, we're reminded of our enduring obligation as citizens that they sacrifice so much for, that we do right by them and their families. Now, medals and ceremonies like today are important, but these aren't enough to convey the true depth of our gratitude. Our words will be hollow if they're not matched by deeds. So our nation has a responsibility to support those who serve and protect us and keep our streets safe. We can show our respect by listening to you, learning from you, giving you the resources that you need to do the jobs. That's the mission of our police task force, which brought together local law enforcement and civil rights and faith leaders and community members to open dialogue and build trust and find concrete solutions that make your job safer. Our country needs that right now. We're going to keep pushing Congress to move forward a bipartisan way to make our criminal justice system fairer and smarter and more cost-effective, and enhance public safety, and ensure the men and women in this room have the ability to enforce the law and keep their communities safe. A few minutes ago, I signed into law a package of bills to protect and honor our law enforcement officers, including one that will help state and local departments buy more bulletproof vests. Now, Emerson once said, "There is always safety in valor." The public safety officers we honor today give those words new meaning, for it's your courage and quick thinking that gave us our safety. So we want to thank you for your service. We want to thank your families for your sacrifice. I had a chance before I came out here to meet with the recipients, and I told them that although this particular moment for which you are being honored is remarkable, we also know that every day you go out there, you got a tough job. And we could not be prouder of not only moments like the ones we recognize here today, but just the day-to-day grind. You doing your jobs professionally, you doing your jobs with character. We want you to know we could not be prouder of you, and we couldn't be prouder of your families for all the contributions that you make. So may God bless you and your families. May God bless our fallen heroes. May God bless the United States of America, and it's now my honor to award these medals as the citations are read.
Officer Mario Gutierrez. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Mario Gutierrez, Miami-Dade Police Department, Florida, for bravery and composure while enduring a violent attack. Officer Gutierrez sustained multiple stab wounds while subduing a knife-wielding assailant who attempted to set off a massive gas explosion that could have resulted in multiple fatalities. Patrolman Louis Chochi. Medal of Valor presented to Patrolman Louis Chochi, Johnson City Police Department, New York, for courageously resolving a volatile encounter with a gunman. After witnessing the murder of his fellow officer, Patrolman Chochi pursued and apprehended the gunman at a crowded hospital, thereby saving the lives of employees, patients, and visitors. Officer Jason Salas, Officer Robert Sparks, and Captain Raymond Bottenfield. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Jason Salas, Officer Robert Sparks, and Captain Raymond Bottenfield, Santa Monica Police Department, California, for courage and composure in ending a deadly rampage. Officer Salas, Officer Sparks, and Captain Bottenfield placed themselves in mortal danger to save the lives of students and staff during a school shooting on the busy campus of Santa Monica College. Major David Huff. Medal of Valor presented to Major David Huff, Midwest City Police Department, Oklahoma, for uncommon poise in resolving a dangerous hostage situation. Major Huff saved the life of a 2-year-old girl after negotiations deteriorated with a man holding the child captive at knife point. Officer Donald Thompson. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Donald Thompson, Los Angeles Police Department, California, for courageous action to save an accident victim. While off duty, Officer Thompson traversed 2 freeway dividers and endured 1st and 2nd degree burns while pulling an unconscious man to safety from a car moments before it became engulfed in flames. Officer Coral Walker. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Coral Walker, Omaha Police Department, Nebraska, for taking brave and decisive action to subdue an active shooter. After exchanging gunfire, Officer Walker single-handedly incapacitated a man who had killed and injured multiple victims on a shooting spree. Officer Gregory Stevens. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Gregory Stevens, Garland Police Department, Texas, for demonstrating extraordinary courage to save lives. Officer Stevens exchanged gunfire at close range and subdued 2 heavily armed assailants, preventing a deadly act of terrorism. Mrs. Constance Wilson, accepting on behalf of Sergeant Wilson III. Medal of Valor presented to fallen Sergeant Robert Wilson III, Philadelphia Police Department, Pennsylvania, for giving his life to protect innocent civilians. Sergeant Wilson put himself in harm's way during an armed robbery, drawing fire from the assailants and suffering a mortal wound as he kept store employees and customers safe. Officer Niall Johnson. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Niall Johnson, North Miami Police Department, Florida, for swift and valorous action to end a violent crime spree. Officer Johnson pursued a man who had shot a Miami police officer and 2 other innocent bystanders, withstanding fire from an assault weapon, and apprehended the assailant. Special Agent Tyler Call. Medal of Valor presented to Special Agent Tyler Call, Federal Bureau of Investigation, for his heroic actions to save a hostage. Special Agent Call, who was off duty with his family, helped rescue a woman from her ex-husband who had violated a restraining order and held the victim at gunpoint. Deputy Joey Tortorella. Medal of Valor presented to Deputy Joey Tortorella, Niagara County Sheriff's Office, New York, for placing himself in grave danger to protect his community. Deputy Tortorella confronted and subdued a violent gunman who had shot and wounded his parents inside their home, and by doing so prevented the gunman from threatening the safety of students at a nearby elementary school.
Let's give one last big round of applause to the recipients of the Medal of Valor.
All right, everybody, Samia will be coming up next for you.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I'll be with you guys for the next hour and 40 minutes. We have a lot of exciting content ahead. We are going to kick things off with this video from earlier today. The Arlington National Cemetery, their Memorial Day celebrations that took place this morning, featuring President Obama and Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter. We are going to take you to this event now. Stay right here. News Now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the official party and remain standing for the introduction of the President, honors, invocation, and national anthem. Chaplain Colonel Gary R. Studniewski, Command Chaplain, Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington. Major General Bradley A. Becker, Commanding General, United States Army Military District of Washington. Mr. Patrick K. Hallinan, Executive Director, Army National Military Cemeteries Program. General Joseph F. Dunford, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Honorable Ashton Carter, Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Studniewski.
I invite you to pray with me. Almighty and ever-living God, by your mercy, the faithful departed find rest. We pray you look kindly on the servants we remember today who died in service to their country. These were sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, parents and patriots all, who lived in this world for too short a time, yet made it a better world by their sacrifice. They longed, as we all long, for a world of true justice and perpetual peace, and they spent themselves in service to bring about that world as they understood it. They loved, and they were loved, and they are loved. We may not know the name of every soul who lay at rest here or on more distant fields, but you know every name, Lord, for every soul is precious to you. As we gather here and in places all across this land, and wherever our honored dead lie, we fulfill our pledge never to forget their sacrifice, but even more, we gather in hope in your promises that those who lay down their lives for another, who nobly serve the cause of right, who carry their burdens faithfully, not for hope of reward, but for fulfillment of duty, will receive their reward. Bless these beloved dead, Lord, with the peace only you can give, a peace that is sweet, a peace that is restful, a peace that is eternal. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join the United States Army Band and Master Sergeant Michael Ford in singing our national anthem.
We watch Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Dunford. Morning. Good morning, Mr. President, Secretary Carter, distinguished guests, and most importantly, to the Gold Star families who are here. It's an honor to be with you today on this hallowed ground. As we pause this morning and remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom and security of our great nation, thousands of men and women continue to serve on active duty around the world, many in harm's way. This morning, while we remember and honor the fallen, I'd ask you to keep those still serving in your thoughts and prayers as well. Today's generation of soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen is proudly following in the footsteps of an unending line of American citizens who have answered the call to duty. Since George Washington cobbled together an army, over 40 million Americans have served the colors to ensure the citizens of our nation could live their lives and raise their children in freedom and peace. Some supported the birth of the revolution. More recently, others have answered the call to confront terrorism. The story of the 40 million who have served is the story of our nation. Along the way, more than 1 million Americans have given the last full measure. Over 100,000 in World War I, over 400,000 in World War II, almost 40,000 in Korea, over 58,000 in Vietnam, and over 5,000 have been killed in action since 9/11. These statistics are compelling, but they don't begin to capture the enormity of the sacrifice. For the loss of each individual brings untold anguish and grief. Those statistics represent sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, good friends. Those statistics represent children who grew up without their mothers and fathers. Those statistics represent lives shattered, hopes and dreams never realized. Today is a reminder of the real cost of freedom, the real cost of security, and that's the human cost. But I don't believe our focus today should be on how these men and women died. It's how they lived that's important. It's how they lived that makes us remember them. In life, these individuals chose to be something bigger than themselves. They chose to accept hardship and great personal risk. They were people who truly embodied the most important values and traditions of our nation. If we truly want to honor the fallen from all of our conflicts, if we truly want to give meaning to their sacrifice, we'll do something in addition to marking their graves with flags and flowers. Each of us will leave here today with the resolve to strengthen our commitment to our nation and the values for which it stands. If we walk away from today's ceremony reminded that the cause of freedom requires sacrifice, if we walk away with a renewed sense of commitment to our values, if we walk away reminded how important it is to defend those values, then I would offer that those that were taken from us prematurely will be able to look down and know that we truly remembered them. More importantly, those that were taken from us prematurely will be able to look down and know that their lives had meaning. On behalf of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen that we are privileged to lead, thank you for bringing meaning to the sacrifice of the missing and falling. Thank you for remembering.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen now as Master Sergeant Michael Ford of the United States Army Band performs the last full measure of devotion.
There are names that shine like beacons in the night. The patriots whose vision gave us meaning, who kept the lamp of freedom burning bright. In the long and honored history of America, There were those who paid the last and final price, who were called upon by chance or desperate circumstance to make the ultimate sacrifice. A grateful nation bows its head in sorrow and in thanks for guaranteeing our tomorrow. The last full measure of devotion, that's what they gave to the cause. The last full measure of devotion, and though they cannot hear our applause, we honor them forever and keep alive their story, pay tributes to their lives, and give them all the glory. The last full measure of devotion, beyond the call of duty were their deeds. The last full measure of devotion, they gave themselves to serve the greater need. And for those who did survive and came back home alive, they joined in praise of comrades who were slain. And highly resolved, most highly resolved, that these dead shall not have died in vain. The last full measure of devotion, beyond the call of duty were their deeds. The last full measure of devotion, they gave themselves to serve the greater need. And for those who did survive and came back home alive, they joined in praise of comrades who were slain.
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Carter.
Mr. President, General Dunford, warriors, veterans, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this solemn remembrance today. In each of the more than 400,000 markers here at Arlington, we find a dignified memorial to a life dedicated to the noblest of callings, to protect our people, uphold humankind's highest values, and make a better world for our children. They say that security is like oxygen. If you have it, you don't think about it. But if you don't have it, it's all you think about. The Patriots remembered today across the country provided that security. And so today do the millions of service members, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, active duty, Guard, Reserve, provide that security. They're part of a long heritage of patriots who fought in places like Lexington and Concord, Gettysburg and Midway, Chosin and Khe Sanh, and more recently Fallujah and Helmand. On Memorial Day, we especially remember those who gave their lives in this noblest of callings. And to our Gold Star families, you honor us with your presence. We know we lack the words to do justice to what you feel on this day. We can never fully know. But we do know what your sacrifice means to us, to this nation, and to a world that still depends so much on American men and women in uniform for its security. For all, Memorial Day in America is a line across the times, a line that connects yesterday with today and tomorrow, that we're here today, and that remembrances like this are underway across this shining land isn't lost on the kids who serve today. I hear this all the time. They know what it means, that it means that they too are doing the noblest of things, providing security so that Americans can get up in the morning, dress their kids, kiss them off to school, go to work, dream their dreams, live lives that are full. They know it means that for all its variety, America is one in its support for them. And they know that not one of them, not one, ever, will be left behind, that every effort will be made to bring them home, no matter how long it takes. They can see that too today on Memorial Day. The line comes to them. Now, those who serve today do so in a world that has its challenges and foes for America, which our strength will counter and defeat. Of that we can be certain. But it's also a world of bright opportunities that we'll grab hold of for them and their children. We can be certain of our strength, of our success, and of our hope, because our troops today make up the finest fighting force the world has ever known. A force of this caliber demands great leaders, and there's no doubt that they have one in the Commander-in-Chief. I see firsthand how clearly he understands the challenges we face and the obligations we must meet to keep our nation safe and make a better world. Above all, I witness the unending concern he has for our men and women in uniform and their families, their safety, their dignity, their welfare, and the boundless care with which he makes decisions that put them in harm's way. For this, and for much more, I'm tremendously proud to serve as his Secretary of Defense. Please welcome the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Good morning. Secretary Carter, General Dunford, Mr. Hallinan, Major General Becker, members of our armed forces, veterans, and most of all our Gold Star families. I'm honored to be with you once again as we pay our respects as Americans to those who gave their lives for us all. Here at Arlington, the deafening sounds of combat have given way to the silence of these sacred hills. The chaos and confusion of battle has yielded to perfect, precise rows of peace. The Americans who rest here and their families, the best of us, those from whom we asked everything, ask of us today only one thing in return, that we remember them. If you look closely at the white markers that grace these hills, one thing you'll notice is that so many of the years, dates of birth and dates of death, are so close together. They belong to young Americans, those who never lived to be honored as veterans for their service, men who battled their own brothers in Civil War, those who fought as a band of brothers an ocean away, men and women who redefined heroism for a new generation. They are generals buried beside privates they led. Americans known as Dad or Mom, some only known to God. As Mr. Hallinan, a Marine who then watched over these grounds, has said, everyone here is someone's hero. Those who rest beneath this silence, not only here at Arlington, but at veteran cemeteries across our country and around the world, and all who still remain missing, they didn't speak the loudest about their patriotism. They let their actions do that. Whether they stood up in times of war, signed up in times of peace, or were called up by a draft board, they embodied the best of America. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no more solemn obligation than sending them into harm's way. I think about this every time I approve an operation as President. Every time, as a husband and father, that I sign a condolence letter. Every time Michelle and I sit at the bedside of a wounded warrior, or grieve and hug members of a Gold Star family. Less than 1% of our nation wears the uniform. And so few Americans see this patriotism with their own eyes or know someone who exemplifies it. But every day there are American families who pray for the sound of a familiar voice when the phone rings, or the sound of a loved one's letter or email arriving. More than 1 million times in our history, it didn't come. And instead, a car pulled up to the house, and there was a knock on the front door, and the sound of taps floated through a cemetery's trees. For us, the living, those of us who still have a voice, it is our responsibility, our obligation, to fill that silence with our love and our support and our gratitude, and not just with words, but with our actions. For truly remembering and truly honoring these fallen Americans means being there for their parents and their spouses and their children, like the boys and girls here today wearing red shirts and bearing photos of the fallen. Your moms and dads would be so proud of you, and we are too. Truly remembering means that after our fallen heroes gave everything to get their battle buddies home, we have to make sure our veterans get everything that they have earned, from good health care to a good job, and we have to do better. Our work is never done. We have to be there not only when we need them, but when they need us. 30 days before he would be laid to rest, a short walk from here, President Kennedy told us that a nation reveals itself not only by the people it produces, but by those it remembers. Not everyone will serve. Not everyone will visit this national sanctuary, but we remember our best in every corner of our country from which they came. We remember them by teaching our children at schools with fallen heroes' names, like Dory Miller Elementary in San Antonio, or being good neighbors in communities named after great generals like McPherson, Kansas, or when we walk down First Sergeant Bobby Mendez Way in Brooklyn, or drive across the Hoover Dam on a bridge that bears Pat Tillman's name. We reveal ourselves in our words and deeds, but also by the simple act of listening. My fellow Americans, today and every day, listen to the stories these Gold Star families and veterans have to tell. Ask about who he or she was. why they volunteered. Hear from those who loved them about what their smile looked like and their laugh sounded like and the dreams they had for their lives. Since we gathered here 1 year ago, more than 20 brave Americans have given their lives for the security of our people in Afghanistan. We pray for them all and for their families. In Iraq, in our fight against ISIL, 3 Americans have given their lives in combat on our behalf. And today I ask you to remember their stories as well. Charles Keating IV, Charlie or Chuck or C4, was born into a family of veterans, all American athletes and Olympians, even a gold medalist. So naturally, Charlie and the love of his life, Brooke, celebrated their anniversary on the 4th of July. She called him the huge goofball everybody wanted to be friends with, the adventurer who surfed and spearfished and planned to sail around the world. When the Twin Towers fell, he was in high school and he decided to enlist. Joined the SEALs because he told his friends it was the hardest thing to do. He deployed to Afghanistan and 3 times to Iraq, earning a Bronze Star for valor. And earlier this month, while assisting local forces in Iraq who had come under attack, he gave his life. A few days later, one of his platoon mates sent Charlie's parents a letter from Iraq. Please tell everyone Chuck saved a lot of lives today, it said. He left us with that big signature smile on his handsome face as always. Chuck was full of aloha, but was also a ferocious warrior. So today we honor Chief Special Warfare Officer Charles Keating IV. Louis Cardin was the 6th of 7 children, a Californian with an infectious wit who always had a joke at the ready to help someone get through a tough time. When his siblings ran around the house as kids, his mom, Pat, would yell after them, "Watch that baby's safety margin." And today she realizes that what she was really doing was raising a Marine. As a teenager, he proudly signed up. Louis graduated high school on a Friday. 3 days later, on Monday morning, the Marines came to pick him up. That was 10 years ago. One morning this March, a Marine knocked on his mother's door again. On his 5th tour at a fire base in Iraq, Louis gave his life while protecting the Marines under his command. Putting others before himself was what Louis did best. He chose to live in the barracks with his buddies even when he could have taken a house off base. He volunteered to babysit for friends who needed a date night. He just earned a promotion to mentor his fellow Marines. When they brought Louis home, hundreds of strangers lined freeway overpasses in the streets of Southern California to salute him. And today we salute Staff Sergeant Louis Cardin. Joshua Wheeler's sister says he was exactly what was right about this world. He came from nothing and he really made something of himself. As a kid, Josh was the one who made sure his brother and 4 half-sisters were dressed and fed and off to school. When there wasn't food in the cupboard, he grabbed his hunting rifle and came back with a deer for dinner. When his country needed him, he enlisted in the Army at age 19. He deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan 14 times, earned 11 Bronze Stars, 4 for valor. Last October, as ISIL terrorists prepared to execute 70 hostages, Josh and his fellow special ops went in and rescued them. Every single one walked free. "We were already dead," one of the hostages said. "Then God sent us a force from the sky." That force was the U.S. Army, including Josh Wheeler. Josh was the doting dad who wrote notes to his kids in the stacks of books he read. Flying home last summer to be with his wife Ashley, who was about to give birth, he scribbled one note in the novel he was reading, just to tell his unborn son he was on his way. Ashley Wheeler is with us here today, holding their 10-month-old son, David. Ashley says Josh's memory makes her think about how can she be a better citizen. And she hopes it's what other people think about too. Today, this husband and father rests here in Arlington in Section 60. And as Americans, we resolve to be better people, better citizens, because of Master Sergeant Joshua Wheeler. You know, a nation reveals itself not only by the people it produces, but by those it remembers. We do so not just by hoisting a flag, but by lifting up our neighbors, not just by pausing in silence, but by practicing in our own lives the ideals of opportunity and liberty and equality that they fought for. We can serve others and contribute to the causes they believed in. And above all, keep their stories alive so that one day when he grows up and thinks of his dad, an American like David Wheeler can tell them as well the stories of the lives that others gave for all of us. We are so proud of them. We are so grateful for their sacrifice. We are so thankful to those families of the fallen. May God bless our fallen and their families. May He bless all of you, and may He forever bless these United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Eternal rest grant unto our beloved dead, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Bless us all, Lord. Bless us all across this land we call America with strength, wisdom, and courage. And may the sacrifice of so many who have died in service to our country and our world inspire us who remain to a renewed commitment to our nation and to our patriotic duty. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in place until the President has departed and the colors are retired. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's program and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, guys, that wraps up our Memorial Day coverage from earlier this morning. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House right now. This is a look at the White House, and you know what I was thinking about? I was like, you know, a lot of people may have missed that crazy LA police chase previously, so I think it's time we do an encore of the chase, at least the last 40 minutes of the pursuit. What do you guys think? Sound good? Sound like a plan? All right, we are going to do an encore presentation of that chase momentarily. Again, the full video of our police chase coverage is available on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Gonna go ahead and play for you the final 45 minutes of this police chase. Again, encore presentation of the chase. Well, I'm just acknowledging your tweet. Bobby Hill saying it seems like that vehicle runs on clean burning propane. Again, guys, this is an encore presentation of the chase that we watched earlier. I did notice that many of you guys tweeted me during the chase. We were getting so many tweets and the notifications were going crazy. So I wasn't able to read all of your tweets. So what I might do is, in this round 2, in this encore edition of the police pursuit, maybe I'll read the tweets that were not able to make it on air the first time around. Coming in per minute. So I'm sorry if I don't read your tweets, but I am getting... All right, guys, we know that the SUV is now in the South El Monte area. Again, this vehicle now traveling on the 60 westbound. Not too long ago, this vehicle was traveling on the 60 eastbound, then got off the freeway, has gotten back onto the 60, but traveling westbound. The vehicle went through Hacienda Heights. It's now going through South El Monte. It will then approach Montebello and East LA before approaching downtown Los Angeles, if the vehicle gets that far. Now, we know this chase has gone on for about 2 hours now. A lot of you guys commenting on the gas mileage of this Kia Sorento, joking that this is a great commercial as far as Kia's gas mileage is concerned. I am reading all your tweets. I will read some more of them momentarily. But let's hear now from the chopper reporter.
And he's heading back in that vague general direction by going westbound. So we'll see if he stays on the freeway for much longer, because we're now coming up on Downey. And if he gets off the freeway, then I'm going to kind of tend to assume that this is his home turf. I certainly don't have any information on that, but yeah, that's a good point, Steve. It would seem that law enforcement would be able to tell where home is just based on the source of the phone call.
All right, guys, I see your tweets coming in. I'm going to go ahead and read some more of them. Can't read all of them. Stephen Bullock saying that he's listening in to CHP via Broadcastify, the website. Matt joking he's racing to Hillary Clinton's to delete more emails. This is actually an electric car prototype for Kia called the KEC, which stands for the Kia Electric Car, according to Jimmy Russell. Donna saying, I hope no one gets hurt. The UK never live streams anything. Nico saying, I don't get why so many people ask to shoot the car. It's only endangering others. Plenty of other ways to stop it. Exton saying, that looks like a pretty big car. Could be dangerous if it ends in a crash. Bobby Hill saying that awesome moment when Samia Fox 10 reads your tweet on air. There you go. SD Transarchus saying, is he near an In-N-Out? I left LA a long time ago and some In-N-Out or Tommy Burger would hit the spot right now. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if you've been on this chase now for a couple of hours, you're probably getting hungry. It is close to lunchtime. But obviously his desire to escape takes priority over the desire to get a burger. Diego saying, how is the Kia outrunning the police cars? Lady Schubert saying such blatant disregard for all the citizens he's endangering. Giovanni saying, I'll be back. I'm just going to get some popcorn and a drink. Now the vehicle is in Montebello. Looks like the chopper reporter is speaking again. Let's listen in on what he has to say.
You have cruise control, so it's highly possible you can take some tension off just by punching in the cruise control and just steering. And I now notice, okay, we're coming up to the 5 freeway now, and I also notice there seems to be a greater number of motor officers, Bob, the CHP officers on motorcycles here than we had before. And I'm trying to see where he's going. Southbound, he's staying on the 710. He's going over the Commerce train yards here. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can get an idea where he actually is.
Again, the vehicle traveling on the 60 freeway. It has now passed Montebello, entering East LA, still traveling westbound on the 60 freeway towards downtown Los Angeles. The 60 freeway does end there. It then forces you to choose between Interstate 5 or the 101 or the 60, unless, of course, the vehicle decides it wants to hop on the 710. I'm not sure if it's already past the 710 junction yet, but we do know that it is traveling westbound in the East LA area on the 60. All right, going to check in with you guys, see what you're tweeting me. Lady Schubert saying, just for clarification, my name is Elizabeth and this car chase is great entertainment for the day. Michael Rossi saying, at least it's not a Tesla. A name that I can't even read saying, this is so much better than doing my taxes, greeting from Greece. Nathan saying, how long till he gets to the streets and the chase gets interesting. Stephen Bullock saying CHP is just going to follow the suspect, not going to engage. All right, guys, Samia here live. You guys were listening to the pre-recorded commentary from the live broadcast of this police pursuit. I do want to acknowledge some of our viewers because I know a lot of you guys tweeted me the first time around, but there were so many tweets coming in. I was not able to read all of them or even see all of them until after the chase, so I do want to go back and read some of them. Now that I have some time, I want to give everyone some fair coverage. Obviously, people tweeting things like, well, I think the people might be waiting for the vehicle to get it a gas. Lady Schubert, why do these chases always remind me of OJ? Cisco, why won't they do a pit maneuver when the freeway is clear? Stephen Bullock, suspect tells CHP he just got out of prison and will not go down without a fight, running low on fuel. Joey Smith saying car chases are great memes. B Cigar Sales, I think I'm sold on this Kia. Great gas mileage and looks great in that color. Hashtag pursuit. Ryan Tornquist saying, why have they not tried to hit the car in an open space? Gene saying, you'd think the helicopter could shoot a net or something to capture the Kia. Hashtag watching from Nashville. Matthew saying, the Kia is fast. How can the cops even compete? Lady Schubert saying, where was the car stolen from? Definitely great PR for the car. Steven saying the suspect is on the phone with CHP saying vehicle is on empty. This should be coming to a stop soon. Mabe saying nothing says Memorial Day like baseball, hot dogs, and an LA car chase. J. Rod White saying they're not doing a pit because the driver isn't putting anyone in danger. Once he does, then they will try and stop him. Jimmy Russell commenting record speeds for a Kia. Lady Schubert, do we know anything about the driver, sex, race, age? Lady Schubert, at the time we didn't, but we do know it is a man driving the vehicle. That's because I know how this chase ends already. Michael Hunt saying he can't outrun the helicopter. Olympian, why don't they end it now? What if something more serious comes up? Meep Meep, I hope everything turns out okay. It seems as if it goes wrong, it could be extremely painful. Jacques saying this must be blatant advertisement for that Kia's miles per gallon capabilities. Fire Philly says they're watching from Canada. Lots of people tweeting that they're watching from the UK. LA Gas saying, I love watching these chases. Bobby Hill saying he's a better driver than most people here in Texas. I tell you what, glad to see Fox is making car chases great again. The Bark tweeting, he must be really good at Grand Theft Auto, watching from New York City. Jimmy Mack saying, is the car definitely stolen? Be sure he's not just got headphones on and out for a casual drive. Lito saying maybe he found out how much money he could save by switching to Geico. At New York Rod, here's a really interesting point. Whatever will become of these chases when they finally get driverless cars? I'm going to retweet that one. Sonic saying watching from Holland. Lady Schubert, to be honest, this is a much needed break from the election. MJW saying, I know it's wrong, but as this is unusual for us in the UK, I want to see a crash, a shootout, something exciting to end the bank holiday. Stephen Bullock referencing his Broadcastify source saying, suspect saying he is armed but is not armed. Suspect saying he is unarmed but is smoking meth. Momo Sark saying, I refuse to believe there's this little traffic in LA. It's only Memorial Day, Momo. Only Memorial Day. Gibbs saying, car chase going on for 2 hours really makes you think. Nico saying, I don't just get why so many people are asking to shoot the car. It's only endangering others. There are plenty of other ways to stop the vehicle. Right now, the timestamp on the video is 12:45 p.m. Again, this part of the video happened, or this part of the chase happened at 12:45 today. We're watching an encore presentation of the chase. I'm going to scroll through my tweets and start reading tweets that I received around this time of the chase. Caden saying, why don't they just attach a giant magnet to the helicopter and pick the car up? Pretty clever. Brian Spain saying, how many people are watching this live stream? We should all get together for burgers and beer since we apparently don't have any better plans. One of our tweets coming in, Brick Iron Jaw saying, so when are the LAPD going to use the Kia as their new chase vehicle? It's a big car for them and seems to be good on costs. They really should try to knock it off the road with 2 cop cars, but it might be a big car for the police, says Mike Hunter. Interesting, Howard K. tweeting that the family of the suspect is telling police that the suspect is on his way to Home Depot in Costa Mesa. Steven wondering how long before this guy needs a bathroom break. Nathan Taylor saying police should get Steph Curry with his range to shoot him down. Tim wants to know what this suspect's salary from Kia is. Again, a lot of people joking that this was a great advertisement for the vehicle itself, a Kia Sorento. Ryan F. saying, I demand Samia be a voice on Grand Theft Auto 6 radio. Dirty Hand saying, what are the chances he's going to dump the car off in the airport and get away like in Drive? A viewer saying this car chase is a eulogy for Jeb Bush's presidential campaign. Slow and steady wins the race. All right, guys, we're going to go back to the pre-recorded coverage that aired earlier today when this chase was live.
He's either going to just burn up every drop of fuel here. We're pretty certain he's not just going to pull over at any given moment unless he absolutely is forced to.
All right, guys, I'm seeing your tweets coming in. John Trumpion, best commentary. We need Kinsey Fox 10 giggles to go along. John Trumpion, I'm actually texting with Kinsey right now, asking her where she is, because she and I do enjoy giving you guys play-by-play coverage of police chases. I know she is tuning in, so she's watching with you guys in spirit. Chris saying, I guess the highway fuel economy for Kias are outstanding, Samia Fox 10. Chris, it's true. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Tion the Lion saying, wait, are there other people in the car? Did he bring friends? That's the question. The question is, does he have other people in the car and he's using the carpool lane legally? Or is he just a criminal who's stolen a car and figures, well, I've broken one law, might as well break the rest. I'm just going to use carpool lane and I don't even care if there's traffic on the freeway or not. Looks like it's getting off the freeway. Is that an exit for another freeway? Or is he getting onto the 405 southbound? What's going on, guys? Let's listen into the chopper.
Boy, I don't know. It looks just like it's another... oh, okay. I've lost him underneath the freeway here. That's what I was thinking. He's going south 405, but I can't...
Once again, I called it, guys. 405 southbound. Now traveling 405 southbound, meaning he is in the LAX area. Now he's going to be traveling south towards El Segundo and eventually Long Beach if he stays on the 405.
There it is. There he is. I got him up here at the top. All right, no, I was just going to say he is on that transition of the westbound 105 to the southbound 405, and it joins up down here just below the airport. So now he's fully on the 405, heading southbound here. And you're absolutely right. Time really passes quickly when you're involved in something like this.
All right, guys, those of you who have been tuning in with us for the last at least hour, we've been covering this police chase. This chase has gone on for 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours now. The stolen vehicle is now in the Hawthorne area, traveling on the 405 southbound. Now, when we first tuned into this police chase, we watched as the SUV traveled northbound on the 710. From the 710, it then exited onto surface streets in the, when we first started watching this pursuit, we were actually watching as the vehicle was traveling northbound on the 605 freeway in the Whittier area. Eventually, it exited off the 605, was in the City of Industry, Hacienda Heights area, before hopping onto the 60 eastbound. Now, the vehicle then traveled on the 60 eastbound for quite a while, getting into the Pomona and Chino area before exiting once again, hopping back on the 60 freeway, but instead turning around, traveling westbound on the 60 freeway towards downtown LA, eventually not making it all the way to downtown LA, instead exiting on the 710 freeway right in the East LA area, traveling on the 710 southbound. From the 710 southbound, it then hopped onto the 105 westbound towards LAX. Didn't make it all the way to LAX though. Instead opted to travel on the 405 southbound, and that is where we are now. So that's just a recap of what we have seen here on News Now over the course of the last hour. We do know that this chase started around 10:35 in the Southgate area. Again, the vehicle now traveling on the 405 southbound. Typically, the 405 is a very busy freeway. Again, it is Memorial Day. Most of the city is off work. Yes, people in Los Angeles, some people still have traditional work schedules. It's not a land of all creatives or a whole bunch of people without a job. There are a lot of people, obviously, with jobs in Los Angeles that cause traffic on any given day. However, today seems like the ideal day to lead police on a pursuit. Obviously, you have no issues in terms of sitting in traffic. Again, 405 southbound in the Hawthorne area. Eventually, the suspect will approach Torrance. Who knows if the suspect will switch freeways. Again, the suspect will eventually approach the 110 interchange, eventually then the 710 interchange. Again, the suspect in the Kia Sorento traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Let's see what the chopper has to say now.
Exactly. All right, let's take it into Long Beach and get fuel. We're done. Take it into Long Beach and get fuel.
Uh-oh, guys, that is bad news for us. It looks like the chopper is going to Long Beach to get fuel. We're going to actually lose the feed. I'm sorry. We are losing the feed soon, guys.
Oh, we can hang in for about 20 minutes, he says.
Oh.
We're going to go right past, if he stays on the 405, we're going to go right past the Long Beach airport. So.
Hopefully this individual will surrender in the next 15 minutes so we don't lose a minute of this high-speed chase here on News Now. I see many of you guys tweeting me. I will read tweets in just a minute, so stay right here. More News Now ahead. Again, police pursuit, Southern California, 405 southbound, approaching Long Beach in the Hawthorne area as of right now. Hawthorne, Torrance area. Kyle saying Google says the Sorento has a 70-liter fuel tank and can do 33 miles per gallon, nearly a 500-mile range on a full tank, probably still has plenty of gas, Kyle commenting. Bro Buzz saying that's a lot of mileage for a stolen car. Ghost Politics saying watching live from downtown Austin, drinking some Johnny Walker.
This is what I call health.
Ryan Self saying, personally, I think the helicopter pilot is doing a heck of a job. Trusty saying, you know the LA highways well. Did you used to live here? Yep, I lived there for 10 years at least. I don't know. Went to college there. LA is home in my heart. Trusty. Again, guys, you're looking at live coverage of this police pursuit in Los Angeles. We're looking at that gray Kia Sorento. Now, this pursuit has gone on for 2.5 hours. This is pretty crazy. We know that the vehicle is described as stolen. No information right now on the suspect. The suspect is, however, traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Lady Schubert saying they could have thrown strips a long time ago or shot out the tires. Do something, CHP. Avi Ben-Yav, so what usually happens in the end? This is my first chase, Londoner. Avi, typically the suspect will eventually just pull over and surrender with their hands up, run out of gas, something like that, or in other situations, they will throw spike strips that will result in the vehicle stopping itself. Tires blow out. Again, vehicle traveling southbound on the 405 freeway. Tim Reardon, Kia's new slogan, which car brand gets better gas mileage than a chopper? Only one Kia. You guys. I wish the chopper would zoom in a little more so I could see the freeway signs, so I could get a better idea of where exactly on the 405 the suspect is. Again, 405 southbound. It looks like he's slowing down quite a bit though, guys. Looks like the suspect is slowing down. Is the Kia running out of gas? Much slower than it has been going previously. Looks like it's stopping. Is it stopping? We may be witnessing a possible surrender, guys. A surrender in the middle of the 405 southbound freeway. Looks like all traffic behind the chase.
I'll keep the mic open on the link. It's just, yeah, it's like 1 minute from Long Beach Airport.
All right, guys, we're just a minute from the Long Beach Airport. According to the chopper pilot, looks like police are getting out. Viewer discretion is advised. We don't know if the suspect is armed, guys. Anything can happen. Looks like officers are exiting the vehicle. Many officers on hand as part of this pursuit. We can't see the suspect, but the suspect has at least stopped the vehicle.
Where is everybody? 7, I handled. Who's flying 7?
Now the question is, did the suspect run out of gas or did he just choose to surrender in the middle of the freeway? Again, 405 southbound, very close to the Long Beach Airport area. I see Steven tweeting me, who's been listening in on the CHP scanner. Steven saying that the vehicle has run out of gas, run out of fuel. Don Trumpion saying, how convenient is that? Runs out of gas right before the helicopter does. Perfect timing. Mason saying, bet it's awkward for the runners to have to explain to other inmates that he was the mouse in a cat and mouse game and he lost. Saber saying, shooting the tires out only works in the movies. Love not, hate always. Are we sure LeBron is not driving that Kia? I'm pretty sure LeBron is not on the run. I'm very interested in seeing the suspect surrender. Brian Spain saying, I was getting ready to greet him in San Diego. It's true. What Brian said is correct. If the vehicle kept traveling on 405 southbound, it would have eventually turned into the 5 and the vehicle would have eventually made its way to San Diego and, hey, possibly Mexico. DJ Track saying, giving up right on time, chopper about to lose gas. Ryan Self, Kia has to be out of gas, must have not had a full tank.
Yep.
Michelle asking, is he looking for insurance and registration before he gets out of the vehicle? Interesting question.
Pictures.
HickyBot saying he should have stolen a hybrid vehicle.
Ooh, he just threw something out.
Avi Ben saying, thanks for answering. This is so insane for me. I'm
That
watching
could
with
have
my
been,
whole
yeah,
family.
I couldn't tell what it was.
Brian Spain, evidence for another miles per gallon scandal. The driver works for Kia's competitors. I love your guys' conspiracies. Nathan, has he only just realized he's been being chased by 300 cops and is confused as to why he's been pulled over? Who knows? But right now we can't see the suspect, and he has not exited the vehicle. Jason C. says, I hope he has Wi-Fi in there. Well, if he has a smartphone, maybe he is tuning into our News Now coverage. Just a thought. Lady Schubert saying maybe he needs to call his lawyer first before exiting. Roger Elliott saying looks like he's being a gentleman. Good thing too. Couldn't take the suspense anymore. Berto saying looks like there might be a pet inside the car. I didn't see that, but anything's possible, I suppose. I'm getting a tweet from one of the viewers saying, is he calling AAA for more fuel? Wouldn't that be funny if the suspect decided to call roadside assistance right now for a tow or for more fuel? Unbeknownst to the tow truck driver, he just pulls up, offers the suspect a lift or some more gas, and then the suspect keeps going. That would be funny. I don't know if the suspect's ever thought about that. Howard K. thinks that he's playing Angry Birds right now. He is in the driver of this vehicle. Do we know the race of the suspect? I don't know any details about the suspect right now, the Sylvanator. Berto saying, did he just light a blunt? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, you see many CHP officers on hand to apprehend the suspect. Suspect still hasn't left the vehicle. You can see there's at least 5 CHP SUVs that I can see in this shot, plus motorcycle officers as well. Looks like traffic has stopped in both directions on the 405. You saw the helicopter just pan over. So we know that the vehicle was traveling southbound on the 405. All the traffic behind has stopped. And now it seems that they have stopped the traffic traveling northbound on the 405 as well. Obviously, they want to be safe, take all precautions. We don't know if the suspect is armed at this point. It's a very heightened scene right now in Southern California. This is somewhat near the Long Beach area of Southern California. Looks like cops will be approaching the suspect momentarily. Who knows? Anything's possible. All right, guys, now that you guys don't need my Southern California expertise anymore, I am going to be switching things over to Mike Page. He'll wrap up this police chase coverage with you. Again, stolen Kia on the 405 southbound freeway, stopping traffic in both directions. Mike Pace joining you momentarily. I'm gonna go get some lunch, something that this suspect wasn't able to do. Now, according to Stephen, I just want to read this tweet carefully because Stephen was listening to CHP via Broadcastify. Suspect said he was not armed but wouldn't give up without a fight. Interesting. Alejo saying, Ale, the driver must be a worker for Kia. Honestly, who steals the Kia vehicle? Rather be in a foot pursuit than be inside a Kia. You guys. Dorsey saying the suspect looks white and he's a smoker. He's vaping. The gray lady is chiming in. Another viewer saying he might be loading a gun or he just wants everyone to know he vapes. Again, suspect hasn't officially surrendered, staying inside the car. The vehicle has run out of gas. Switching with Mike Pace now. He will be joining you guys momentarily. Stand by.
Yeah. We're streaming it. We're on the internet. They just want us to hang until we absolutely have to break it off for fuel. And that's totally your call. I don't know whose wash we're getting, but it's... We must be downwind from 7 or something here. They're blowing us all over the place. Yeah, it's starting to warm up in there. Damn it. He's getting out and this thing's all over the place. It's okay. Ah, Jesus, the vibration's kicking the camera. It's connections or slip rings.
All right, guys, we know the suspect has officially surrendered. Mike, we are looking at this live.
Yep.
Suspect is out of the vehicle. His hands are up. A lot of you. We're going to be politically correct here and not make any guesses right now. Again, the suspect walking backwards, hands are in the air, proving he is unarmed. The chase finally coming to an end in the middle of the 405 freeway, 405 southbound in Southern California. getting a tweet from Kinsey asking, do you think getting caught was part of his plan? That's a tweet from our very own Kinsey Schofield, who is off today for Memorial Day.
All right, everyone, Samia Khan live here. That you guys were listening to the pre-recording of this police chase that happened earlier. I do want to acknowledge one tweet that just came in from Lady Music on Rhyme, saying, I think the driver needs to be in the next Fast and the Furious movie. You could just watch as the police pursuit ended on the 405 southbound freeway just north of Long Beach. You're watching the replay now. This wraps up my Memorial Day coverage here on News Now. However, we have lots more News Now ahead. That's right, News Now goes from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And guess who's hanging out with you for the next 4 hours and 55 minutes? Mike Page himself joining you momentarily. While you guys wait for Mike, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the view of Times Square in New York right now. Doesn't it look lovely? Mike Page joining you with more News Now coming up.
Here at Arlington, the deafening sounds of combat have given way to the silence of these sacred hills. The chaos and confusion of battle has yielded to perfect, precise rows of peace. The Americans who rest here and their families, the best of us, those from whom we asked everything, Ask of us today only one thing in return, that we remember them. If you look closely at the white markers that grace these hills, one thing you'll notice is that so many of the years, dates of birth and dates of death, are so close together. They belong to young Americans, those who never lived to be honored as veterans for their service, men who battled their own brothers in Civil War, those who fought as a band of brothers an ocean away, men and women who redefined heroism for a new generation. They are generals buried beside privates they led. Americans known as Dad or Mom. Some only known to God. As Mr. Hallinan, a Marine who then watched over these grounds, has said, everyone here is someone's hero. Those who rest beneath this silence, not only here at Arlington, but at veterans cemeteries across our country and around the world, and all who still remain missing, they didn't speak the loudest about their patriotism. They let their actions do that. Whether they stood up in times of war, signed up in times of peace, or were called up by a draft board, they embodied the best of America. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no greater responsibility than leading our men and women in uniform. I have no more solemn obligation than sending them into harm's way. I think about this every time I approve an operation as president. Every time, as a husband and father, that I sign a condolence letter. Every time Michelle and I sit at the bedside of a wounded warrior, or grieve and hug members of a Gold Star family. Less than 1% of our nation wears the uniform. And so few Americans see this patriotism with their own eyes or know someone who exemplifies it. But every day there are American families who pray for the sound of a familiar voice when the phone rings, or the sound of a loved one's letter or email arriving. More than 1 million times in our history, it didn't come. And instead, a car pulled up to the house, and there was a knock on the front door, and the sound of taps floated through a cemetery's trees. For us, the living, those of us who still have a voice, it is our responsibility, our obligation, to fill that silence with our love and our support and our gratitude, and not just with words, but with our actions. For truly remembering and truly honoring these fallen Americans means being there for their parents and their spouses and their children. Like the boys and girls here today wearing red shirts and bearing photos of the fallen. Your moms and dads would be so proud of you, and we are too. Truly remembering means that after our fallen heroes gave everything to get their battle buddies home, we have to make sure our veterans get everything that they have earned, from good health care to a good job. And we have to do better. Our work is never done. We have to be there not only when we need them, but when they need us. 30 days before he would be laid to rest, a short walk from here, President Kennedy told us that a nation reveals itself not only by the people it produces, but by those it remembers. Not everyone will serve. Not everyone will visit this national sanctuary, but we remember our best in every corner of our country from which they came. We remember them by teaching our children at schools with fallen heroes' names, like Dory Miller Elementary in San Antonio, or being good neighbors in communities named after great generals like McPherson, Kansas, or when we walk down First Sergeant Bobby Mendez Way in Brooklyn, or drive across the Hoover Dam on a bridge that bears Pat Tillman's name. We reveal ourselves in our words and deeds, but also by the simple act of listening. My fellow Americans, today and every day, listen to the stories these Gold Star families and veterans have to tell. Ask about who he or she was, why they volunteered. Hear from those who loved them about what their smile looked like and their laugh sounded like and the dreams they had for their lives. Since we gathered here 1 year ago, more than 20 brave Americans have given their lives for the security of our people in Afghanistan. We pray for them all and for their families. In Iraq, in our fight against ISIL, 3 Americans have given their lives in combat on our behalf. And today I ask you to remember their stories as well. Charles Keating IV, Charlie or Chuck or C4, was born into a family of veterans, all American athletes and Olympians, even a gold medalist. So naturally, Charlie and the love of his life, Brooke, celebrated their anniversary on the 4th of July. She called him the huge goofball everybody wanted to be friends with, the adventurer who surfed and spearfished and planned to sail around the world. When the Twin Towers fell, he was in high school and he decided to enlist. Joined the SEALs because he told his friends it was the hardest thing to do. He deployed to Afghanistan and 3 times to Iraq, earning a Bronze Star for valor. And earlier this month, while assisting local forces in Iraq who had come under attack, he gave his life. A few days later, one of his platoon mates sent Charlie's parents a letter from Iraq. Please tell everyone Chuck saved a lot of lives today, it said. He left us with that big signature smile on his handsome face as always. Chuck was full of aloha, but was also a ferocious warrior. So today we honor Chief Special Warfare Officer Charles Keating IV. Louis Cardin was the 6th of 7 children, a Californian with an infectious wit who always had a joke at the ready to help someone get through a tough time. When his siblings ran around the house as kids, his mom, Pat, would yell after them, "Watch that baby's safety margin." And today she realizes that what she was really doing was raising a Marine. As a teenager, he proudly signed up. Louis graduated high school on a Friday. 3 days later, on Monday morning, the Marines came to pick him up. That was 10 years ago. One morning this March, a Marine knocked on his mother's door again. On his 5th tour at a fire base in Iraq, Louis gave his life while protecting the Marines under his command. Putting others before himself was what Louis did best. He chose to live in the barracks with his buddies even when he could have taken a house off base. He volunteered to babysit for friends who needed a date night. He just earned a promotion to mentor his fellow Marines. When they brought Louis home, hundreds of strangers lined freeway overpasses in the streets of Southern California to salute him. And today we salute Staff Sergeant Louis Cardin. Joshua Wheeler's sister says he was exactly what was right about this world. He came from nothing and he really made something of himself. As a kid, Josh was the one who made sure his brother and 4 half-sisters were dressed and fed and off to school. When there wasn't food in the cupboard, he grabbed his hunting rifle and came back with a deer for dinner. When his country needed him, he enlisted in the Army at age 19. He deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan 14 times, earned 11 Bronze Stars, 4 for valor. Last October, as ISIL terrorists prepared to execute 70 hostages, Josh and his fellow special ops went in and rescued them. Every single one walked free. We were already dead, one of the hostages said. Then God sent us a force from the sky. That force was the U.S. Army, including Josh Wheeler. Josh was the doting dad who wrote notes to his kids in the stacks of books he read. Flying home last summer to be with his wife Ashley, who was about to give birth, he scribbled one note in the novel he was reading, just to tell his unborn son he was on his way. Ashley Wheeler is with us here today, holding their 10-month-old son, David. Ashley says Josh's memory makes her think about how can she be a better citizen. And she hopes it's what other people think about too. Today, this husband and father rests here in Arlington in Section 60. And as Americans, we resolve to be better people, better citizens, because of Master Sergeant Joshua Wheeler. You know, a nation reveals itself not only by the people it produces, but by those it remembers. We do so not just by hoisting a flag, but by lifting up our neighbors, not just by pausing in silence, but by practicing in our own lives the ideals of opportunity and liberty and equality that they fought for. We can serve others and contribute to the causes they believed in. And above all, keep their stories alive so that one day when he grows up and thinks of his dad, an American like David Wheeler can tell them as well the stories of the lives that others gave for all of us. We are so proud of them. We are so grateful for their sacrifice. We are so thankful to those families of the fallen. May God bless our fallen and their families. May He bless all of you, and may He forever bless these United States of America.
Senior Director for Resilience Policy and Special Assistant to the President on the National Security Council. You know, when we were putting together this event, I frequently got the question, why does the National Security Council care about building codes? Fair question. We care about building codes because they work. Building codes save lives. As many of you know in this room, in 1915, if you were in a house fire, you stood a 1 in 10 chance of being killed. In 1976, the National Fire Protection Association passed the Life Safety Code, which led to code development across the nation requiring the installation of smoke detectors and alarms. Today, if you have that house fire, your chance of being killed is 1 in 200. In short, building codes have saved countless lives. We also know that in addition to saving lives, building codes prevent damage. In August 1992, Hurricane Andrew slammed into southern Florida. When it passed through Homestead, Florida, it basically wiped clean blocks of homes, leaving just the concrete foundations in place. Across Florida, some 177,000 people were left homeless, and strong winds caused almost all of that damage. As a result of the destruction caused by Andrew, the state of Florida established the Florida Building Codes Commission to assess building codes. And in 2001, Florida adopted a statewide building code which included new hurricane standards. When Hurricane Charlie came through in 2004, that standard was tested and the results were clear. More resilient standards meant a lot less damage. A study done after the hurricane found that modern building codes reduced the cost of insurance losses by 42% and the number of insured losses by 60%. In other words, Florida's ability to withstand disaster and get its businesses and communities up and running faster was directly tied to its building codes. Building codes and standards are the baseline for the safe design and construction of our home, our schools, and our workplaces. Now, when our codes and standards organizations, when we all develop standards and codes, we typically look to what has happened in the past to determine our risks in the future. We can no longer, however, solely rely on the past as our guide for the future. We must also consider the accelerating impacts of climate change. These impacts are already occurring, and they will increase in the future. We've experienced some of these impacts already. Hotter temperatures. You can't miss the headlines that we are having successively hotter years, year after year. More severe drought. In the western United States, we heard from folks suffering there, the worst drought in some cases in the past 1,200 years. More intense wildfires. And you can't always tie a particular event to climate change. The science isn't there yet. But certainly, we have seen extraordinary wildfire seasons. We have an extraordinary wildfire going on in Canada. Last year, over 10 million acres burned in the United States, setting records. If you think about that, that's about, I think, the size of Massachusetts and Rhode Island combined. And we also have experienced extreme precipitation events. If you talk to an emergency manager, they might use the term rain bombs. And that's because so much rain falls at once, we have an enormous challenge as to where that rain will go. And then if the land is already saturated, it becomes even more difficult. And we've certainly seen examples of that in the Carolinas last year, where in 5 days, enough rain fell to just about solve that 1,200-year drought in our western United States. And we saw it in Houston just this past month. So how can we ensure that the buildings that we built today, that they can perform well under these expected impacts from climate change? And how, when we choose to retrofit our buildings, can we make sure that they are resilient as well? We are learning that what has guided our decision choices in the past, average temperatures, return intervals of heavy precipitation events, and stationary sea levels can no longer safely guide us in our building choices. We need to build and design our buildings for the performance that we expect and require. We need to build them to withstand the hazards that we can reasonably expect over the life of the building. That means we have to take into account what's already occurring with climate change, so we can look to that past, but what is projected to occur in the future, because the impacts are going to become more powerful and they will accelerate despite our tremendous efforts to cut our carbon emissions. We've taken a number of steps here in the federal government to ensure that we are including resiliency in our federal infrastructure. In January 2015, we established a new federal flood risk management standard to improve the resilience of federal buildings and federally funded projects to the impacts of flooding. In February 2016, we established a federal earthquake risk management standard to improve the resilience and capability of federal buildings to function during and, importantly, after the earthquake. Because after all, when do our citizens most want us? After a disaster. And if we don't have functional buildings, it's difficult for us to play that crucial support role of making sure that they get their communities back up and running as quickly as possible. Many of those in the private sector are also taking steps to design buildings and go beyond minimum life safety requirements and incorporate the principles of resilient, performance-based design. There are also state and local governments who have been leaders in designing for resiliency. While each of these individual measures is significant, we recognize the need to institutionalize resilience more holistically across the country. And that's the focus of today's conference. We have a terrific lineup. I think you're going to be delighted to learn from the speakers that we have. They are knowledgeable, passionate, and truly are moving the discussion forward. You'll hear about activities that are already happening in the private sector to increase building resilience. You'll hear about the economic benefits of building resiliently and best practices for implementing resilient building codes at the state and local level. But before we get started, I do want to recognize our co-hosts. A topic like resilient building codes just cuts across a lot of different lines of business, including here at the White House. So we have a number of offices represented here today, and they have contributed greatly to bringing the focus to how do we make sure that we are building resiliently. I want to thank the Council on Environmental Quality, the National Economic Council, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and the Office of Management and Budget for their support in planning this event. In addition, I also want to thank the National Institute of Building Sciences for their tremendous leadership in bringing together more than 40 stakeholders, organizations, to make resilience a top priority for the codes and standards community. Henry Green, President of the National Institute of Building Sciences, and Ryan Coker, Director of the Consultative Council and Presidential Advisor, deserve our special recognition for their truly extraordinary efforts to put this event together. Thank you. So we have just a couple of housekeeping matters before we hear from our lead speaker. We'll take a break from 11 to 11:15 a.m. Please don't leave the building. You know, if you had a hard time getting in, you're going to have a really hard time if you've left getting back in. Restrooms, if you go out this door, turn right, and get back into the main court of the building, you'll find restrooms just right next to Ike's, our cafeteria. So we truly are delighted to have you here today. We're very excited about what we're going to learn with you. And to kick us off this morning, it's our honor to have Roy Wright with us. He is Deputy Associate Administrator for the Federal Insurance and Mitigation Administration at FEMA. Roy leads FEMA's risk management and risk reduction programs, and in that capacity, he leads the interagency work on developing our federal risk management standards. He's been a tremendous partner as we try to make sure that the federal government is mitigating risks in the choices it makes about its own infrastructure and its own assets. He is one of the government's most ardent advocates for reducing risk to communities by taking steps to prepare in advance to enable faster recovery from disasters. So please join me in giving him a very warm welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And you found ways to mitigate the rain outside, and some of you even found ways to persevere to get in here. I am really privileged to be with you today, particularly given this topic. You know, for me, if you view this through this lens, if people are the lifeblood of a community, then buildings really are the foundation of a community. As I look at communities are about people, but people across this country live in communities and they're situated with a series of facilities and buildings. It's where we live, it's where we work, it's where we go to school, it's where we play. These elements are the foundation of what we do. So we take on this question of building codes, and what I love as I look across this room, some of you I know well, others that I've met for the first time today, we get this whole array of national leaders as well as state and locals. A summit like this on building codes has to have that kind of array. You see, under our federal system, it's really not quite as simple as saying we will mandate a code that will be used in every community across America. That's not how it works. And so we live in this kind of place by which from the top we can have a national policy conversation, we can drive incentives, we can lead by example, and we'll talk about more of those elements. But what I know is it is at a local community level and at a state level that these choices are made. Alice, in her introduction, referenced the Mitigation Framework Leadership Group that I chair. And it has been charged with taking on a piece of the national preparedness goal, which is to have a secure and resilient nation and ensure that we're building those capabilities to prevent, protect against, mitigate, respond to, and recover from the threats and hazards that pose the greatest risk. But in the direction that came to us under that presidential policy directive, as we're standing up the piece for mitigation, one of the elements that is very distinctive about it is the role that state and locals play in it. So much so that when the Framework Leadership Group was stood up, it's the only one that has state and local membership on it. Because at the end of the day, these issues related to resilience and mitigation require all of those players to come together. So as I engage in conversations all across the country on these elements, just in California this past week on seismic issues, in Texas or Louisiana on flood issues in the couple of weeks that preceded it, I really understand it through two lanes. We have a built environment and we have a not yet built environment. And there is no silver bullet that solves for both. So, we've got more than 300 million people in this country that are situated in facilities, in structures that exist today. I live in a Sears bungalow in Arlington, Virginia. It was built in 1925. And I hazard to guess that the mothers and fathers of Arlington, Virginia didn't quite imagine that 91 years later we would still be using those same facilities, those same structures. And so there's a tremendous amount of work we have to do related to the built environment, yet I am particularly focused on the next 50 million people and where they are going to be situated, because so much more is going to be built. And so I begin to ask questions, how can we achieve this broader goal of resiliency, understanding that when disasters, we look at the natural hazard side particularly, hit communities, their ability to withstand and absorb or rebound quickly has a direct correlation to their local economy and the tax base by which they're going to be able to continue to exist. And so I look at this question and wonder, how can we better use the codes and standards? This practice that is becoming more prevalent across the country and has demonstrated its effectiveness. How can we use codes and standards to more effectively achieve these goals of resilience? Now, it was mentioned the kind of historical drive behind much of this. I spent a lot of time particularly on the flood and seismic dimensions of this, as well as some of the issues we do related to tornado and wind. And all of this is historically driven. So we got river gauges, we got temperature, we've got 1% annual chance at 100 and 500-year events. And that information is very important, but it's not enough. We all know there's uncertainty in those models, and that uncertainty could very well begin to result in a way by which we actually are off by a foot or two. And we've told folks, if you build at this flood level, you'll be safe. Those of us who worked in this industry for a long time know we should never make that assertion, because safety is a much broader and more difficult question. But what does that look like? I was out in California at the National Earthquake Conference this past week, and you look back at the Napa event that took place last year, by which the codes that had been in place since the event of 2000. So the earthquake was very similar to the one we had seen 15 years earlier, that had created a multiple of more than 10 times as much damage as this one did. What happened in the intervening time? The additional construction was built in a way that was compliant to meet those higher standards, as well as a good bit of retrofit work that has gone on. So I've talked about this kind of continuum. We got national policy, and we got those of you on the ground who really make this happen. And so we talk about things like the National Climate Assessment and what that looks like in terms of going into the future. I think the question for us in this room today is, how do we downscale that? How do we take that element related to what we understand that is happening related to sea level rise, but the place where we don't yet have enough data is in those riverine areas where so much of the infrastructure in this country is likely to hit tipping points and fail. Fail in ways that don't just hit facilities and infrastructure, which is where the biggest cost will be, but will be at hitting and affecting the lifeblood of communities. Those very people. We saw this as I was in Louisiana. Louisiana had a major flooding event in March. It was in the upstate area. They had not seen events even approaching this since the mid-90s. Interact with folks in communities, and they always says, well, I've lived here for X number of years. I've never seen it flood. This is a very common thing for me to hear. I'm very accustomed to hearing, I've been here for 17 years. I've never seen it flood. I've been here for 20 years. I've never seen it flood. I interact with family. It says, I've lived here for 53 years, and I haven't seen this flood. We're hitting these kinds of points by, yes, those intervals and those kind of exceedances happen, but folks that have been situated in such a way for 50 plus years are beginning to see those changes. Most of that flooding in March happened in less populated areas. We were just back down in Houston. Folks, this urban side of flooding is the piece that truly breaks the bank. It truly does. We look at the cost of Sandy, we look at the cost of Katrina, and we look at this kind of event that played out in Houston. There's a lot of great people in Houston. There's a lot of important industry in Houston. And there's an incredible amount of concrete that has covered a swamp in Houston. When you have people, concrete, swamp, and energy industry all coming together, you've got a recipe for a lot of difficulty. And we began to see those kind of elements. And while Harris County has done very good work related to new construction, Most of the construction's been there for a long time. And they focus their new construction rules inside the area that we've designated for high hazard, which is all based historically, yet we keep seeing the floods go farther and broader into those other areas. So, as we look at these kind of changes, and we look at the elements related to climate, what do those elements look like at an innovative scale to take these approaches at a state and local level? We can lead a conversation, we can put incentives in place at a national level, but the changes happen state by state and at that community scale. How do we raise those elements? How do we do it in a way that addresses social vulnerability? We look at some of the heat issues that have played out in Chicago in recent years. We look at the impact that has disproportionately on those of less means, and wonder what are the adaptive pieces that we're putting in place to address this. And while most of our codes and standards focus on buildings, I look at the broader elements of infrastructure. That infrastructure is being used for far longer than its intended design life, and when it fails, it has cascading effects. Ultimately, we've got to position ourselves in a way that we can insure the pieces that are there. So I look at larger scale facilities. We deal with state and local communities who tell us it's not insurable. It's not insurable. If it's not insurable, why are you using it? Well, we have to. We don't have any other choice. And so FEMA's put out some ideas right now related to a disaster deductible connected to the Stafford Act, particularly because we're looking at ways to drive state and local communities to make these investments on an ongoing basis to buy down that risk. One of the elements that was included in that initial request for feedback from you all and across the public was, what does it mean to actually give credit for having state-level building codes in place? Because we know that for the future built environment, we can buy down that risk. So we've done the work related to flood executive order and seismic executive orders, very much focused on those federal facilities and the place where federal dollars are invested. But that, while important, is just an initial step. Because the sad reality for me is only 65% of the population in the United States today is covered by building codes. 80% of our population lives in urbanized areas. So sometimes it says, well, it's different in different parts of the country. The urban areas don't all have the building codes they need. And then we look at the elements related across other communities. The federal system really does place most of the responsibility for codes and standards on state and local communities. And so my hope today is that this dialogue across a couple of hundred people sets us in a way by which, whether we are building homes or building infrastructure, whether we're serving the public through social service agencies, or we're doing the enforcement of codes and standards, that the folks that are in this room help us identify what the next 10 years look like. Because this question of reducing risk transcends politics and it transcends administrations. This is about the life and safety of our people in this country. And collectively, we need to take this moment by which the White House is putting this emphasis and says, how do we continue to build on this in such a way that we are reducing the risk in this nation? We are reducing the cost and impact of disasters. Most importantly, so that the people who are the lifeblood of our communities can withstand the events that we know are coming and do so in a way by which they can rebound far more quickly and more fully. I think that's the challenge that sits in front of us today. How do we close that gap of the next 35% of the population? How do we put the right incentives in place? How do we leverage all of the work that has played out in recent decades? but to truly make a difference so that the people who live in these communities know that they will be able to raise their children and grandchildren in a way by which their way of life is something for which they're proud of and they want to see passed on from generation to generation. That is the charge that's in front of us. Thank you.
Please. Okay, so I'm here to help moderate panel one. I'm Tammy Dickinson, the Principal Assistant Director for Energy and Environment at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And I want to welcome all of you in the audience, as well as all of those on our live stream today for joining us, and all of my distinguished panelists. The first panel here is going to talk about the role of climate science and climate scientific information and planning for the built environment of the future. And I think we're going to have a very lively and constructive conversation. I wanted to start, though, by giving a little bit of context to frame our discussion today with some knowledge about climate change and its importance to building codes before I introduce our panelists and launch into the panel. As we know, the climate is changing. It's happening now, it's happening rapidly, and it's happening mostly because of human activities. And we are all experiencing the impacts of this. And as you can see from the quote on the slide here, this is from the third National Climate Assessment. So this is from U.S. federal and non-federal scientists. But this statement, I think, would be true. It's a consensus view of not only the U.S. science community, but the majority of the world's scientists and the world's governments. The climate, we know, has changed over the history of the Earth, but the current trend stands out is unprecedented both in speed and magnitude of change. And the basis for the human cause of the climate change is based on multiple lines of evidence. Human impacts are the only explanation that explains all of the lines of evidence. There's no natural explanation for them. The most significant cause is the emission of CO2 and other greenhouse gases into our atmosphere through industrial, transportation, and our energy sectors. CO2 and greenhouse gases trap long-wave radiation. They lead to the warming of the Earth system, an array of important impacts. So you might ask, how do we know much about CO2? Well, we measure the CO2 concentrations in our atmosphere from the top of Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii, and we've been doing so since 1958. And in 2015, they reported there were 400 parts per million of CO2 in our atmosphere. So this is very high. You might wonder, how do we know it's high? Well, the best way to look at CO2 concentrations in the past is to look at our ice core record, and we have ice cores going back about 800,000 years. And if you look at that record, you don't see anything close to 400 ppm. Most likely, we haven't seen 400 ppm CO2 concentrations in our atmosphere for millions of years. So those of you that remember 2014, it wasn't that long ago. It was a record temperature, global record temperature for warmth. For those of you that remember last year, it was even warmer. And it was warmer not by a little bit, but by a lot. And those of us experiencing this year, it looks like it's going to be on track to be even warmer. So 15 of the warmest years ever on record have occurred since 2015. And so when we look at every year standing up here and saying, this is the warmest year ever, year after year after year, you know we're on a pretty big warming trend. And the warming accelerates, the sea level rise accelerates both to the expansion of the ocean and also to the melting of our ice sheets. And the rate of rise since 1992 has doubled. The rate of rise since 1992 has doubled what we saw before 1992. So the science community recognizes the importance of this type of information to planning for land use and infrastructure, or even home buying, and are developing models about sea level rise forecasts at a local scale so decision makers can use them to make their decisions. And a couple of good examples are NOAA's Sea Level Rise Viewer and Climate Central's Surge-C tool. Scientists are reporting and evaluating sea level rise for decades. The science is pretty well developed, but it's far from mature. And as conditions change, scientists learn new things that cause them to update and to improve their maps and forecasts. And I'm sure this is very frustrating for the users in the audience, but it is the nature of scientific progress.
We use our best knowledge and best data and best tools at any particular time, but as we get more data, more knowledge, better tools, better models, we are continually updating our forecasts. It's only recently that scientists started looking at the connection between climate change and the increase in intensity and frequency of extreme events such as droughts, floods, hurricanes, hot and cold waves, wildfires, and all of their impacts on the built environment. The National Academy of Sciences found that the first attribution study of an extreme event to climate change was in 2004, and this was an analysis of the extreme heat wave in Europe in 2003. So within 8 years, by 2012, AMS, the American Meteorological Society, was devoting an entire issue of their annual journal to the connection between climate and extreme weather. So we've learned a lot about this topic in the last decade, both in content and in volume, and we're going to hear about some of that from our panelists today. But this is a new emphasis, and so the research is still developing and it's refining its methods. There's convergence on accurate and stable understandings will take time and resources. But the scientific community recognizes the practical importance of this work and the need for timely information, and our scientists are dedicated to making progress. So that brings me to introducing our three distinguished panelists today who will discuss how scientific information can develop better building codes for resilience to the types of extreme events that we will face in the future. Our first speaker panelist will be Dr. Jennifer Jacobs, a professor of civil and environmental engineering at the University of New Hampshire. She's an expert in remote sensing and hydrologic modeling, has published more than 50 journal articles, and she serves as director of the University of New Hampshire Environmental Research Group. Perhaps most important to today's panel, Jennifer is the principal investigator for an NSF project, Infrastructure and Climate Network, which is a group of 60 or more researchers, students, and practitioners committed to accelerating climate change research in the U.S. in order to enable more effective adaptation. Second will be Dr. Richard Wright, who up until his retirement served as professor of civil engineering at the University of Illinois and the director of NIST Building and Fire Research Lab. Dick is a member of the National Academy of Engineering and serves as the chairman of the National Academy's Board on Infrastructure and the Constructed Environment. And last but not least is Dr. Kenneth Kunkel, senior scientist and science lead for assessments at NOAA Cooperative Institute of Climate and Satellites in Asheville, North Carolina. And he's also a research professor at North Carolina State University's Department of Marine, Earth, and Atmospheric Sciences. Ken has co-authored over 100 publications on climate variability and extreme event intensity, and was extensively involved in the development of the third National Climate Assessment, which I mentioned a moment ago. So Jennifer, could you lead us off, please?
Thank you, Dr. Dickinson, and good morning. Our built infrastructure is routinely put in harm's way from extreme weather, be it coastal and inland flooding, wildfires, strong winds from hurricanes and tornadoes, or extreme snow loads. The current practice in design codes is to look back to historical extreme events. With climate change, this approach is going to give us the wrong answer, and engineers don't like to be wrong. Dr. Dickinson gave us an excellent overview of the scientific consensus about climate change. The view comes from assessing the confidence and the skill of a really large body of scientific literature. And the thing that she didn't mention is that the result of this science is that the projected changes to extreme events have very clearly defined confidence levels. For some extremes, the observed trends are consistent with the basic physics, with the historical climate model simulations, and the future projections. In this case, we got a winning hand. We have high confidence in the future changes. For example, we have high confidence that the frequency and the magnitude of extreme heat events is increasing, and the risk of extreme cold is decreasing on average. The frequency of extreme precipitation is increasing across the mid-latitudes, with flooding risk in places like the Northeast, my backyard, increasing. In the Southwest, and more recently, the Southeast, the severity of drought is increasing due to warming temperatures, and the strongest hurricanes are becoming more frequent. In all these things, we have high confidence. In other cases, we have moderate confidence. We have moderate confidence that the mid-latitude storms will become more intense, that storm surges will get stronger, and that the wildfires in the West will become a greater concern. And truth be told, there's some cases where the jury is still out. The jury is still out on many of the small-scale, extreme events that we care about, such as thunderstorms, tornadoes, and ice storms. Now, one of the most important messages from the National Climate Assessment is that the past is not a reliable indicator of the future. And so planning for our future based on the past in a changing, non-stationary climate is like driving down the road looking in the rearview mirror. Probably not a good idea. So we're going to be in trouble if we don't take our eyes off the past and start moving into the future. However, to date, we have not adequately developed the critically needed partnerships among our built infrastructure practitioners, our engineering researchers, and our climate scientists. There's a few models out there that work effectively. The Federal Highway has advanced climate and extreme event resiliency through their pilot projects. Our NSF-supported Infrastructure and Climate Network serves the transportation infrastructure sector in the northeastern U.S. And from the ICNet, we've learned a few things. We've learned that progress forward is not a one-way street. We found that our climate scientists underestimated our engineers' capacity and interest in understanding climate science methods. On the flip side, there was an overestimation about the current level of knowledge from engineers about climate change. Relatively few engineers know what climate data are available, and even fewer know how to use climate model findings in practice. We've also learned from the network that uncertainty in climate change is not outside of the engineering community's experience. Engineers are used to handling information that isn't perfect and still making it actionable. Building loads, seismic hazards, demographic changes are all examples of things where we have imperfect information. Climate research at this point can provide information about future extreme events, be it trends or numbers, which gives the engineering community the confidence to make smart choices based on infrastructure vulnerability. So in summary, we already know the types of extreme weather events that put our communities at risk. To make our buildings more resilient, we need to connect the dots between extreme weather, climate change, and impacts. Thank you.
So thank you, Jennifer. Dr. Wright, can you help us understand from the professional users side how we deal with these issues?
As Professor Jacobs has described, we've learned that stationarity is dead, that the climate and weather extremes of the future are not well defined by those of the past. This is a challenge for the design community because the design loadings of our standards and codes are based on those historical records. Because of this issue, the American Society of Civil Engineers in 2011 established its Committee on Adaptation to a Changing Climate. The committee in 2015 published the report, Adapting Infrastructure and Civil Engineering Practice to a Changing Climate, and it's available free at the link shown on the slide. We thank the bureaucracy of the ASCE for making that report available free. Because of the great uncertainties of the magnitudes of future climate and weather extremes, the report recommends designing buildings and other infrastructure for appropriate future extremes and making them adaptable to more severe extremes if this is determined to be needed in the future. This can be called adaptive risk management. The observational method is well established in foundation engineering and can be extended to provide adaptive risk management over the entire service life of a building or other infrastructure facility. The observational method designs for an appropriate design basis estimate of the extremes likely to occur during the service life, but makes the building adaptable to maximum credible values of the extremes if observations during the service life show that this is needed. Note that the design basis certainly should not be less than that called for by current standards and codes, because as Professor Jacobs pointed out, the extremes are becoming more extreme across the board. An example would be to protect a building from flooding by designing for an appropriate ground floor elevation, but to provide space for building a berm around the site or elevating the building if greater flood levels become expected in the future. Now, I think this is going to really open up the place for ingenuity on the part of the design profession, to look for ways of making a particular building adaptable that are appropriate to the building use and appropriate to the neighborhood and appropriate to the site. One of the things we've said in our discussions about this approach is it's the end of handbook engineering. There's not some magic number that you can pull out of a book somewhere, put it into the computer, turn the crank, and out comes the answer. It's going to require ingenuity on the part of the designers in order to deal with this uncertainty. Now, this is also going to be a problem for our building codes and our standards. Research involving climate and weather scientists and engineers is needed to define the design basis and the maximum credible future extremes. And we're going to have to move to performance-based standards and codes in order to implement the adaptive risk management. We've been moving towards performance-based standards and codes for many years, but we all know what a great challenge it is to implement it effectively, and climate change really puts this on the table for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. So Ken, it's really great that the user community wants the science. How is the science community going to rise to meet that challenge?
Okay, well, thanks. I'm going to frame my remarks around a specific example of extreme, and that's heavy rainfall, which Professor Jacobs touched upon very briefly. That's been the focus of my own research. The graphic shows what's been happening with extreme rainfall, and it's been increasing steadily over the last few decades. Now, heavy rainfall design values, such as the 100-year storm, are widely used in the design of runoff control structures, among other applications. Climate scientists have high confidence that extreme heavy rainfall will increase in the future for very fundamental and unassailable scientific reasons. Climate models project this, but our confidence is based on much more than that. It's based on our fundamental understanding of the physical climate system. We can state with virtual certainty that current values, design values, based on just historical data, are underestimates of the actual future risk. In fact, current design values do not even fully reflect the recent increases that we've seen in heavy rain. In my opinion, we're in a new regime, and we should recognize that. Although there are uncertainties in the magnitude of future changes in these design values, I would ask whether that uncertainty should paralyze us into inaction, particularly when climate scientists know the direction of the change, which is towards greater risk. And I would say flatly no. What's needed is an acceptance of the high scientific consensus on this point and an immediate move by relevant organizations to develop a community consensus on how to incorporate this knowledge into rainfall design values, of course, always in the context of inherent uncertainties. Now, there are things on which we do not have this high scientific consensus, as pointed out by Professor Jacobs and Dr. Wright. For instance, extreme wind speeds, particularly associated with tornadoes, that's an area that we just don't know the direction of change. But let's take action where we have high confidence. Now let me switch gears just very briefly and talk about a resource that's available, and that's the Climate Resilience Toolkit, in particular focus on sea level rise. One of the tools there is the Climate Explorer, and this is a tool where one can look at the neighborhood level, what the potential impacts are of various increments of sea level rise, and where one can, in a coastal area, find out if a particular area is at risk to what we think are reasonable projections of sea level rise over the next century. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so we have some time for a few questions and some discussion. So the first question, what lessons have you learned regarding making science more usable for the building community, and/or what do you think the building community could learn that would better enable them to use the science that's available? And I'll let all the panelists jump in at their will.
No, I think you should.
I think it's going to be, yeah, we're hot.
It's going to be very important for the building community to become working directly with the climate and weather science community, and also with the social scientists, the economists and the social scientists, in order to get the kind of information that will allow us to consider the cost and benefits of taking various levels of action to deal with the climate and weather risks. We also need to describe to the climate and weather scientists the kind of information we need in order to make design decisions. For instance, for many years, the Weather Service has not been very interested in the actual wind environment near the ground surface. They're seeking to predict the weather, so they're looking up at levels of about 1,000 meters above the ground surface for their modeling of the wind phenomena. But of course, when we want to protect our built environment against wind, we're very much concerned with what the wind is going to be at the ground level and what the effects will be of topography and other buildings in moderating these wind effects. So we need a lot of very active dialogue between our building community, our financial community, and the people themselves working with the climate and weather scientists.
Jennifer or Ken, do either one of you want to add from the science point of view? Okay. So, second question, what does the practitioner community most need or crave in terms of scientific knowledge that the science community is not yet providing?
I'll take a crack at that. So, hands down, it's the design flood and the extreme rainfall information. And extreme rainfall and design flood are not the same thing. Sometimes they're very strongly related, and other times they're not so much. And this has been an area that I've been asked for the past 3, 4, 5 years and it's a bottoms up. It's a community base. There's community people that have seen the risks, they've seen the hazard, and they want to know what should they be doing to protect their communities in the future. And more recently, the states are also asking for the same information. The federal executive order that was mentioned earlier today, that's really accelerated that interest because now we're needing to build to a standard that we don't really know what those design values are. And so it's making this more urgent to have an understanding. So what's happening at that end is that we really are trying to move from flood control to flood risk management. From the scientific community, we have experts in the field that are looking at this challenge, and it's a tough nut. We have some individual communities and some states, like New York State, just came out with a statewide standard for how to handle the design events. But from the federal level, we do not yet have guidance coming out of the USGS or NOAA for some really good reasons. And we're not seeing that coming down the pike anytime in the near future. So this is something the communities really are craving and really need help with.
Yeah, and I've been approached by major U.S. cities for the same kind of information. How can I incorporate climate change considerations, future change, into rainfall design values? And these are people who are responsible for making decisions on billions of dollars of infrastructure. But we have no consensus on how to do that. I can provide an answer, but it's more of I would say, a one-off answer coming from a single person who's been working in the field for a long time. And it is a barrier to adoption or incorporation of these considerations. And we're talking about infrastructure that may last for 50 to 100 years, where it's very clear that the effects of climate change will be very important.
It was very interesting for me a couple of years ago to be in a discussion looking at the possible effects of climate change on the nation's capital here. And it was interesting that the emergency managers in the room were most concerned about the extreme heat waves because of the large number of casualties that have been observed in recent history in extreme heat waves. And of course, the necessity of mobilizing our whole society in order to protect the people who are most vulnerable at a time that extreme heat wave occurs.
So moving on, What do you think are the most important next steps? Short term, medium term, long term? Who'd like to start? Kim?
I'll take a crack at that. Again, just framing my response around extreme rainfall, I think it's just, as I stated in my remarks, urgent that we take action now of some sort. So I think in the short term, we need some sort of community consensus involving federal agencies, agencies like the American Society of Civil Engineers and other relevant organizations, is what is a reasonable approach to take in the short term. In the longer term, there are projects, and I'm involved in one, to try to put this on a more systematic basis, to look at this problem of incorporating climate changes into rainfall design values. And I think we really need to move forward with that. At the same time, we can do this on a project level, but the involvement, again, of all the relevant organizations that have a stake in this would be highly beneficial in the long term.
I think a critical issue in the short term is the one that Professor Jacobs pointed out in the beginning. The design values in our current codes and standards do not adequately anticipate the effects of climate change. And we're making decisions every day, putting into concrete and steel and timber and masonry, new buildings, new infrastructure. So in the short term, we very badly need a close collaboration between the climate and weather science community and the building community to get reasonable estimates to be used not in 2030, but to be used in 2017 of what we should be using for the extreme rainfall, for the design of the drainage system, for the extreme temperatures, for the design of the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system, the wind velocities, and all of those criteria that are in our codes and standards. So we really need to get together promptly in order to get off to a good start of what will be a decades-long process of improving our climate and weather models and continually improving those forecasts about what the extreme environments will be 50 and 100 years from now. Because this building that we're in right now was built in what, the 1870s? So you recognize those decisions that we make are going to be with us for a long period of time.
So great points. I think I'll add on that we've got some next steps. Dick had mentioned earlier that we've got a new generation of engineering. It's about risk management. It's not about it's not about the bottom line number. And so we need to transition there. So how do we do the things that were just mentioned? One of the things that we need to do, particularly with the building community, is to start the conversation. At our annual meetings, we need to have a climate change and extreme weather event sessions. At our committees and ASCE, this needs to be part of the conversation. It's not something different. This should be part of what we do on a business day to day. And over the near term, one of the things that we really need to be thinking about, or that would make the work go smoother and faster, is to develop regional engineering-specific focuses on climate information and impacts to the building sector. So not a broad-based sector, but discussions and groups that matter to the engineering community. And there's some great examples in other communities of regional focused efforts. The Department of Interior has got climate science centers, the USDA has got climate hubs, but we don't have anything similar to that for our built infrastructure. And I think that those models have worked extremely well in those communities. I think that would be a great next step.
All right, everybody, I am going to show you Bernie Sanders event from earlier today in California.
The entire scientific community, see, there's no stopping this guy. You didn't know that. He's one of the great meteorologists of our time. You didn't know that. And he has, after years and years of intensive study, reached the conclusion that climate change is a hoax. Hey, what can we say? But needless to say, everybody else in the world understands, other than Donald, that climate change is not a hoax, that it is the great environmental crisis facing our country and the world. And that if we do not take on the fossil fuel industry and tell them that we are going to leave this planet in a way that's healthy and habitable for future generations, and that means that their short-term profits are not as important as the future of this planet. So I'm getting told to shut up, and I will do that.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to change the theme just a bit, and let's fold in our other communicators today. Seeing that the Supreme Court has taken us in part back to the pre-1965 era, what would each of you do, using the power of your respective offices, to ensure that we don't further inch our way back toward pre-1865? How do each of you see the gutting of Voting Rights Act impacting our democracy in the future? And what will you do to not only protect voting rights in this election, but also enhance access to the ballot? Now, you can close your eyes for a moment and decide you want a piece of that pie or the entire part. Choose. Who would like to speak first? Danny. I think you have.
I think, first of all, we realize more than ever in this campaign right now for Bernie Sanders as president, how much voting, how important voting is. It's not to diminish all the other things that have happened in the past, in the future, the past, but we understand that there are millions of people who've become excited, enthusiastic about this campaign because of the message. Because of the message. This is not about personality, because of the message. So it is clear that we have to do everything in our power not to be absent when we talk about the Voting Rights Act. And it's been gutted, as you said. We have to do everything in our power as citizens. We have to encourage and let our legislative officers and others know that it is an important part, the essential part of this democracy. And our voice, every single vote counts. So that's the first thing we do.
Well, in San Francisco, we just introduced a ballot measure that will be on in November that is going to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in San Francisco municipal elections. We know the lowest voter turnout is amongst voters between 18 and 30. And 18 is one of the most awkward times to register to vote. Some young people are taking off for college, they're moving out of their house, they're starting a new life, and this is the time that we expect young people to register at a home address and get out to vote. And we know that that doesn't happen. So we should start registering young people at a younger age, at 16 and 17, when many of them are in school and taking civics and U.S. government. How many of us remember civics and U.S. government? Wouldn't it have been amazing to vote when you were 16 years old? And we're starting that here in San Francisco. But we need to do everything that we can to take out any barriers to voting here in this country, because I believe we represent the majority. I really believe that we represent the majority of this country. And if everyone was able to participate and vote, we would have stronger and more progressive leadership here in our country, in our cities, and our state.
Well, let me agree with both Danny and Jane and say this. You know, you stop and you think about all of the blood that has been spilled in this country to make sure.
For economic, social, and environmental justice. So I thank Danny for all that he's done. And let me thank somebody I've known for many decades, and that is Bob Reich. Bob now teaches at UCal at Berkeley. But before that, he was the Secretary of Labor under President Clinton. And he was, in my view, because I was in the House back then, he was one of the great secretaries of labor that this country has ever had. He made it clear which side he was on, and he was on the side of working people. When we began this campaign a little over a year ago, the pundits had determined in their never-ending wisdom, never-failing wisdom, that our campaign was going to be a fringe campaign. Yes, Bernie Sanders combs his hair the way a president should. And it's true, he wears $4,000 suits, that's true. Just kidding. $99, I think, is what it was. But despite those presidential attributes, they didn't think we would go very far. Well, a year has come and gone. And up till now, we have won the primaries and caucuses in 20 states in this country. We have won well over 9 million votes. And if you promise not to tell Secretary Clinton, she's getting very nervous lately. And I don't want to add to her anxiety. So if you promise not to tell her, we're going to win here in California on June 7th. And if there is a large voter turnout, we are going to capture a very good majority of the 475 pledged delegates that are up on June 7th. And I think we're going to do well in South Dakota on that day, in North Dakota, in Montana, in New Mexico, in New Jersey as well. And if we can win here in California, our largest state, one of our most progressive states, we will go into the Democratic Convention with a great deal of momentum, and we will come out with the nomination. And let me mention something to you that some of you may not know, is that in virtually every national poll and every state poll conducted over the last several months, we defeat Donald Trump. And often by big margins. Here in California, there was a poll the other day. We were ahead of him by 17 points. And the point that I will be making to the Democratic Convention is that in virtually every state and national poll, we do much better against Trump than does Secretary Clinton. So if the Democrats want a campaign that will make certain that the disaster of Donald Trump will not become president, we are that campaign. And we are that campaign not just because polls show us winning. More importantly, it is because of you and millions of other Americans who are now prepared to stand up, fight back, and get engaged in the political process. Here is a truism of American politics today. When people are demoralized, when they give up on politics, Republicans win because we have low voter turnouts. That's what happened 2 years ago. But when people are prepared to stand up and fight back, when they are prepared to make real change in this country, they will come out to vote and vote in large numbers, and that is when progressives and Democrats win. That is what this campaign is about. And let me mention something else to you which really makes me feel absolutely terrific, and that is that that's true too. That was an inside joke. The rest of you didn't hear that. And that is that in primary after primary and caucus after caucus, we win often overwhelmingly the votes of young people. And by that, I mean not just the 20-year-olds, we thank them for their support, but people 45 years of age or younger. We don't get intimidated easily. And what is extraordinary about this process so far and winning the votes of young people? It tells me that our message of social justice, economic justice, racial justice, environmental justice, that is the message for the future of our country. Our message in this campaign is to bring people together. Black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American. We will never allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up. And this campaign is going to win because we're doing something very unusual in contemporary American politics. We're telling the truth. And the truth is that today we have a corrupt campaign finance system, which, as Bob Rice just told us, is undermining American democracy. Democracy is not a complicated concept. It is one person, one vote, not billionaires buying elections. When a handful of billionaires buy elections to elect those who will represent the wealthy and the powerful, that's not democracy. That is oligarchy. We will not accept it. But it's not just the corrupt campaign finance system that we are going to end. It is a rigged economy. A rigged economy is when today the top 0.1% now own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. A rigged economy is when the 20 wealthiest people own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. A rigged economy is when we see a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires, and yet we have single moms in California making $11 an hour, unable to provide for their kids. A rigged economy is when we have veterans who put their lives on the line for this country sleeping out on the streets of San Francisco. A rigged economy is when CEOs make $40 or $50 million a year and then take away the health care benefits of their workers, their pensions, and lower their wages. That's a rigged economy. A rigged economy is when large corporations making billions a year shut down factories in America and move to low-wage countries, throwing millions of Americans out on the street. Together, we are going to create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. This campaign is also going to end a broken criminal justice system. Every person in America should be extremely embarrassed by the fact that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. It is not acceptable to me, and I think to you, that in America today we have 2.2 million people behind bars, and we're spending $80 billion a year to lock them up. In inner cities and in rural communities, we have unemployment rates for young people of 30, 40, 50%. And when kids are hanging out on street corners without jobs and not being in school, bad things can happen. That is why I believe we should invest in our young people in jobs and education. not in jails and incarceration. I want and you want our kids to be in school or working at meaningful jobs, not rotting in jail cells. And when we talk about criminal justice, it is important to look at local police departments all over this country. I was a mayor in Burlington, Vermont for 8 years. I worked with the police there, and I've worked with police all over this country, and the vast majority of police officers are honest, hardworking, and have a very difficult job to do. But like any other public official, when a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We need to demilitarize local police departments. We need to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We need to end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. We need to change law enforcement culture all over this country so that the use of lethal force is the last response, not the first response. We need to rethink the so-called war on drugs. Over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possession of marijuana. And if you are a 19-year-old kid applying for a job, having that police record does not help you get that job. Right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug right next to the killer drug heroin. If elected president, we will take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. All of you know that the legalization of marijuana is a state issue, not a federal issue. But I believe from a criminal justice point of view, just from that alone, if I were a citizen of California, I would vote to legalize marijuana in November. This campaign also understands that when we talk about drugs, we all have got to appreciate we have a major crisis in this country in terms of opiate and heroin addiction. This is a major issue that we cannot afford to ignore because every single day people are dying of drug overdoses. In my view, we have got to be smart in how we deal with substance abuse and addiction. And that means we have to treat that problem not as a criminal issue, but as a health issue. And that means we need a revolution in mental health treatment in this country. When people are in mental health crisis, they need treatment now, not 6 months from now. And by the way, that is not only dealing with addiction and substance abuse. We got thousands of people in America, sad to say, who are walking our streets who are suicidal, and some are homicidal. They need treatment today, not next year. This campaign is listening to ordinary Americans, not wealthy campaign contributors. And I am extremely proud to tell you that ours is the only campaign this year for president that does not want a super PAC. We do not represent Wall Street or the billionaire class. We don't want their money. But what we have done in this campaign is almost unimaginable, and it is unprecedented. We have received almost 8 million individual campaign contributions. Anyone know the average contribution? $27. If I must say myself, that is pretty damn good. Because what we have shown is we can run a winning national campaign without asking billionaires for campaign contributions. Now, my Democratic opponent, Secretary Clinton, she has chosen another way to raise funds. She has not one, but a number of super PACs which have collected tens of millions of dollars from Wall Street and other special interests. Now, I don't know how somebody can say they're going to stand up to Wall Street when they take Wall Street's money. Doesn't make sense to me. This campaign is listening to workers. And I am proud to see the nurses union here today. And I'm proud to see some CWA members here today, and many of the other unions who have supported our campaign. And what workers all over this country are saying is they can't make it on 10, 11 bucks an hour. They can't make it on the $12 an hour that Secretary Clinton wants to see. Workers in this country want and deserve 15 bucks an hour. And the right to form a union. This campaign is listening to senior citizens and disabled vets. Republicans want to cut Social Security. We're not going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security. This campaign is listening to women. women are telling me and America they are tired of working for 79 cents on the dollar. They want the whole damn dollar, and they're right. And I know that every man here today will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. And women are also telling me that they are tired of hearing about Republican family values. Because we all know what Republican family values mean, and that is that under the Republican doctrine, no woman here in California or in this country should have the right to control her own body. We disagree. And under Republican family values, they are telling us that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to marry. We disagree. Jane and I have been married for 28 years. That's true. I don't know how she has stood me for 28 years, but she has, and I appreciate that. And we believe in family values very strongly, but our family values very, very different than Republican family values. And our values are about ending the international disgrace in which the United States is the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave. This campaign is listening to young people. And what young people are asking me is, how does it happen that after they do the right thing, they go out and get the best education they can? How does it happen they end $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt? Think about it for a second. That is absolutely crazy. And if you think outside of the box, you say this to yourself, wait a second. We live in a highly competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce in the world. We have got to make sure that all of our people, young people, people in a changing economy, get the educations they need to do the jobs that are out there. Why in God's name are we punishing people for getting an education? We should be rewarding people, not punishing them. Now, I grew up in a family, didn't have a lot of money. My parents never went to college. And that is the situation with millions of kids today. I want to see in America every child, regardless of the income of his or her family, if that kid does well in school, if that kid takes school seriously, I want to see that child being able to get a college education regardless of the income of that family. And that is why we are going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. That is what America is supposed to be about. that you can get all of the education you need regardless of the income of your family. How many people here are carrying student debt right now? Whoa, whoa. That's a lot of people. For those millions of people who are carrying student debt, what we will fight for is to allow those people to refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, my opponents and the media and everybody else say, well, Bernie, you know, you're a nice guy. You're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. You're going to substantially lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it? And let me tell you exactly how we're going to pay for it. Now, the media forgets to tell you this. I don't know why, but corporate media somehow forgets to tell you that over the last 25 years, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth in this country from the middle class to the top 1/10 of 1%. Well, for a start, we're going to redistribute that wealth back down to working families. And second of all of you know that after the greed and the recklessness and the illegal behavior of Wall Street helped destroy our economy, leading to millions of Americans losing their jobs, their homes, and their life savings, against my vote, Congress bailed them out. Well, I think it's time for a tax on Wall Street speculation. The middle class bailed out Wall Street. Now it's Wall Street's time to help the middle class of this country. Oh, and by the way, while we're on Wall Street, I think it is time to break up the major banks in this country. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country, and every single day, I just met with farm workers yesterday, every single day, undocumented people are being exploited, they're being cheated, because when you don't have any legal rights, you can't stand up and take on your employer. The time is long overdue for us to pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And if Congress, if the Republicans don't do yes, we can. And if the Republicans don't do their job and repair a broken immigration system, I will use the executive powers of the White House to do all that I can. We have got to end the current deportation policies. Our immigration policy is to unite families, not to divide them. This campaign is listening to the African American community. I have been all over this country in this campaign. I've been to Flint, Michigan, where I've talked to parents whose children were poisoned by lead in the water. I've been to Detroit, Michigan, where the public school system there is now on the verge of fiscal collapse. I've been to Baltimore, Maryland, where tens of thousands of people are addicted to heroin and can't find the treatment to get off their addiction. I have been to inner cities where there are no grocery stores, where there are no bank branches, so if you want to cash a check, you go to a payday lender and pay some usurious interest rates. And what the African American community is asking me is, how does it happen that we could invest trillions of dollars fighting a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? But somehow we don't have the funds to rebuild the inner cities of this country. Together, we are going to radically change our national priorities. No more wars that should not be fought. No more tax breaks for billionaires and profitable corporations. But yes to investing in inner cities and in low-wage, poverty-stricken rural communities. And this campaign is listening to a group of people whose pain is almost never heard from, and that is the Native American people. Everybody here knows that from before the time this country became a country, the Native American people were cheated, were lied to, and treaties they negotiated were abrogated. And the truth is that our culture today owes the Native American people a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. They have taught us an enormous amount, but perhaps the most profound lesson that they have tried to teach us is that as human beings, we are part of nature. We must live with nature. And that if we continue to destroy nature, we are destroying the human species. And yet, despite all they have done for our country, on Native American reservations and their communities all over this country, poverty and unemployment are sky high. Healthcare and educational opportunity are totally inadequate. If I am elected president, we will change. When I am elected president. We will change the federal government's relationship to the Native American community. Now, I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And in that capacity, I have talked to scientists all over this country and all over the world. Now, I recognize that all of the scientists who have studied this issue for decades are not quite as smart as Donald Trump. I got that. Because I know that Donald Trump, after years of intensive study, has concluded that there is no drought in California. And Donald Trump, even after more years of study, has concluded that climate change is a hoax. See, now, I was not shocked to hear that Trump thought climate change was a hoax. That's what most Republicans think. Pretty pathetic, but that is what they think. But what I was surprised about is he thought it was a hoax perpetrated on our country by the Chinese. See, and I thought he would have believed it was a hoax created by the Mexicans or the Muslims. Why the Chinese, I don't know. But in any case, despite Donald Trump's profound thought on this issue, what virtually the entire scientific community understands is climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already causing devastating problems, as you well know, in California, here in this country, and all over the world. And here is what is really scary, and we had better listen to them. What the scientists are also telling us, if we do not get our act together boldly and in a very short future, what we're going to be seeing is more drought, more flooding, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean, more rising sea levels, and more international conflict as people around the world fight over limited natural resources. We have a moral responsibility as custodians of this planet to make sure that we leave this planet in a way that is healthy for our kids. And what that means is having the guts to take on the fossil fuel industry, to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, and to tell the oil and coal companies that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. There is one country in the industrialized world, one country, that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And you are living in that country. In my view, the Affordable Care Act has done a lot of important things, but we need to do more. Not acceptable that 28 million people today have no health insurance, that many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments, that every one of us is getting ripped off by the greed of the pharmaceutical industry that charges us by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. In my view, health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And I am very proud to stand with National Nurses United and with nurses and doctors all over this country who know that we need a Medicare for all single-payer program. And by the way, when we do that, we're going to save the average middle-class family thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. Brothers and sisters, I think everybody here knows a very profound lesson of American history. And that lesson is that real change never takes place from the top on down. It is always from the bottom on up. A 100+ years ago, when workers were forced to work 7 days a week and children were working in factories, the working class of this country stood up and they said, we will form trade unions to protect the rights of workers. And we thank the trade union movement for helping to create the modern American middle class. 150 years ago, amidst the abomination of slavery, African Americans and their allies fought back and they looked to the future. And they said that the day will come in this country when we will rid ourselves of racism and bigotry and segregation. And we will never know how many people died in that struggle, went to jail, were beaten. But we do know that over the years, millions of people stood up and fought back to end racism in this country. The children often do not know this, but 100 years ago in this country, women did not have the right to vote. They could not get the education or the jobs they wanted. But women stood up, fought back. Some went on hunger strikes, some died, some went to jail. But they said, women in America will not be second-class citizens. If we were here in Oakland 10 years ago and somebody jumped up and said, Bernie, you know, I think gay marriage will be legal in every state in this country by 2015. Person next to him would have said, you're crazy. There's too much homophobia, there's too much bigotry, too much hatred, it cannot happen. But the gay community and their straight allies stood up, fought back. And they said loudly and proudly that in America, people should have the right to love whoever they wanted, regardless of their gender. And if we were here 5 years ago, no time at all, somebody jumped up and she said, you know, I think that by in a few years, we're going to raise the minimum wage from the starvation $7.25 minimum wage to $15 an hour. Everybody there would have thought she was crazy. People would have said, you want to go from $7.25 to 15? You want to more than double the minimum wage? You're too radical. You're an extremist. Can't happen. But you know what did happen? Workers in the fast food industry, in McDonald's, in Burger King, they went out on strike and they told the world that they can't make it on $7.25. And then a few years ago in Seattle, they raised the minimum wage $15 an hour. San Francisco, Los Angeles, 15. California, New York, $15 an hour. What is my point? My point is that what seems impossible today, in fact, happens when millions of people demand that it happens. Please do not tell me that the United States cannot do what every other major country does and guarantee health care to all people as a right. Don't tell me that the United States cannot do what Germany and Scandinavia does today, provide free tuition at their colleges and universities. Don't tell me that the United States is has to be the only major country not to guarantee paid family and medical leave. Don't tell me we have to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, or that our infrastructure, our roads and our bridges have to continue to collapse. Don't tell me that we need to continue having a corrupt campaign finance system or a grotesque level of income and wealth inequality. The truth is that if we stand together, we can address all of these issues. What our goal is and what we have to do is create a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%. On June 7th, a week from tomorrow, there's going to be an extraordinarily important Democratic primary here in California. It will be the most important primary in the whole nominating process because you have 475 delegates for grabs. If there is a large voter turnout, we will win and win big. So on June 7th, let us together create the largest voter turnout in Democratic primary history in California. And let this great state, one of the most progressive states in the country, go on record as saying, yes, let's go forward with the political revolution. Thank you all.
This afternoon.
Court decision, and literally the day after, you got attorney generals and governors working overtime trying to make it harder for people to vote. That is beyond a disgrace. And let me tell you, if elected president, the Attorney General of the United States will be working and taking on every one of those Republican states who are trying to suppress the vote. You know, what a democracy is about, we can have different points of view. That's called democracy. But don't deny people the right to vote because they're people of color, because they're poor, because they're young, because they are old. In my view, we should make voting rights as simple as possible. If you are of the voting age today of 18, you are registered to vote. End of discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Representatives Barbara Lee and James Clyburn. We can hear a shout out for one of our home girls. This is the home church of Congresswoman Barbara Lee. She and James Clyburn co-authored Bill H.R. 5571 titled 10-20-30 to increase the allocation of funding for in-counties with persistent poverty. Currently, 45 million people live in poverty. 28% are African Americans, and 38% are African American children. Will you support this bill, Senator Saunders? And what would your administration do that has not already been done to address the issue of childhood poverty?
We absolutely support that legislation, and I have spent the last many decades of my life fighting against the outrageous level of childhood poverty that we have right now. Look, what we have got to do, and the point that Jane made a moment ago, and I want to reinforce this, everything that we are talking about today is what the majority of the American people believe. We are not the fringe. Donald Trump and his friends are the fringe. Okay? Who believes, what sane person in America believes that in the richest country in the world, 22% of our kids should be living in poverty, and for the African American and Latino communities, those numbers are much, much higher. So what has to be done, and by the way, if you follow what goes on in Congress, our Republican colleagues want to make it much worse. They want to cut nutrition programs, cut child care programs, cut education and Pell Grant programs. They want to do exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. And in my view, if we're going to deal with childhood poverty, if we're going to deal with poverty in general, that means fundamentally changing our national priorities. And that means, among many other things, no more wars like the war in Iraq that we never should have gotten into. How does it happen that we have trillions of dollars, trillions, to spend on a war in Iraq and in Afghanistan, but apparently we don't have the money to rebuild inner cities in America, create decent schools, decent health care, affordable housing? How could it be that in America in the year 2016, in Flint, Michigan, children are poisoned by the water that they drink? So we need a fundamental change of priorities, and that means that the billionaire class will learn they are not going to get it all, that we are going to focus on low-income inner cities in this country, as well as many rural communities that are hurting as well. We've got to change our national priorities.
I'm going to stand as well. When I was a community organizer, I worked with young people in San Francisco, and at the time, I actually never thought I would run for office. But when I was an organizer, I learned that one of the most important things that elected officials do, whether they serve on your school board, your city council, in Congress, is they determine how our dollars are spent and invested back into our community. They determine how much goes into our streets, into our classrooms for teacher pay, into housing, into prisons, into police. They decide which neighborhoods, which communities, which state. The budget is more than a series of line items and dollar signs. It is a statement of our values and our priorities. And here in this country, we used to not have homelessness as an urban phenomenon. Homelessness did not always exist in cities across this country. It emerged in the 1980s. And it happened to emerge, and it dovetailed exactly with when President Reagan at the time started cutting funding to HUD, to public housing. We used to have more public housing units than people on the wait list. in the 60s and 70s. And in fact, if you became homeless, and I talked to social workers during this time, you would often get housed within a week. And when they started cutting funding to HUD, and they cut it by 50% over several administrations, homelessness began to emerge as an urban phenomenon in cities across the country. And now the fastest growing demographic of the homeless count in San Francisco, the city that I represent, in New York City, in Los Angeles, is families. It is single mothers with children under 6 years old, and this is a moral travesty for our cities and for our country. And that is why I'm supporting Senator Sanders, because housing is not a privilege. In the city that I represent, housing is a privilege. Housing is not a privilege, it is a right.
I certainly don't want to reemphasize what our new state senator, Jane Kim, our next president, emphasized. But let me commend this church, which against all odds located in this community, and then began to do the work, continue to do the work, from the moment it became the home for the Breakfast for Children for the Black Panther Party. And ever since then, I was at a graduation recently, at a graduation of young men and women who will be trained in the trades for the new technology around solar energy. Their graduation, they'll do their part, but what they're saying is that we need help. And I believe and I know that we have these two as our representatives. They're going to get the help they need.
Thank you, each of you. We have two short questions for you from the dais, and then we're going to take a couple of questions from the floor. Senator, I can't even think of you as senator now. Bernie. Senator Bernie. Okay, all right. The Affordable Care Act has allowed 20 million Americans to gain health insurance, including many in marginalized populations throughout the U.S. Yet even with these improvements, 28 million Americans still have no health insurance and millions more are underinsured. What would a Bernie Sanders presidency look like? How would you strengthen and improve this legislation? That is a brief answer.
Okay. I am a member of the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. I voted for the Affordable Care Act. But what you have to acknowledge is the Affordable Care Act is an important step forward, but we have yet a long, long way to go in terms of health care. As you've just heard, 28 million, no health insurance, even more underinsured, and every day we're getting ripped off by the greed of the pharmaceutical industry that charges us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. All right, the brief answer to your question is that the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a right. And the way to do that, in my view, is through a Medicare for all single-payer program.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Another brief question. Describe how your economic plan provides for a reinvestment in distressed neighborhoods, and also how do we assist those who have yet to experience the economic recovery in their lives and in their communities. No doubt as you drove through here, you saw the blight. You saw the empty lots.
I have seen those empty lots and the abandoned housing and the boarded up storefronts all over this country. Don't think that Oakland is alone. And it is totally unnecessary and unacceptable. All right, we have, first point that we have to make is that when you read the papers once a month, they say that unemployment is 5% nationally. Does anybody really believe that? You're right. That's the official unemployment. Then there's another government report that talks about real unemployment, including people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. Add that together, real unemployment is close to 10%, and in many communities around this country, it is much higher than that. So what do? What we do is understand that we need a massive federal jobs program to put our people back to work. How do you do it? Well, it's not hard. Number one, as a nation, we should be hiring teachers and child care workers, not firing them. Number two, all of you know that our infrastructure, a fancy word for roads and bridges and water systems and wastewater plants and levees and dams and rails, are in massive disrepair all over this country. We rebuild our infrastructure in the way I think we should. We create 13 million good-paying jobs. Building the affordable housing that we need. Makes sense to me to put people to work. Building affordable housing. Rebuilding wastewater systems. You know, I was just up in the Central Valley. I didn't know this, to be honest with you. You got thousands of people there who turn on their water faucet, they can't drink the water because the pesticides in the water. All right? We have got to invest to make sure that everybody in America has clean drinking water, that we have the state-of-the-art rail system. And when we do that, we improve life in America and we create 13 million jobs. Last point, we should not be giving any more tax breaks to large corporations. We should be working with small and medium-sized businesses, especially if we're going to deal with youth unemployment, African-American businesses, Latino businesses. We're going to put those kids to work.
Senator Sanders, before you sit, Senator Sanders, there is an issue of the transport of coal, other pollutants that are currently being routed through the African-American and the impoverished communities and neighborhoods. How do you weigh in on that?
Well, I weigh on it in two ways. Right now, as I think everybody here knows, in low-income communities, in African-American communities, there is a heck of a lot of pollution going on. I was in the Bronx a number of months ago, and somebody, I can't remember the exact number, I don't want to misspeak here, but the number of children dealing with asthma. You got that here as well? All right. Right here in this community? Okay. It was off the charts, unbelievable. And you combine that with lack of good health care access, you got some serious problems. So the answer is twofold. I have opposed all of these pipelines, the Keystone Pipeline and the other pipelines, because we have got to transform our energy system away from coal and oil into energy efficiency and sustainable energy. Now, truth is that under President Obama we have made some progress in moving to sustainable energy. But we have the potential to do much, much more. We can have rooftops all over this country and in states like California where you get a lot of sun that can generate an unbelievable amount of electricity. That's what we should be doing.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Soon to be Senator Kim, we all know that education has been said to be the great equalizer. However, with the rising cost of college tuition and rising debt associated with students' loans, What are concrete ways we can address college affordability?
So I talked a little bit about the budget, and so I want to talk about the California state budget for a moment, since this is where we are. The California state budget over the last 30 years has actually roughly stayed proportionately the same. 40% K through 12 community college, 30% health and human services, and the final 30% goes to everything else. Now, there are two line items that changed significantly over the last 30 years, and you can probably guess the first one. Prisons. That's right. Used to be 3% of our budget, went up 6% over the last 30 years. There's only one other line item that changed that significantly, and that was higher education. Our Cal State and UC system, it went down exactly 6%, from 18 to 12% of our California state budget. So when we talk about the school to prison pipeline, it is real. When we talk about who we have decided to value, the system that California has decided to invest in, that our young people will go into, we built 23 state prisons over the last 30 years. We built only 3 CSUs and 1 UC. We used to cover 80% of your tuition if you went to a UC or CSU 30 years ago. Today, that has dropped down to under 30%. So I'm starting here locally in San Francisco. I introduced a proposal to make City College free for all San Francisco residents. We know that community college has long been the institution that has allowed many of our citizens to rise to the middle class. In fact, in San Francisco alone, if you are a City College graduate, on average you earn $11,000 more than your counterparts with only a high school education. And I'm going to do this with the proposal that I introduced 2 weeks ago that will do a slight modest increase on housing and buildings of $5 million and above, and it will generate $29 million a year in the county of San Francisco. To make City College free today is $13 million. We are going to make City College free in November. I hope that I will have your support. If we do this, we will be the first city in the nation to make City College free for all of our residents, regardless of income or age or any type of prerequisite. And we will do that by taxing our highest, wealthiest homes in our city. Thank you.
Senator, did she say it all? Did she say it all?
You said it all.
We have some volunteers here in the audience who've been identifying a couple of questions for me.
Bernie, end of abuse!
But Bernie, Senator Bernie, it is undeniable that you have been in the trenches fighting for civil and human rights for decades. African Americans and Latinos, irrespective of class, irrespective of economic status, education, personal or professional achievement, live in constant fear for the well-being of their children and loved ones. Though they live in America and pay their fair share of taxes, mothers afraid to let their sons grow up, go out, run in the evenings for fear their running might be misinterpreted. Fearful, setting curfews unrealistic for young adults. How can we change this? And I think we have someone from the floor who wanted to speak to that very issue. Someone who was a member of the Hunger for Justice Frisco 5, who recently participated in the hunger strike, calling for Mayor Ed Lee to fire San Francisco Chief Greg Suhr in light of the unexplainable, unjustifiable police shootings of black and brown individuals such as Alex Nieto, Louis Gongora, Mario Woods, and Amilcar Perez Lopez. What is your question?
My question, so my name is Ike, I'm with the Frisco 5. and there's other members here as well. I'm usually very outspoken, but I'm nervous because it's been a long time. I've been wanting to meet you forever. So I'm just excited just to be in the same room as you, Bernie. So I totally feel the burn. I lost my voice a little bit after the Warriors game, so. So we're gonna do it tonight too, baby! Woo! Okay, all right, so let me get to my question. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Future President of the U.S., how would you handle the nationwide militarization of police and address those police killing unarmed minorities? And what is your vision for much needed police-wide police reform?
Thank you. Great question, an enormously important question, because as you indicated, what kind of country are we where mothers are afraid to let the kids go out and play? I mean, that's... All right, so what do we do? First let me start off easy, and by saying that, in my view, that any person in America who is killed while being apprehended by the police or dies in complete police custody, that should immediately and automatically initiate a Department of Justice investigation. So the word goes out, it is not going to be just local police departments investigated. It will be an aggressive Department of Justice and an aggressive Attorney General. That's number one. Number two, unlike many other countries, here in law enforcement in America, we do not have the culture which says that lethal force, shooting somebody, is the last response, not the first response. You know? I am not going to deny, and you're not going to deny, that sometimes we do want police to use lethal force in a tragic situation. Somebody busts in with a machine gun, yeah, you want that person taken down. But too often the response is lethal force rather than coming up with other ways to deal with the problem. Third point you raise. There are communities in America where the police look like occupying armies. You know, you think you're in Iraq, you're invading a community. The goal is, and there are some police departments in America who do this, the goal is not for a police department to be intimidating the local populace. The goal is to have a police department which is part of the community, which is respected, which is helpful. You know, we want a police department where people feel comfortable going to a police officer and saying, hey, there's some drug dealing going on over there. We want the police to be part of the community, not a force that terrifies and frightens the people in the community. Further, what we have got to do, and this is tough, it's not tough stuff, but it's something we got to focus on, is we want local police departments to reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. You know? You got a black community, it is appropriate to expect that a majority of the officers will be African American. You got a Latino community, same thing. All right, and the other thing, which is related, everything's related to everything else. I learned this, I didn't know this before I began to run for president. Turns out that over the last 30 years, millions of people have received police records for possession of marijuana. It turns out, according to studies, blacks and whites do marijuana at about equal rates. But you know what? Blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested than whites for marijuana. Turns out that you got a federal Controlled Substance Act that lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug, right next to heroin. All right, my view is we take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Because if a police officer stops your car and there's marijuana in there, you got not just a marijuana issue, but other things occur as well. All right? So I think, by the way, if I lived here in California, there's going to be an item on your November ballot to legalize marijuana. I would support it. I think it's from a criminal justice point of view. Last point. There has got to be a lot of work done in fighting racism within police departments. That's no secret. A lot of work and a lot of training has got to be done. All right, those are some of the things that I would do as president.
Thank you. I think we have a question over here.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanders, and thank you all for being here today. So in Oakland, East Oakland, my name is Mia Yoshitani, and I'm with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network Action. APEN is an environmental justice organization. We organize low-income Asian, Pacific Islander, immigrant refugee communities. Just like a lot of our environmental justice and social justice, economic justice allies who are here in this room, we organize at the intersection of racism, poverty, and pollution. I have a question. I want to bring some of the issues together that you've been talking about today. I appreciate your commitment to working families and to addressing poverty and to addressing systemic racism and white supremacy. And I appreciate your commitment to addressing climate change. But how will you ensure that climate change is actually addressed equitably? How will you ensure that the people who have been at the brunt of the economic crisis and the environmental crisis, these are the same communities, how will you ensure that these communities are at the front of the line for the benefits of climate change and how we address both the health concerns and the economic needs of our communities? Thank you.
I have introduced the most comprehensive climate change legislation in the history of the United States Senate. And it in fact addresses the issues that you are raising. There is an understanding that the people in community after community who are bearing the brunt of climate change or toxicity in the water or bad air are very often in low-income and minority communities. They do not build coal-burning plants in the suburbs and in wealthy communities. That does not take place. So I think 2 things. Number 1 is, and I have to say this over and over again, people criticize me for saying this, but I think that climate change is one of the great global crises that we face. And if we do not get our act together, the destruction that it will cause in terms of drought, we've seen it here in California already, in terms of floods, extreme weather disturbances, acidification of the ocean, we're destroying our oceans. In terms of rising sea levels, Miami may be, don't buy real estate on Miami Beach. It may not be there if President Trump continues. Right? These are the realities that face this country. And it's like, if we were attacked by some foreign power, everybody would stand up and say, oh, we got a war going on. What are we going to do about it? We are being attacked by climate change. And we need to act in the same aggressiveness. So to answer your question, nobody you know will take a more aggressive and bold action. I have one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself is I'm calling for a tax on carbon. All right? But you got to do that. And in that legislation, when we raise a substantial sums of money, we do pay attention to the aggrieved communities, and we pay attention to those communities where workers are involved in fossil fuels and are going to lose their jobs. We've got to try to help them as well. So we do that in our legislation.
Thank you, Senator Saunders. We had another question. Yes.
Hello, Senator Sanders. I'm Mason Reese of the Mentoring Project. I have overheard teachers talking about their financial problems, and I was wondering what you will do to ensure that my teachers get.
You're doing great. Don't worry, you're doing great.
Suitable pay and help retain teaching talent in public schools.
Thank you for that question. Great job. You know, what this campaign is about, maybe most significantly, is not just dealing with this or that issue, but it's education and climate change. It is demanding that the American people think outside of the box. Think outside of the options that the corporate media gives us or that Congress talks about. You know, Congress is having great debates. Do we cut food stamps or do you cut education? I don't know. Puffy, what do you think? That is not the options that we have to deal with. So what this young man is asking us to think about, here's a good question to think about how crazy it is. Everybody here knows, no one debates it, that as human beings, education is inherent in who we are. I want you to be studying and thinking and learning until the day you die 100 years from now, all right? But second of all, from a narrower perspective, we live in a competitive global economy, okay? Other countries understand they're not going to do well unless they invest in their children and invest in education. How do you compete if you don't do that? The idea that teachers are not respected, the idea that education is not respected in this country, the idea that we do not have the best public educational system in the world is unacceptable to me. I want our brightest, you know what, I don't know, are you interested in education? I would hope that when you graduate college or graduate school, you give thought to becoming a teacher. We need great teachers all over this country. Who should be well paid, and we have to respect education. I know I'm going to lose a lot of votes here tonight. I know there's a Game 7 here. And I know everybody here, you know, loves the basketball. But you know what? You want my humble opinion? Teachers are more important than basketball players.
We thank you, Bernie Sanders. We thank you, Senator Bernie. It's not over. It's not over. Okay. Because I think Senator Bernie Sanders has told us we're on his block. And so we got a fire going here. And he doesn't want to put it out. What's another question?
Yes, this is our final question. Before that, we will be having a women's roundtable, the campaign, on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Old Stop, so we can go on and talk more in depth about women's issues and how Senator Sanders is the best candidate for our issues. And here's the last question for you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, thank you for coming to the Oakland. I love Oakland. The Bay Area was one of the worst hit regions during the 2008 financial crisis, with the erasure of brown and black wealth in the terms of foreclosure and losing homes. I myself, my rent went up $300 a month, and I had to leave the Bay Area because I could not afford my place anymore. So what I want to know from you is, how will you ensure affordable housing for everyone, and how will you help restore Black and brown wealth in the form of home ownership?
When I was in the House of Representatives, before I was in the Senate, I was a member of the House Financial Services Committee. I fought vigorously against Republicans, against Alan Greenspan, against Democrats, against President Clinton, who thought it was a brilliant idea to deregulate Wall Street and let these people do what they want to do. They spent billions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions to do that. They did it, and we all know what happened. So I'll answer your question in a few ways. Number one, we have to recognize, and I know not everybody may agree with me, but in my view, the business model of Wall Street is fraud. Okay? What they did was not an aberration. It's not that, you know, they're pretty honest guys, they made a mistake, that happens. That is not what they are. Over the last couple of years, just a couple of months ago, Goldman Sachs reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion, basically acknowledging they were selling worthless packages of subprime mortgage loans, which led to the economic collapse. So issue number one, if I'm elected president, that will not happen again, because we're going to break up these huge financial institutions. Number two, if what is the case, these financial institutions caused this economic collapse, which resulted, by the way, in millions of people losing their jobs, losing their homes, and in some cases losing their life savings, these people on Wall Street have got to be held accountable. And that means significantly more money than is currently being worked on has got to go into those communities and those individuals who are hurt by the illegal behavior of Wall Street. Third point, as we discussed earlier, we have a terrible crisis. And I know it's particularly acute here in California, but it's true all over this country, in low-income affordable housing. Now, if you check the record, in my city of Burlington, we started the first municipally funded community, community housing trust fund, which is how it actually spread all over the country. But second of all, working with Barbara Lee, a local representative, many years ago, we passed a low-income housing bill, which has just finally begun to be funded by the Obama administration to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. I think what we have heard tonight is that there once was a time in America, Jane made that point, where low-income people actually had access to affordable housing. By and large, that is not the case. We are seeing people paying 40, 50, 60% of limited incomes on housing. That is totally absurd. So we're going to put people to work building affordable housing. That's right.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. We're going to wrap it up in just a few minutes, but before, I'm sorry? Immigration. 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 We're on your clock. With the high issue of unemployment being prevalent in communities of color, in addition to conservative rhetoric and immigration being a leading cause of this, how do you reconcile that charge that is all due to immigration? And how do you plan to address rising tensions and race relations among communities of color?
Okay. First thought, And today, and this is part of the race to the bottom, because I met with some of these workers are being cheated and exploited as we speak right now. And the reason is, if you are undocumented, and I was just up in the Delano area yesterday, literally, if you're undocumented, what rights do you have? So I say I'm going to pay you X dollars an hour, and I don't. What are you going to do about it? You're going to go to the cops? You're going to go to the Department of Labor? You're not going to do that. So the employer is in the driver's seat and can do anything he wants with those undocumented workers. And then when you get people forced to work for very low wages, you come in and get a job. Why am I going to hire you at a decent wage, but I can pay undocumented people slave wages? So in my view, for that and for many other reasons, we need to move toward comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Now, let me just conclude on this. This is, I give something up to think about. Is if you think about history in America, and some of us are old enough to remember what was going on in this country 50 years ago. How do right-wing politicians succeed? You know how they succeed? It's the same old story, not just in this country, it's all over the world. You scapegoat people. You say, you got a problem? I know what the problem is. It's her. She's Asian. You got a problem? I know what the problem is. It's black. You got a problem? I know what the problem is. Bernie Sanders, he's Jewish. You scapegoat people and you blame people for all of the damn problems that exist in society. We have seen it. I'll tell you this story. I want to tell you this story. Back in the 1950s, think about this, way back when, the lowest paid white workers in America were in Mississippi. They were the lowest paid white workers in America. They didn't earn anything. Now, you know how their employers got away with paying them starvation wages? They said, hey, you can drink from that water fountain. But the black guy can't. Aren't you a lucky guy? That's what you do. You divide people up. And that is exactly what the Trumps of the world are all about. All right? We understand that if they divide us up, we go nowhere in a hurry. If we stand together as black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American, as gay and straight, male and women, female, if we stand together, then we have the guts to take on the big money interests. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to ask you to take your seat for a brief moment. Missing from this conversation is the indigenous population. Our brothers and sisters have left you again a reminder, which is highly appropriate in this hallowed ground, in this sacred space. Some time ago, you gave a speech and you were visited by a little bird. As we were all waiting in line to be cleared of security, one gentleman by the name of Rafael Jesus Gonzalez presented to us a request that we present this to you. Presented to Bernie Sanders the Earth, Justice, Peace, Healers Badge in recognition of his commitment to the earth, to justice, to peace, and to democracy, presented on May 30th, 2016. It is a badge with a dove. And while it is referred to as a finch, it said, it is no little thing when speaking before thousands to be visited by a finch upon the podium. The trust of a creature so small, easily startled by the slightest gesture, must surely count for something big. I present this to you.
This is beautiful, Raphael. Thank you so much.
I want to thank Senator Bernie Sanders. We can say Bernie, but we can also say, we can do it. 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 Danny Glover, thank you so much. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Jane Kim, thank you.
I suppose you could call attendance first, but
I could.
that might take a long time, so let's just go ahead.
All right.
All right.
We good? Wow. I am honored to be named the National Teacher of the Year and to be joined by amazing educators standing with me today. And teaching in classrooms all across the country. Thank you to my family for joining me here today. The Connecticut delegation, the Waterbury Public School District, and especially my John F. Kennedy High School family back home. Thank you to President Obama, Secretary King, for hosting us this afternoon and for your unwavering commitment to public education. And thank you to my mother.
Yeah, Mom. Moms are important.
Who is amazing and loved me dearly. Like every teacher, I started as a student. And like many students around the country, I know what it feels like to have a dream and to exist in an environment where nothing is expected to thrive. Schools where nothing is said or done to nurture or support a dream. I know what it feels like to struggle to find sunlight and constantly be met with concrete barriers. I see myself in every one of those students, and I carry my own experiences as a reminder that as a teacher, I have to be better. I have to seize every encounter as an opportunity to create a positive memory for a child. I remember vividly the teachers who created those memories for me and encouraged me to challenge myself. I remember vividly the adults in my community that inspired me to give back to others. That is what teaching is about: the passion, the commitment, the joy, the stories. As educators, we have a unique opportunity to share our empowering stories with students and communities and elevate this profession. We are at a critical juncture. Many states are facing challenges attracting and retaining teachers, especially minority teachers. We must lead the charge and change the dialogue surrounding conversations about this profession. Teaching is about special moments. As amazing as today is, it's just one of many incredible moments I've shared with my students over the years. Those moments do not occur in isolation. I will make this year about bringing classrooms into communities and communities into classrooms, creating moments and starting a national conversation about how we can all be better for kids. This is not just about the students in my classroom or your classrooms. This is about every person who has a vested interest in our children, our future, and our world. Everyone has something to contribute, but we cannot do it alone. Find your gift. Tell your stories. It truly does take a village. It is now my privilege I'm sorry, don't kick me out. To introduce to you someone who understands everything I just said. The President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome to the White House. And thank you, Johanna, for that wonderful introduction. Everybody, please give the National Teacher of the Year a big round of applause. It's a little surprising that she got this award because you can tell she's a little shy and lacks enthusiasm. And yet somehow she seems to be performing pretty well in the classroom. Look at that smile. So, for 7 years, I've stood in the White House with America's finest public servants and private sector innovators and our best advocates and our best athletes and our best artists. And I have to tell you, there are few moments that make me prouder than this event when I stand alongside our nation's best educators. You know, every year on this day, we say publicly as a country what we should be eager to say every day of the year. And that is thank you. That's what this event is about. That's why it's one of my favorites. It's a good day with all of you guys here in Washington to say thank you for the extraordinary work that teachers do all across the country. It's also, I guess, a pretty good day for substitute teachers because we got a lot of folks. We got a lot of folks playing hooky today. This is a school day.
Yes. This is a learning opportunity.
It's a field trip. Now, among our country's best educators happens to be our Secretary of Education, Dr. John King, Jr. John is someone who, like Johanna, found refuge in school as a youngster. And he found role models in the classroom at a time when he needed them most. And that experience instilled in him the empathy that makes him such a powerful voice for students and for teachers and for principals and superintendents and educators all across the country. I also want to acknowledge Johanna's senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. He's around here somewhere. There he is. He's proud of you, too. I want to welcome her fellow Teachers of the Year from all 50 states, D.C., and our territories. And we want to welcome the hundreds of distinguished educators from all across the country that have joined us this afternoon. So, thank you. I figured this is the last time I was going to do this, so I want to invite as many of you as possible. Because you are people who are inspiring at every grade level, who are opening minds to math and music, to basic literacy, but also classic literature, to social studies and science, Spanish, and special education. You know, in their daily lives, the men and women who teach our children fulfill the promise of a nation that's always looking forward, that believes each generation has a responsibility to help the next in building this great country of ours and making the world a better place. President Kennedy said, "Our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education." Now, the school where Johanna teaches happens to bear President Kennedy's name, and it's fitting then that the perspective, the approach that she brings to the classroom suits the philosophy that he articulated. This is what Johanna said about how she approaches her responsibility. "It doesn't matter how bright a student is, or where they rank in a class, or what colleges they've been accepted to, if they do nothing with their gift to improve the human condition." And Johanna cares about the example she sets as much as the exams that she scores. What, you just need to settle down. This is what makes her a great teacher. You can't be great if you're not enthusiastic. You gotta love what you do, and she loves what she does. And what's remarkable about Johanna's natural talent in the classroom is that when she was growing up in Waterbury, Connecticut, being a teacher was the furthest thing from her mind. In fact, there were times where she didn't even want to be a student. No one in Johanna's family had gone to college. No one at home particularly encouraged education. She lived in a community full of poverty and violence, high crime, and low expectations, and drugs were more accessible than degrees. As a teenager, Johanna became pregnant and wanted to drop out of school. But her teachers saw something. They saw something in her. And they gave her an even greater challenge, and that was to dream bigger and to imagine a better life. And they made her believe she was college material and that she had the special gift to improve not only her own condition, but those around her. And today, Johanna's principal at Kennedy High says she gets through to her students precisely because she remembers what it's like to be one of them. And she doesn't forget that everyone in her class brings their own different and sometimes difficult circumstances, and she meets them where they are. And she sees a grace in them, and she sees a possibility in them. And because she sees it, they start seeing it. And that's what makes Johanna more than a teacher. She's a counselor and a confidant. It's how a woman who became a teenage mom is now a mentor to high schoolers in the same city where she grew up. And meanwhile, outside of the classroom, Johanna's been a leader in the after-school theater program. She put together a Teen Idol singing show. She won the school's Dancing with the Stars competition. I wish I'd met you before I started tangoing in Argentina. Could have given me some tips. This is something that I think is particularly remarkable. Johanna inspires her students to give back. I think she understands that actually sometimes the less you have, the more valuable it is to see yourself giving, because that shows you the power and the influence that you can bring to bear on the world around you. One year she had been assigned to a group that seemed unmotivated, so she found out what was distracting them. 7 students in one class had recently lost a parent to cancer. So she organized a Relay for Life team through the American Cancer Society, and it became an annual event. Last year, when Johanna went online to register her team, she noticed not 1, not 2, but 14 teams led by former students had already signed up. She organized her students to walk for autism, to feed the homeless, to donate clothes, to clean neighborhoods, and even to register voters. And so it takes a unique leader to get students who don't have a lot to give of themselves, but because Johanna understood those kids, she knew not to set low expectations, but to set high ones, and to say to them, you can make a difference. And that's the kind of leader our Teacher of the Year is. She knows that if students learn their worth, then the class rank and the college acceptances and the exam scores will follow. Now, if there's one thing Johanna wishes she had in school, it was more teachers who looked like her, as she already mentioned. And so she wrote and won a state grant to inspire more students to become teachers, but especially to recruit more Black and Latino teachers in her district. And that's important. Now, not one of the teachers standing behind me or in front of our children's classrooms choose this profession because they were promised a big payday or a short workday. Although y'all do need to be paid better. That I believe. But the main reason teachers do what they do is because they love kids. They love our kids. And yes, we should pay teachers more because what they do is invaluable and essential. And the teachers here, though, will tell you that what would be most helpful, in addition to a little financial relief, would be people understanding how important the work you do is. And to appreciate it. And not take it for granted. And so part of the reason this event is so important is for us to be able to send a message to future generations of teachers, to talented young people all across the country. To understand this is a dream job, that this is an area where you will have more influence potentially than any other profession that you go into. This is a profession where you have the potential to make more of a difference than just about anything you can go into. So over the past 7 years, we've looked at every element of our education system with an eye towards boosting the teaching profession. And thanks to our educators and the opinions you've voiced and the leadership that you've shown, we've come a long way since we came into office. One of the first things we did in the middle of the worst economic crisis in generations, when states and cities were slashing budgets, was to keep more than 300,000 educators in our kids' classrooms. That was part of the Recovery Act. We've taken the first steps towards making sure every young person in America gets the best start possible. And keep in mind that in 2009, when I started here, only 38 states had their own preschool programs. Today, all but 4 have. We've expanded Head Start programs for tens of thousands of kids who need it. We've made turning around America's low-performing schools a national priority. The year before I took office, 1/4 of our high school students didn't graduate on time. More than 1 million didn't finish high school at all. And today, high school graduation rates have never been higher. Dropout rates have gone down. We're transforming hundreds of America's lowest performing schools. We're also bringing new technology and digital tools to our classrooms to modernize and personalize learning. 3 years ago, less than 1/3 of all school districts could access high-speed internet, and a lot of low-income communities were left behind. Today, 20 million more students, and most of our school districts have fast broadband and wireless in the classroom. And by 2018, we're going to make sure that we reach the goal I set. 99% of our students will have high-speed internet. We're making remarkable progress towards my pledge to train 100,000 STEM teachers by 2021, thanks to the great work of 10,000 K and 10, which, with new commitments to prepare 70,000 more teachers, I want to just announce today, this is a goal that we are going to achieve on time. We're on our way. And we unleashed a race to the top, convincing every state to raise its standards so students are prepared for success in college and future careers. And we listened to parents who wanted subjects like computer science taught in our schools. And we listened to teachers who've shown why cookie-cutter solutions don't always work. We're empowering states and communities to set their own standards for progress with accountability. And because nobody thinks our students need to spend more time filling in bubbles on standardized tests, we're starting to give educators like those behind me the flexibility to spend more time teaching creatively than they're spending teaching to a test. Now, that doesn't mean that all our problems are solved. You know it better than I do. In too many states, we are underfunding public education. And it is the job of state legislators and of governors to recognize that the well-being of their state and their communities and their families and their kids requires them to step up. in too many school districts, we still have schools that, despite great efforts by a lot of great teachers, are still not getting our kids prepared the way they need to be prepared. And we've got to be willing to be honest when something's not working and say, all right, let's try something different. And sometimes we won't necessarily get it right the first time. But the reason I think, I want to bring this up, this wasn't in my prepared remarks, but I think it's important. So often now the debate swings back and forth. You got some folks who say resources, money don't make a difference, and the problem's all the teachers' unions, and they want to break up the schools, and they think vouchers are all the answer, or some other approach. And then on the other side, you've got folks who just know that argument is wrong, but too often sounds like it's just a defense of the status quo. And the fact of the matter is that we do have to do better in too many of our schools. We need more teachers like this in all of you. We've got to make the profession more attractive. We do have to have accountability in the classroom. That doesn't mean forcing you to teach to the test, but we've got to come up with measures that are meaningful so that if somebody doesn't have the skills that a Johanna or these other teachers have, that they can start developing it and we know what to look for. We've got to make sure that we're setting our sights high. And although I am very proud of the work that we've done, I know we're not there yet. And we may have replaced No Child Left Behind, which was a relief for a lot of folks. But the absence of something that wasn't working as well as it should is not the presence of the kind of work that remains to be done. So in our country, it's a little harder than some other countries because we got diverse populations, and we got folks coming from different backgrounds and starting off, in tougher circumstances. But our Teacher of the Year here stands as proof that you can't set expectations high enough for our kids. There's magic in those kids. We just have to find it. We have to unleash it. We have to nurture it. We have to support it. We have to love them. And then we have to tell them, precisely because we love you, you're going to work harder. And you're going to do better. And we're going to stay on you. That's what we have to do. And we can't just leave it to the teachers. Because if our notion is we drop off our kids and then the teacher's doing everything and then our job's done, it's not going to work. So, this is why my administration launched Teach to Lead, to give teachers a greater voice in the policies that affect them every day. And I'm going to close by just talking about a letter I received at the beginning of this school year from a teacher in Central Virginia named Danny Abel. There's Danny. It's Danny. There's a reason why he got a good spot, because he knew I was going to talk about him. So Danny asked his students if any of them wanted to be a teacher when they grew up, and no one raised their hands. And that worried him. So he wrote me to ask what I'd say if one of my daughters told me she wanted to become a teacher. And I mean this. This is the God's honest truth. If Sasha or Malia want to be teachers, I will tell them I could not be prouder of what you've done. And I tell them to be the kind of teachers who don't just show her students how to get the correct answer, but how to be curious about the world and how to care for the people around her and how to analyze facts and evidence and how to tell stories and how to believe in their ability to shape their own destiny. In other words, I tell them to be like Johanna and to be like each of the educators behind us here today and the kinds of teachers that we see in classrooms in every state and every territory and the District of Columbia. I'm so proud of all of you for the high standards you set, for your students, for your fellow teachers. Thank you for making our nation stronger. And now, Johanna, please join me to accept this award from America's Educators, the Crystal Apple, as the National Teacher of the Year.
And for you mayors, governors, state legislators, you know, there's an old saw that they always use in my favorite town other than Wilmington, Delaware, Philadelphia, which is sort of a suburb of Delaware. And W.C. Fields said, one night I spent a week in Philadelphia. Well, you know, one day you spend a week in Washington. I don't want to extend that week too much further. But Gov, thank you. You have you've been remarkable. You and O'Malley have done incredible things, as has Hickenlooper and others. You've taken some real chances. You've taken some real hits, but you've made real progress. And a lot of you mayors have done the same, and we have members of Congress here who have been steadfast in trying to get done what the President and I feel so strongly about, as they do as well. You know, I don't have to tell you, I'm not going to go through what they prepared for me here, which is good. But the bottom line here is that we know that gun violence is ravaging our communities. I mean, this is not, of all the civilized countries in the world, this is an exception. It doesn't have to be this way. There is no reason for it to be this way. And you know, we always extend our prayers and sympathies for those who are victims of gun violence. You know, there's horrible, horrible, horrible events like Sandy Hook. I spent a lot of time up there. I still keep in touch, Gov, with at least 10 or 12 of those parents, I mean, on a fairly regular basis. Because a lot of them are still fighting very hard for the kind of rational changes. But, you know, in any street corner in some of the bigger cities in America, you know, in a month, there's equally that many people, you know, shot dead, and a number of bystanders that are badly injured and or killed. And, you know, and how many children, it's not as large, who pick up a gun that is doesn't have a trigger lock on it or is not safely stored and, you know, blows their own brains out or the kid next door. And so, and the frustrating part for me is, and I'll be blunt with you, I mean, I'm the guy who did the first real serious gun bill in the last 40 years. I mean, I actually sat down. No, I don't say it for that reason. I don't say it for that reason. I really don't. It's not like I did this. I don't mean it that way. But it took a hell of a long time. It passed in the 94 cycle, 93 cycle, but I started writing this legislation as chairman of the Judiciary Committee back in the early 80s. And I'm so damn old, I got here right after all the fights on, quote, gun control after the assassination of President Kennedy. I got here in '72. And you had guys like Joe Clark, senator in Pennsylvania, and Tidings in Maryland, great senators who lost on the gun issue, on, quote, gun control back in the 70s, in the 60s. And so this is a perennial fight that's been going on in the United States of America for a long time. But one of the things that I've learned in the effort that ultimately succeeded, and I have to admit to you, were it not the overall crime bill and had $30 billion in it to help localities, I'm not so sure we could have gotten some of what we got done on the rational gun policy side. So we're all pros here. I'm not trying to sell you a bill of goods that this is an easy thing to do. But it took a long time. And so I'd like to start off by saying to you all that we don't think this is the end of the process. And a lot of people keep saying, why are we still pushing the Congress? You know you're not going to get anything done. Well, I was a legislator for 36 years in the Senate. And I'm going to say something outrageous. I was a fairly successful legislator. I got a lot of stuff passed. And I don't know anything that is difficult that comes quickly. The only example I can give you in my entire career is what the president did on the Affordable Care Act. That was a bit of an epiphany that happened as rapidly as it did. But most of this stuff takes a whole lot of time. And the reason I say this is that after Newtown, as the governor said, the president asked me to put together a package. And it had a number of legislative recommendations, but also had 40 recommendations relating to executive actions that the president could take. And the irony is it had overwhelming support. Overwhelming. It had the support of the healthcare community. It had support of the everyone engaged in the effort. 80% of the American people supported the proposals. 56% of homes with gun owners in the home supported the proposals. This wasn't something that was somehow that didn't immediately make sense to the average American, and overwhelmingly made sense. And as a matter of fact, what struck me in the polling data was the significant number of people who thought we already had laws like that. It's a little bit like, if I can make an analogy, you can go have a same-sex marriage in about 37 states and go show up at work that same day and get fired because you're gay. Most people don't know that states still allow that to happen, because don't we have, there's the constitutional right to marry whomever you wish. It's the same kind of thing when you start talking about these gun issues. And so one of the things that I want to say to you, because you've been meeting all day, is that the things we're talking about, universal background checks, supporting gun violence research for the disease, the Center for Disease Control, smart guns, all the stuff you had on the agenda, domestic violence. These are things that are, the hard part is not convincing your constituents as a whole that it makes sense. The hard part is convincing a Congress that is no, because I served there a long time. I have great respect for the House and Senate. I really do. But where we are today politically and the makeup of how we get elected, the gerrymandering that exists in the House seats, some states that are now all red or all blue. It's hard to generate consensus because both parties are worried about either the left or the right. They're not worried about the center, the rational center, as some would say. And so one of the things that we have done, the President has implemented 23 of the executive orders, and you know I'm not going to go through them, from increasing school resource officers, expanding mental health benefits and parity to 60 million more people so there's access, et cetera. But has come up with some pretty controversial in the minds of some executive actions that are helping. But one of the things that you talked about today, background checks. I asked, because the President has asked me to lead this effort, I asked us to go back and take a look at how well are we at the federal level doing our job to deal with, let's say, background checks. I'm the guy with Brady who actually insisted on the NICS system being set up. It was the compromise that was going to allow for instant purchase if instant background checks could occur, et cetera. And the truth is that two things happened that aren't good. One is the demand for these background checks outran the capacity for NICS system to be able to handle them. So we called for, as we went through and back and scrubbed what we were doing, we called for 261, I think it is, new employees to be able to handle these calls, to be able to move quickly. Because right now, if you go into any one of your states and you're at Dick's Sporting Goods, you want to buy a shotgun or whatever you want to buy, you pick up the phone and call NICS. If they can't get an answer in the next 24 hours, well, guess what? You can, we've extended it to 3 days, but you can go ahead and get the gun no matter what your background is. And so that's partially our fault because we've had trouble getting funding for things we care about these last 8 years. And it's clear when we wrote the legislation, the only way we could get it passed is it would sunset in 10 years. It had to be reauthorized, some of it, like the assault weapons ban. And where they were unable to do away with the legislation itself, what they were successful in doing is diminishing the funding for the agencies in charge of implementing the various pieces of legislation. But we also found out, when we go back and look, which we already knew, is a lot of your states aren't doing their part. A lot of your states are not actually reporting what they're required to report. Now, when we first drafted the law, a lot of states said it's going to cost us money to do this, so we provided seed money. We provided money to help you set up the computer systems, the mechanisms by which you'd be able to transfer the information. But it's amazing what is not reported. We recently talked to the governor of a state that is very progressive on these issues, and we pointed out that there is only one case of reported to NICS system relating to mental health. And they said, one, well, that's the only one in the whole state. Well, that's the state I'm moving to. You know, you only have one person needing mental health, work. But the point is, you guys can make a big difference back at home. You guys can make a big difference, state legislatures, mayors, et cetera, insisting that your state step up and abide by the reporting requirements that are written into the law. Now, some of your states have gone further, which is a good thing, and had your own background check system and added to the exclusionary provision, what would exclude you from being able to own a weapon. You've added additional personnel or additional categories of that. And so some states have moved on. But the generic point I want to make to you is you just had a round table or a long table on background checks. There's a lot more that we can do if we just reported, if the states just reported the information that's available to them, or figure out how to better aggregate that information to transfer to the NICS system. You can save lives. We can save lives. And I know, quote, the NICS system is not an anachronism that jumps to the lips of every legislator when they know exactly what it is. A lot don't. You all do. A lot don't know what it is. But it matters. It matters if you put pressure on your systems in order to make sure the information is transferred to the system. I think it's down in Virginia, and be able to get that information. So when that clerk from Dick's calls, it's on the list. If in fact they wouldn't qualify. And so we've extended the time to 3 days before you can, purchase the weapon if you get no answer back from the NICS. But this is you're going to see a lot of pressure for that to change and go back to the 24 hours unless we actually are able to get more rapid response from the system and more information in the system that gives us some reason to believe that we are getting the cadre of people who are appropriately, constitutionally able to be prohibited from owning a weapon. And now some of your states, you'll hear that there's, I think it's 3 to 5 states that have legislation saying that we can't give mental health information because it's a violation of HIPAA rules. Simply not true. The Department of Health and Human Services has put out a regulation that it is not a violation. So when you hear, if it's brought up in your legislature or it's brought up in your community, that, well, we would provide this information, we can't do it because it's a violation of the privacy rules in HIPAA. It's not true. That is simply not true. And it surprised me, but it's understandable because I'd be the same way if I was a state legislator. How many people in my own state didn't know that that wasn't true, And so part of this is preaching to the choir here, getting out the information so these false assertions that the information can't be shared are debunked, and it's moved. And so, there's 26 of your states. We've already received grant funding to support the gaps in reporting that exist in your state, to help you put together the system that will fill the gaps of what's not being reported. And now, the good news is, since over the past 3 years, since we started banging away at this, 70% more records are transferred to the NICS system than were before. So there's progress. There's real progress, but there's a hell of a lot further to go. And look, guys, there is going to be, and there has been, another Virginia Tech where you got a guy who, if he just reported this information, had been reported to the NICS system, there'd be half a dozen people still alive. So it really matters. There's a lot more to say about the system and a lot more to say about the whole notion of having to register names that in fact violate the law and would not be able to own a gun and reporting requirements, but I'm not going to take more of your time. The second issue, as you talked about, is gun safety. And what we're trying to do, as you all know, and you've talked about it today, is keep guns from being able to be used by, intentionally or accidentally, by someone who is not qualified, either because they can't pass the background check or because they are a 6-year-old kid, to get access to a weapon that can be fired. It's amazing how the NRA and some gun owner organizations have become ballistic, no pun intended, with the notion that we should be looking at safe gun technology. If I can reach in my pocket and take out my cell phone and by my thumbprint access the code to activate my phone, the technology exists. The technology exists to be able to make sure that no one, a la James Bond, can pick up a gun and fire it without it meeting the criteria that demonstrates that belongs to that person. Now, there's a lot of research going on. This is totally within our wheelhouse to be able to do this. But it's amazing the pressure that's being brought by the NRA and others not to allow this technology to go forward. There were two gun shops owners that I met with who started to advertise they were selling rifles with this technology. And they're big, Second Amendment guys. And they got so much heat from organized opposition led by the NRA that they said, we will not sell smart guns. We will not sell smart guns. But the irony of this is, and I could go into detail with that, but you already know most of this. The irony of that is the one guarantor that your right, your Second Amendment right, will not be violated and public safety would be enhanced is if only you can fire. No one's denying the purchaser the right to purchase a gun if they meet the criteria of not being a felon, etc. Your Second Amendment rights are totally, thoroughly protected. Your Second Amendment right doesn't say I have a right to provide this weapon to my 6-year-old kid. Not that they intentionally do that. No one says you have a right to pass a background check and then hand your weapon over to somebody who you know does not meet the criteria to be able to constitutionally own a weapon in the United States and give them to them. That's not a Second Amendment right you have. And so there are a number of, I won't go into the regulations we've put in place to begin this process in the interest of time, but there's also an awful lot of philanthropists out there who are prepared to invest considerable amounts of money in doing research and development to be able to develop the capacity to have the safe gun technology cheaply available, that get to the point, one expert I met with believes they can get to the point where it doesn't cost more than a trigger lock to be able to do this. That should be a goal. That should be a goal. And we should not be intimidated by the opposition who somehow views this as, and you're going to hear all kinds of arguments. You're going to hear all kinds of arguments. Where you're going to experiment with the military. You're going to make that. It's malarkey. This is totally within our wheelhouse to do this. Everyone's right being protected, including innocent bystanders' rights being protected by making sure that the gun is not transferred intentionally or unintentionally from a legitimate gun owner to an illegitimate gun owner. Earlier this year, the President directed the Departments of Justice, Homeland Security, and Defense to map out how we could deploy real-world smart gun technology. And so these agencies released a report last month that, among many things, begins the process of defining for the first time the requirements that gun manufacturers need to follow to sell smart gun technology when it appears. How gun manufacturers test smart gun technology within a safe environment at military testing centers. There's ways to protect all the interest here that are totally legitimate. And we should not be cowed from moving forward with this technology. It can be a game changer. And I understand Senator Weinberg from New Jersey has been and continues to be a leader. She continues to be a leader in her state to do more on smart guns. And I think did you get to speak today, Senator, to talk to this? Well, you probably covered more than I have covered. But the bottom line is it is a really rich environment that answers clearly two serious concerns. One, whether you all like it or not, or we like it or not, there is a Second Amendment. It's real. It exists. It exists. And it must be upheld. And two, there is a need to significantly increase or decrease the exposure to violence as a consequence of the use of a gun in American society. And this is a place that could have gigantic payoff for us, in my view. Last point, as the author of the Domestic Violence Act, I held over 1,000-hour hearings, literally. When the Supreme Court struck down one part of my bill, they acknowledged, they said, notwithstanding the Judiciary Committee held over 1,000 hours of hearings, blah, blah, blah. I didn't keep a count, they kept a count. And it's interesting what we found out. And it should be no surprise to anybody that while some women survived being brutally attacked when we were unable to find a means to intervene, those who were attacked by any weapon from a hand to a club short of a gun had a significant higher percentage of possibility of surviving, of living. And one of the things we found is the people who in fact are the ones that have stay-away orders that are repeated are the ones who are the people most likely to go do damage to their spouse. They should not be able to own a gun. They should not be able to own a gun. And speaking of New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg was one of the guys who pushed hard for this to happen. Well, in America, a majority of fatal domestic violence cases are committed by use of a firearm. 52% of the women in America were murdered with guns, killed by their intimate partner. And in those states that require background checks for all handgun sales, including those are exempted, they're not allowed to purchase, those with violations of a domestic violence order or convicted of a domestic violence abuse, there's 46% fewer women are murdered by a gun by an intimate partner. Now you say, well, that adds up to maybe only a couple hundred lives. Well, guess what? One life. It matters. And so it does matter if, in fact, the background check excludes, and if it's conducted, anyone who is in violation of, has a stay-away order or in violation of convicted of a domestic violence offense should be denied the ability to own a gun. And so, look, there's a couple things that I've learned. Not a whole lot, but a couple of things I've learned. When the Congress is dysfunctional, and this isn't the first time, it's the worst time, I think, in modern history, short of the Civil War, that this town is as dysfunctional as it is right now. I have never seen it like this, and as was ruefully pointed out to me, there's only 13 people in the history of the United States ever served longer in the Congress or in the Senate than I have. So I've been around a while, which is frightening. But I've never seen the dysfunction as bad as it is now. That, you know, all of you are in the Congress, and you who are governors and legislators, you tend to, if you want to have real impact, you tend to focus on 2 or 3 things where you become known as a genuine expert and where people in your own party or others look to you. That's the biggest bang for the buck. That's usually a method by which you can increase your influence in whatever legislative body you choose, or if you're an executive. And so I've spent an awful lot of my time in foreign policy, this area and foreign policy. And there's an old expression where I come from, it probably exists in your communities. An expert's anyone from out of town with a briefcase. I don't have a briefcase, but I'm considered to be somewhat of an expert in American foreign policy. Since we've been in office, because there is no power in the vice presidency at all, nor should there be, for real, it's all reflective. The only power that exists in the vice president is the degree to which people with whom you're dealing think you speak for the president. And this partnership between the president and I has worked very well because the assignments he's given me, he gives me, I don't have to check, I just go do them. And because he has so much on his plate. And by the way, whoever the candidate's going to be, whoever the next president is, they're going to find that the nature of the office of vice president has changed markedly, not because of me or any predecessor, but because of the nature of what's on the president's plate. There's just you need help. And so I get sent off on, because I know most foreign leaders and have known them for a long time, just because I've been around, and this has been my area. For the first time in my career, dealing in foreign policy, and I've traveled over 1,150,000 miles so far, just as vice president. And when I get sent to meet with heads of state, because even though the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, they all are incredibly important. No one doubts when I speak to a world leader, they know they're speaking to the president. I don't say anything that everybody doesn't know that he has signed off on. So it just cuts through a lot of things. And the last 5 years, it's the first time in my career, whether I'm sitting with President Xi of China, or I'm sitting with Erdogan in Turkey, or I'm down in Colombia, wherever I am, and I'm trying to convince a head of state to agree with a foreign policy initiative we are pushing, either multilaterally or bilaterally, and to get an agreement, and to reach across the table and you'll shake hands with that head of state. And here's the question I most often get asked after all the detail about what we're talking about has been resolved. Mr. Vice President, can you deliver? Hear me now? Can you deliver on what we're agreeing to? Because every consequential foreign policy agreement that takes place, the other side's taking a chance as well. What they're saying is, don't make me walk the limb here, out on the limb, in my constituency, my country, and take a chance on this compromise we're talking about. Because you're going to go back to Washington and the president's not going to be able to get it done because of a dysfunctional Congress. Folks, one of the things that I found, and we've had to adjust to because of the nature of the dysfunction in Congress today, is that we go back to you. You are more important in terms of national policy, than you have been in the last 50 years. Why? We can raise up an issue like we have the minimum wage. We haven't been able to get it done nationally. But because we beat the drum so much and raised the awareness of the issue, you've gotten it done. Many of you in your cities have made significant changes in the minimum wage. Many of you in your states have done the same. So that's a long way of saying to you is, just because we have not been able to get it done nationally with this Congress, it doesn't mean that you can't change a lot of these parameters of these issues at home. It matters. We're going to keep beating the drum. We're probably not going to get much more done in the next 9 months. But this is something you just got to keep at and keep at and keep at and keep at. And I think if we do our job of continuing to raise this issue up, and you are able in your job, even in localities relating to what city ordinances are, what the state, it matters. It has a cumulative impact. And like I said, look what O'Malley did, and look what the distinguished governor from Connecticut has done. It is gigantic. It's a fundamental change affecting an entire state. And this can be contagious. So I guess it's a long way of saying, don't quit on this. Don't walk out of here, out of Washington saying, well, you know they're not going to get a damn thing done in the Congress between now and then, so why should I bother doing this? You can make some real changes and set the table for at least one of the next presidents of the United States to be able to get some of this done. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Is very important in terms of the water.
We are
that
very
put
fortunate
into
to be
our
joined by the
body.
Secretary of State
who is going to give us an update on the president. He'll have time for just a few questions, and then Ben and I will
the White House has put on
we'll
this
stick around for
water
a few
summit.
extra questions.
Like I say, every day is a water summit for us. So with that, to start the
good evening,
summit
everybody. It's really a pleasure for me to
on a good
be
foundation,
here
I'd like
with all of you,
to
but it's also a
say a
tremendous
prayer
privilege to be
in my
here
own language.
with President Obama on what is unquestionably
an
an historic demarcation point. I have to tell you that for many years I have looked forward to a time when people would hear the word Vietnam, or name Vietnam, and think more of a country than a conflict. And with President Obama's visit this week, with the crowds that we saw on the street today, the remarkably warm and generous welcome, the unbelievable excitement of people that we are here with the President of the United States at this moment is absolutely palpable, and I think it is a demarcation point. I think that clearly we will never fail
Donald also knows more than the entire scientific community. See, there's no stopping this guy. You didn't know that. He's one of the great meteorologists of our time. You didn't know that. And he has, after years and years of intensive study, reached the conclusion that climate change is a hoax. Hey, what can we say? But needless to say, everybody else in the world understands, other than Donald, that climate change is not a hoax, that it is the great environmental crisis facing our country and the world. And that if we do not take on the fossil fuel industry and tell them that we are going to leave this planet in a way that's healthy and habitable for future generations, and that means that their short-term profits are not as important as the future of this planet. So I'm getting told to shut up, and I will do that.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to change the theme just a bit, and let's fold in our other communicators today. Seeing that the Supreme Court has taken us in part back to the pre-1965 era, what would each of you do, using the power of your respective offices, to ensure that we don't further inch our way back toward pre-1865? How do each of you see the gutting of Voting Rights Act impacting our democracy in the future? And what will you do to not only protect voting rights in this election, but also enhance access to the ballot? Now, you can close your eyes for a moment and decide you want a piece of that pie or the entire part. Choose. Who would like to speak first? Danny. I think you have.
I think, first of all, we realize more than ever in this campaign right now for Bernie Sanders, as president, how much voting, how important voting is. It's not to diminish all the other things that have happened in the past, in the future, the past. But we understand that there are millions of people who've become excited, enthusiastic about this campaign because of the message. Because of the message. This is not about personality, because of the message. So it is clear that we have to do everything in our power not to be absent when we talk about the Voting Rights Act. And it's been gutted, as you say. We have to do everything in our power as citizens. We have to encourage and let our legislative officers and others know that it is an important part, the essential part of this democracy. And our voice, every single vote counts. So that's the first thing we do.
Well, in San Francisco, we just introduced a ballot measure that will be on in November that is going to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in San Francisco municipal elections. We know the lowest voter turnout is amongst voters between 18 and 30, and 18 is one of the most awkward times to register to vote. Some young people are taking off for college, they're moving out of their house, they're starting a new life, and this is the time that we expect young people to register at a home address and get out to vote. And we know that that doesn't happen. So we should start registering young people at a younger age, at 16 and 17, when many of them are in school and taking civics and U.S. government. How many of us remember civics and U.S. government? Wouldn't it have been amazing to vote when you were 16 years old? And we're starting that here in San Francisco. But we need to do everything that we can to take out any barriers to voting here in this country, because I believe we represent the majority. I really believe that we represent the majority of this country. And if everyone was able to participate and vote, we would have stronger and more progressive leadership here in our country, in our cities, and our state.
Well, let me agree with both Danny and Jane and say this. You know, you stop and you think about all of the blood that has been spilled in this country to make sure that every person, regardless of color, has the right to vote. And then you think of this horrific Supreme Court decision, and literally the day after, you got attorney generals and governors working overtime trying to make it harder for people to vote. That is beyond a disgrace. And let me tell you, if elected president, the Attorney General of the United States will be working and taking on every one of those Republican states who are trying to suppress the vote. You know, what a democracy is about, we can have different points of view. That's called democracy. But don't deny people the right to vote because they're people of color, because they're poor, because they're young, because they are old. In my view, we should make voting rights as simple as possible. If you are of the voting age today of 18, you are registered to vote. End of discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Representatives Barbara Lee and James Clyburn. We can hear a shout out for one of our home girls. This is the home church of Congresswoman Barbara Lee. She and James Clyburn co-authored Bill H.R. 5571 titled 10-20-30 to increase the allocation of funding for in-counties with persistent poverty. Currently, 45 million people live in poverty. 28% are African Americans, and 38% are African American children. Will you support this bill, Senator Saunders? And what would your administration do that has not already been done to address the issue of childhood poverty?
We absolutely support that legislation, and I have spent the last many decades of my life fighting against the outrageous level of childhood poverty that we have right now. Look, what we have got to do, and the point that Jane made a moment ago, and I want to reinforce this, everything that we are talking about today is what the majority of the American people believe. We are not the fringe. Donald Trump and his friends are the fringe. Okay? Who believes, what sane person in America believes that in the richest country in the world, 22% of our kids should be living in poverty, and for the African American and Latino communities, those numbers are much, much higher. So what has to be done, and by the way, if you follow what goes on in Congress, our Republican colleagues want to make it much worse. They want to cut nutrition programs, cut child care programs, cut education and Pell Grant programs. They want to do exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. And in my view, if we're going to deal with childhood poverty, if we're going to deal with poverty in general, that means fundamentally changing our national priorities. And that means, among many other things, no more wars like the war in Iraq that we never should have gotten into. How does it happen that we have trillions of dollars, trillions, to spend on a war in Iraq and in Afghanistan, but apparently we don't have the money to rebuild inner cities in America, create decent schools, decent health care, affordable housing? How could it be that in America in the year 2016, in Flint, Michigan, children are poisoned by the water that they drink? So we need a fundamental change of priorities, and that means that the billionaire class will learn they are not going to get it all, that we are going to focus on low-income inner cities in this country, as well as many rural communities that are hurting as well. We've got to change our national priorities.
I'm going to stand as well. When I was a community organizer, I worked with young people in San Francisco, and at the time, I actually never thought I would run for office. But when I was an organizer, I learned that one of the most important things that elected officials do, whether they serve on your school board, your city council, in Congress, is they determine how our dollars are spent and invested back into our community. They determine how much goes into our streets, into our classrooms for teacher pay, into housing, into prisons, into police. They decide which neighborhoods, which communities, which state. The budget is more than a series of line items and dollar signs. It is a statement of our values and our priorities. And here in this country, we used to not have homelessness as an urban phenomenon. Homelessness did not always exist in cities across this country. It emerged in the 1980s. And it happened to emerge, and it dovetailed exactly with when President Reagan at the time started cutting funding to HUD, to public housing. We used to have more public housing units than people on the wait list in the 60s and 70s. And in fact, if you became homeless, and I talked to social workers during this time, you would often get housed within a week. And when they started cutting funding to HUD, and they cut it by 50% over several administrations, homelessness began to emerge as an urban phenomenon in cities across the country. And now the fastest growing demographic of the homeless count in San Francisco, the city that I represent, in New York City, in Los Angeles, is families. It is single mothers with children under 6 years old, and this is a moral travesty for our cities and for our country. And that is why I'm supporting Senator Sanders, because housing is not a privilege. In the city that I represent, housing is a privilege. Housing is not a privilege, it is a right.
I certainly don't want to reemphasize what our new state senator, Jane Kim, next president is emphasized. But let me commend this church, which against all odds located in this community and then began to do the work, continue to do the work from the moment it became the home for the Breakfast for Children for the Black Panther Party. And ever since then, I was at a graduation recently, at a graduation of young men and women who will be trained in the trades for the new technology around solar energy. Their graduation, they'll do their part, but what they're saying is that we need help. And I believe, and I know that we have these two as our representatives, they're going to get the help they need.
Thank you, each of you. We have two short questions for you from the dais, and then we're going to take a couple of questions from the floor. Senator, I can't even think of you as senator now. Bernie. Senator Bernie. Okay, all right. The Affordable Care Act has allowed 20 million Americans to gain health insurance, including many in marginalized populations throughout the U.S. Yet even with these improvements, 28 million Americans still have no health insurance and millions more are underinsured. What would a Bernie Sanders presidency look like? How would you strengthen and improve this legislation? That is a brief answer.
Okay. I am a member of the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. I voted for the Affordable Care Act. But what you have to acknowledge is the Affordable Care Act is an important step forward, but we have yet a long, long way to go in terms of health care. As you've just heard, 28 million, no health insurance, even more underinsured, and every day we're getting ripped off by the greed of the pharmaceutical industry that charges us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. All right, the brief answer to your question is that the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a right. And the way to do that, in my view, is through a Medicare for all single-payer program.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Another brief question. Describe how your economic plan provides for a reinvestment in distressed neighborhoods, and also how do we assist those who have yet to experience the economic recovery in their lives and in their communities. No doubt as you drove through here, you saw the blight. You saw the empty lots.
I have seen those empty lots and the abandoned housing and the boarded up storefronts all over this country. Don't think that Oakland is alone. And it is totally unnecessary and unacceptable. All right, we have, first point that we have to make is that when you read the papers once a month, they say that unemployment is 5% nationally. Does anybody really believe that? You're right. That's the official unemployment. Then there's another government report that talks about real unemployment, including people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. Add that together, real unemployment is close to 10%, and in many communities around this country, it is much higher than that. So what do? What we do is understand that we need a massive federal jobs program to put our people back to work. How do you do it? Well, it's not hard. Number one, as a nation, we should be hiring teachers and child care workers, not firing them. Number two, Number two, all of you know that our infrastructure, a fancy word for roads and bridges and water systems and wastewater plants and levees and dams and rails, are in massive disrepair all over this country. We rebuild our infrastructure in the way I think we should. We create 13 million good-paying jobs. Building the affordable housing that we need. Makes sense to me to put people to work. Building affordable housing. Rebuilding wastewater systems. You know, I was just up in the Central Valley. I didn't know this, to be honest with you. You got thousands of people there who turn on their water faucet, they can't drink the water because of pesticides in the water. All right? We have got to invest to make sure that everybody in America has clean drinking water, that we have the state-of-the-art rail system, and when we do that, we improve life in America and we create 13 million jobs. Last point, we should not be giving any more tax breaks to large corporations. We should be working with small and medium-sized businesses, especially if we're going to deal with youth unemployment, African-American businesses, Latino businesses. We're going to put those kids to work.
Senator Sanders, before you sit, Senator Sanders, there is an issue of the transport of coal, other pollutants that are currently being routed through the African-American and the impoverished communities and neighborhoods. How do you weigh in on that?
Well, I weigh on it in two ways. Right now, as I think everybody here knows, in low-income communities, in African-American communities, there is a heck of a lot of pollution going on. I was in the Bronx a number of months ago, and I can't remember the exact number, I don't want to misspeak here, but the number of children dealing with asthma. You got that here as well? All right. Right here in this community? Okay. It was off the charts, unbelievable. And you combine that with lack of good health care access, you got some serious problems. So the answer is twofold. I have opposed all of these pipelines, the Keystone Pipeline and the other pipelines, because we have got to transform our energy system away from coal and oil into energy efficiency and sustainable energy. Now, truth is that under President Obama we have made some progress in moving to sustainable energy. But we have the potential to do much, much more. We can have rooftops all over this country and in states like California where you get a lot of sun that can generate an unbelievable amount of electricity. That's what we should be doing.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Soon to be Senator Kim. We all know that education has been said to be the great equalizer. However, with the rising cost of college tuition and rising debt associated with students' loans, what are concrete ways we can address college affordability?
So I talked a little bit about the budget, and so I want to talk about the California state budget for a moment, since this is where we are. The California state budget over the last 30 years has actually roughly stayed proportionately the same. 40% K through 12 community college, 30% health and human services, and the final 30% goes to everything else. Now, there are two line items that changed significantly over the last 30 years, and you can probably guess the first one. Prisons. That's right. Used to be 3% of our budget, went up 6% over the last 30 years. There's only one other line item that changed that significantly, and that was higher education. Our Cal State and UC system, it went down exactly 6%, from 18 to 12% of our California state budget. So when we talk about the school to prison pipeline, it is real. When we talk about who we have decided to value, the system that California has decided to invest in, that our young people will go into. We built 23 state prisons over the last 30 years. We built only 3 CSUs and 1 UC. We used to cover 80% of your tuition if you went to a UC or CSU 30 years ago. Today that has dropped down to under 30%. So I'm starting here locally in San Francisco. I introduced a proposal to make City College free for all San Francisco residents. We know that community college has long been the institution that has allowed many of our citizens to rise to the middle class. In fact, in San Francisco alone, if you are a City College graduate, on average you earn $11,000 more than your counterparts with only a high school education. And I'm going to do this with the proposal that I introduced 2 weeks ago that will do a slight modest increase on housing and buildings of $5 million and above, and it will generate $29 million a year in the county of San Francisco. To make City College free today is $13 million. We are going to make City College free in November. I hope that I will have your support. If we do this, we will be the first city in the nation to make City College free for all of our residents, regardless of income or age or any type of prerequisite. And we will do that by taxing our highest, wealthiest homes in our city. Thank you.
Senator, did she say it all? Did she say it all?
You said it all.
We have some volunteers here in the audience who've been identifying a couple of questions for me.
Bernie and her views.
But Bernie, Senator Bernie, it is undeniable that you have been in the trenches fighting for civil and human rights for decades. African Americans and Latinos, irrespective of class, irrespective of economic status, education, personal or professional achievement, live in constant fear for the well-being of their children and loved ones. Though they live in America and pay their fair share of taxes, mothers afraid to let their sons grow up, go out, run in the evenings for fear their running might be misinterpreted. Fearful, setting curfews unrealistic for young adults. How can we change this? And I think we have someone from the floor who wanted to speak to that very issue. Someone who was a member of the Hunger for Justice Frisco 5, who recently participated in the hunger strike, calling for Mayor Ed Lee to fire San Francisco Chief Greg Suhr in light of the unexplainable, unjustifiable police shootings of black and brown individuals such as Alex Nieto, Louis Gongora, Mario Woods, and Amilcar Perez Lopez. What is your question?
My question, so my name is Ike, I'm with the Frisco 5, and there's other members here as well. I'm usually very outspoken, but I'm nervous because it's been a long time. I've been wanting to meet you forever. So I'm just excited just to be in the same room as you, Bernie. So I totally feel the burn. I lost my voice a little bit after the Warriors game, so. So we're gonna do it tonight too, baby! Woo! Okay, all right, so. Let me get to my question. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Future President of the U.S., How would you handle the nationwide militarization of police and address those police killing unarmed minorities? And what is your vision for much needed police-wide police reform?
Thank you. Great question, an enormously important question, because as you indicated, what kind of country are we where mothers are afraid to let their kids go out and play? I mean, that's... All right, so what do we do? First start, let me start off easy, and by saying that, in my view, that any person in America who is killed while being apprehended by the police or dies in police custody, that should immediately and automatically initiate a Department of Justice investigation. So the word goes out, it is not going to be just local police departments investigated. It will be an aggressive Department of Justice and an aggressive Attorney General. That's number one. Number two, unlike many other countries, here in law enforcement in America, we do not have the culture which says that lethal force, shooting somebody, is the last response, not the first response. You know? I am not going to deny, and you're not going to deny, that sometimes we do want police to use lethal force in a tragic situation. Somebody busts in with a machine gun, yeah, you want that person taken down. But too often the response is lethal force rather than coming up with other ways to deal with the problem. Third point you raise. There are communities in America where the police look like occupying armies. You know, you think you're in Iraq, you're invading a community. The goal is, and there are some police departments in America who do this, the goal is not for a police department to be intimidating the local populace. The goal is to have a police department which is part of the community, which is respected, which is helpful. You know, we want a police department where people feel comfortable going to a police officer and saying, hey, there's some drug dealing going on over there. We want the police to be part of the community, not a force that terrifies and frightens the people in the community. Further, what we have got to do, and this is tough, it's not tough stuff, but it's something we got to focus on, is we want local police departments to reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. You know? You got a black community, it is appropriate to expect that a majority of the officers will be African American. You got a Latino community, same thing. All right, and the other thing, which is related, everything's related to everything else. I learned this, I didn't know this before I began to run for president. Turns out that over the last 30 years, millions of people have received police records for possession of marijuana. It turns out, according to studies, blacks and whites do marijuana at about equal rates. But you know what? Blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested than whites for marijuana. Turns out that you got a federal Controlled Substance Act that lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug, right next to heroin. All right, my view is we take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Because if a police officer stops your car and there's marijuana in there, you got not just a marijuana issue, but other things occur as well. All right? So I think, by the way, if I lived here in California, there's going to be an item on your November ballot to legalize marijuana. I would support it. I think it's from a criminal justice point of view. Last point. There has got to be a lot of work fighting racism within police departments. That's no secret. A lot of work and a lot of training has got to be done. All right, those are some of the things that I would do as president.
Thank you. I think we have a question over here.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanders, and thank you all for being here today. So in Oakland, in East Oakland, my name is Mia Yoshitani, and I'm with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network Action. APEN is an environmental justice organization. We organize low-income Asian, Pacific Islander, immigrant refugee communities. Just like a lot of our environmental justice and social justice, economic justice allies who are here in this room, we organize at the intersection of racism, poverty, and pollution. So I have a question, and I want to bring some of the issues together that you've been talking about today. I appreciate your commitment to working families and to addressing poverty and to addressing systemic racism and white supremacy. And I appreciate your commitment to addressing climate change. But how will you ensure that climate change is actually addressed equitably? How will you ensure that the people who have been at the brunt of the economic crisis and the environmental crisis, these are the same communities, how will you ensure that these communities are at the front of the line for the benefits of climate change and how we address both the health concerns and the economic needs of our communities? Thank you.
I have introduced the most comprehensive climate change legislation in the history of the United States Senate. And it in fact addresses the issues that you are raising. There is an understanding that the people in community after community who are bearing the brunt of climate change or toxicity in the water or bad air are very often in low-income and minority communities. They do not build coal-burning plants in the suburbs and in wealthy communities. That does not take place. So I think two things. Number one is, and I have to say this over and over again, people have criticized me for saying this, but I think that climate change is one of the great global crises that we face. And if we do not get our act together, the destruction that it will cause in terms of drought, you're seeing it here in California already, in terms of floods, extreme weather disturbances, acidification of the ocean, they're destroying our oceans. In terms of rising sea levels, Miami may be, don't buy real estate on Miami Beach. It may not be there if present trends continue. Right? These are the realities that face this country. And it's like, if we were attacked by some foreign power, everybody would stand up and say, oh, we got a war going on. What are we going to do about it? We are being attacked by climate change. And we need to act in the same aggressiveness. So to answer your question, nobody you know will take a more aggressive and bold action. I have one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself is I'm calling for a tax on carbon. All right? But you got to do that. And in that legislation, when we raise a substantial sum of money, we do pay attention to the aggrieved communities, and we pay attention to those communities where workers are involved in fossil fuels and are going to lose their jobs. We've got to try to help them as well. So we do that in our legislation.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. We had another question. Yes.
Hello, Senator Sanders. I'm Mason Reese of the Mentoring Project. I have overheard teachers talking about their financial problems, and I was wondering what you will do to ensure that my teachers get.
You're doing great. Don't worry, you're doing great.
Suitable pay and help retain teaching talent in public schools.
Yes!
Thank you for that question. Great job. you know, what this campaign is about, maybe most significantly, is not just dealing with this or that issue, but it's education and climate change. It is demanding that the American people think outside of the box. Think outside of the options that the corporate media gives us or that Congress talks about. You know, Congress is having great debates. Do we cut food stamps or do you cut education? I don't know. Puffy, what do you think? That is not the options that we have to deal with. So what this young man is asking us, think about, here's a good question, think about how crazy it is. Everybody here knows, no one debates it, that as human beings, education is inherent in who we are. I want you to be studying and thinking and learning until the day you die 100 years from now, all right? But second of all, from a narrower perspective, we live in a competitive global economy, okay? Other countries understand they're not going to do well unless they invest in their children and invest in education. How do you compete if you don't do that? The idea that teachers are not respected, the idea that education is not respected in this country, the idea that we do not have the best public educational system in the world is unacceptable to me. I want our brightest, you know what, I don't know, are you interested in education? I would hope that when you graduate college or graduate school, you give thought to becoming a teacher. We need great teachers all over this country. Who should be well paid, and we have to respect education. I know I'm going to lose a lot of votes here tonight. I know there's a Game 7 here. And I know everybody here, you know, loves the basketball. But you know what? You want my humble opinion? Teachers are more important than basketball players.
We thank you, Bernie Sanders. We thank you, Senator Bernie. It's not over. It's not over. Okay. Because I think Senator Bernie Sanders has told us we're on his block. And so we got a fire going here. And he doesn't want to put it out. What's another question?
Yes, this is our final question. But before that, we will be having a women's roundtable, the campaign, on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Old Stock, so we can go on and talk more in depth about women's issues and how Senator Sanders is the best candidate for our issues. And here's the last question for you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, thank you for coming to the Oakland. I love Oakland. The Bay Area was one of the worst hit regions during the 2008 financial crisis, with the erasure of brown and black wealth in the terms of foreclosure and losing homes. I myself, my rent went up $300 a month, and I had to leave the Bay Area because I could not afford my place anymore. So what I want to know from you is, how will you ensure affordable housing for everyone, and how will you help restore black and brown wealth in the form of home ownership?
When I was in the House of Representatives, before I was in the Senate, I was a member of the House Financial Services Committee. I fought vigorously against Republicans, against Alan Greenspan, against Democrats, against President Clinton, who thought it was a brilliant idea to deregulate Wall Street and let these people do what they want to do. They spent billions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions to do that. They did it, and we all know what happened. So I'll answer your question in a few ways. Number one, we have to recognize, I don't know everybody may agree with me, but in my view, the business model of Wall Street is fraud. Okay?
What they did was not an aberration. It's not that, you know, they're pretty honest guys, they made a mistake, that happens. That is not what they are. Over the last couple of years, just a couple of months ago, Goldman Sachs reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion, basically acknowledging they were selling worthless packages of subprime mortgage loans, which led to the economic collapse. So issue number one, if I'm elected president, that will not happen again because we're going to break up these huge financial institutions. Number two, if what is the case, these financial institutions caused this economic collapse, which resulted, by the way, in millions of people losing their jobs, losing their homes, and in some cases losing their life savings, these people on Wall Street have got to be held accountable.
Are we ready?
And that means significantly more money than is currently being worked on has got to go into those communities and those individuals who are hurt by the illegal behavior of Wall Street. Third point, as we discussed earlier, we have a terrible crisis. And I know it's particularly acute here in California, but it's true all over this country, in low-income affordable housing. Now, if you check the record, in my city of Burlington, we started the first municipally funded community, community housing trust fund, which is how it actually spread all over the country. But second of all, working with Barbara Lee, a local representative, many years ago, we passed a low-income